And we are live. What's
Sweet.
going on? Welcome to another edition of the Outside Station podcast, where I am joined with three starter panelists. Let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. Welcome to another episode of the Oxide Station podcast, where I am joined with three starter panelists. And before we get into the show, quick announcements. If you are new to the channel, make sure you give this video a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, I put the link in the chat for anybody to click the link and join the panel. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into the introductions and go ahead and start off with the icebreaker. So we're going to start off with Carmen, then Marte, then Mark. All right, Miss Carmen, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are.
Hi, I'm Carmen. I've been on the panel a couple of times. You can follow me on Instagram, carmen.ds92. Always a pleasure to be here.
Hey, all right. Next up, we got my brother, Mr. Marte. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, sir, and let them know who you are, man. Hey, you're muted. Shout out to Marte.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, let me just make sure everything's all set up on my end as well too.
Okay.
My name is Marte Reyes, host of On the Edge, and I am here to tackle a lot of issues as usual, as I do on every stream. But anyways, you can tune into me at Mighty Marte on Instagram, the Real Marte on Instagram, and I'm everywhere. Anyways, sorry, I'm a little frazzled because I'm dealing with issues pertaining to a lack of masculinity right now on YouTube. And just popped in. we're gonna tackle this and a whole lot more. Let's move on.
It just so happens that we're doing a masculinity stream, and you're dealing with issues involving masculinity over there on your end. That's kind of ironic.
A lack of masculinity in the YouTube universe. So yeah.
Okay, no problem, man. Mr. Mark, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people. Let them know who you are, sir.
Yes, well, once again, thank you for having me. I'm just Mark Fowler, local, the resident Englishman that's been attending these podcasts now for the last few weeks, and I'm enjoying it. I mean, I'm just here to learn. I'm a bit of an entrepreneur. I'm all into that kind of personal self-development and learning, and that's why I'm here. So thanks.
All right, good. All right. So now that we got the introductions out the way, we'll go ahead and do a little bit of a wellness check. See how everybody's week's been going. What y'all got planned? Y'all ready for the holidays? What's going on with y'all?
Well, I don't know yet. I don't know.
Ladies first.
Now, Thanksgiving, usually I do host, but this year, if my mother-in-law comes down from Savannah with my stepdaughter, then I'll be hosting. Yes, if they come down. If they don't come down, then I'm not gonna do anything. I mean, I'm Hispanic. I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving, but I do it because of my husband's family.
Hey, Carmen.
Yeah.
¿Tú tienes una plata para mí?
Siempre, cualquiera.
Yeah. Yeah. ¿Dónde es la comida? ¿Dónde es la comida?
¿Dónde está comida?
Comida.
Yeah, ¿dónde es la comida?
¿Dónde está la comida?
Where's the food?
Yeah, ¿dónde
Ah,
es la
yeah.
comida?
It's here.
That's like
in
Spanish,
Atlanta.
isn't it?
It's in Atlanta. I don't know if you're going to come down from Arizona, sure.
¿En la cocina?
In
¿En
la
la cocina?
cocina. It's ready
Oh,
on
okay.
the spot right there.
¿Es
Oh,
listo?
you in Arizona?
Isn't it? Aren't you in Arizona?
No, I'm in Texas.
Oh, you in Texas. Who's in
Oh, that's
Arizona?
crazy.
Yeah, I'm in
Oh.
Texas with Athena.
Yeah, I know Athena was in Texas.
Yeah,
Somebody
Athena's over here with me. But she's in Dallas. Yeah, she's in Dallas. I'm in San Antonio.
I'm gonna
Oh,
move to
see, I
Texas
gotta come up.
next year. So
Wait, you say you're moving to Texas next year?
yeah, I know Andrew Wilson moved out there, but I'm moving out there because of the business I'm gonna be in. It's really lucrative, so it's better for me to move out. Plus, it's also very conservative, kinda. So
No, it is. No,
yeah,
no,
but you
no,
here in Texas,
Jasmine
no.
Crockett. Explain that.
You said what?
Explain Jasmine Crockett.
I can't.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
it depends on the city that
Yeah,
you're in
that's what I
because
think.
Dallas is
Like,
pretty
bro.
blue. Dallas is pretty blue. I don't know about San
Yeah,
Antonio, but Dallas
there's
is
some parts of Texas that I'm
blue.
like, we got to get conservative again, man. That's crazy.
Well, see, I'm in San Antonio, right? And if I'm not mistaken, I think our governor is, or no, I think our mayor, not our governor. Our governor is Greg Abbott. He's conservative. He's Republican. But I think that the mayor of San Antonio, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's an independent. I could be wrong. I gotta look it up. I think he's an independent, but I think he leans more Democrat. But at least in San Antonio, it's not crazy. Like you have a healthy population of conservatives and you have a healthy population of liberals, and there's not like riots and fights down here. It doesn't really get crazy like that down here. The only time it really gets crazy is with the Dallas Cowboys when it's football season and with the Spurs. The Spurs fans.
Excuse my naivety.
Go ahead.
Just out of interest, though, Texas is like right on the border of Mexico, isn't it? So obviously that's going to be the main route for where like illegal immigrants and stuff come up through Mexico. So it surprises me that you say that you don't seem to be too much affected by all of that kind of stuff. When
we are. No, we are.
Right.
But see, this is the thing. It's more of like the border towns. Like if you
Right.
look into, like if you look at the Texas map, and you start looking down in the valley towards like Brownsville, McAllen, Laredo, like around those areas, that's where the illegal immigration is really a problem along those border towns.
Okay.
But see, with me being in San Antonio, I'm kind of more in the central. So if you look at a map, you'll see that Houston is a little farther down, and then San Antonio is kind of like here, and then you got Austin. You got Waco, and then you got Dallas. You got Lubbock and Amarillo at the top. Those are like the main cities. But Houston is the biggest city in San Antonio, but Austin's the capital. So the immigration, like the illegal immigrant situation, it doesn't really affect people kind of like in the central and going up north. It mainly affects people down on the southwest where those border towns
makes sense.
Yeah, it's mainly where the border towns are because the border of Mexico runs from the bottom tip of Texas all the way up to where El Paso is. It's all along that southwest region. That's where it's really a problem. But as far as like some of the other cities, we don't really see anything of it. We know about it, but we don't really see the people flooding in through the cities and stuff like that. That type of stuff. Nah, Texas doesn't play around with that. And then here, like Texas is a red.
I got a question.
And I know, yeah, go ahead.
I know we got a show to get on with.
No.
But just quickly, just is Texas currently like a red state or a blue state?
I was just telling you that Texas is a red state, but we do have blue cities and counties. But the overwhelming majority of the state is red.
It's red. It's been red for years, just like Georgia.
Yep.
Okay. I'm in Atlanta. Overall, the state is red.
But Atlanta's a blue. Atlanta's a blue city.
Atlanta's a blue. Yeah, Atlanta's a blue.
Atlanta is crazy. Atlanta's crazy.
But there's blue cities, and there's when you move away into like the the towns, but overall, when it comes to election season, it is a red state, just like Georgia. But depending on the city that you live in, your councilman, which eventually, I mean, we just had an election. We just had the election a couple days ago.
Local elections, wasn't it?
Yeah, local election, which is,
Yeah,
in my opinion, more important than the presidential election because I live here. So,
yeah. Oh, so you're more focused on the local versus the federal?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. No, but I mean, yeah, depending on the city or the county you're in will determine how your policies go. But overall, but as far as the state is concerned, the state is red, and I always encourage people like, hey, if you want a cheaper cost of living, you want more space, you want more food, more opportunities, more money, more jobs, come to Texas. We got it all, man.
Oh, that's an invite.
Oh yeah. The only thing you'll have to get used to is the heat.
Yeah.
Because I'm not originally from Texas. Me and my mom's side of the family, we're originally from New York, so I'm still trying to get used to the heat.
Okay.
I prefer the cold, but I mean the heat is manageable, but everybody down here, you got to have AC, you got to have air conditioning.
Texas is a huge state, Mark. Like you can drive 4 hours.
Yeah, it's the second largest, I believe, in America. Am I right? Second largest state.
Yeah.
Is it Alabama or something like that?
No, it's Alaska.
Oh, Alaska. Sorry, yeah, I knew it was AL something.
Yeah, Alaska.
I know it. Yeah, in Europe,
Alaska's number one. Alaska's the biggest state. Texas is number 2, and California is number 3.
Yeah,
right.
You can drive around in Texas for like 4 or 5 hours and still be in Texas.
Well,
wow.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Probably bigger than my entire country.
No, it is. It is.
Yes. It's huge.
Yeah, because it's funny you say that because I actually seen a reaction video that this British guy did, and he was comparing the sizes of American states because he's obviously he's in England, and he pulled up a map and he showed how big Texas is. And you could fit multiple European countries inside Texas.
Wow.
That's how big it is. Yeah, that's how big
crazy.
Our state is. Yeah, that's how big it is. That's how big it is. So when I tell people that there's plenty of land, there's plenty of jobs, plenty of food, plenty of opportunities, and it's cheaper because we don't pay state taxes. See?
What do you mean?
I mean, we don't like when it comes to our taxes and things that we have to pay. Like when you look at your paycheck and you see the taxes that come out, we don't pay state taxes.
Right.
The only thing we pay is Social Security, medical, like Medicare, and federal income. That's it.
Federal income, yeah.
That's it. Our taxes are low. Our taxes are really, really low.
Yeah, that's why everybody from California is fleeing to Texas.
Oh, you heard about what happened in New York, right?
Yeah, with the mayor.
New York is going to turn into the next Dearborn, Michigan. I call it right now. They're already like California right now, but they're about to level up.
It's going to be so much worse with Mayor, what's his name?
Mamdani.
Yeah, with Mayor Mamdani, and he promised all of this. Yeah,
but here's the
socialist mentality is going to go crazy.
Well, he is a socialist.
I think it's good, and I'll tell you why it's good. The reason why it's good is because I think they need to fall really hard because we don't have a lesson from which to teach them. We don't have anything else. The same thing with feminists. You have to let them fall really hard on their damn ass so you can say, look at what happened there when you guys were in charge. We have to do the same thing with New York. And if we allow them to fail, here's the problem. We don't allow them to fail. But once we allow them to politically fail when it comes to infrastructure, finances, delegating everything else, like the free transportation they want and everything else, we can then say, this is why you guys are broke. We're not going to repeat this again. And we can use this as an example moving forward as what not to do. But right now, currently, we don't have such a strong subset of examples. We have to actually allow this to play down. So that way, this looks like Escape from New York with Kurt Russell back in the day. And we could say, we can now stay
doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. Mark, you're in the UK. They tried it in London. The socialists.
Well, we live in a very complicated country that tries to act as if it's a very socialist country, which I kind of detest. It becomes very entrapping, it's very manipulative. We got some good things that come out of things like the idea of free national health service, which is something that every English person
Canada tried
really
it, but
treasures and
That
holds
puts a
and holds
strong
on to
it's
burden
that.
kind
on
of
the
like you
healthcare
guys
system.
already lived it. The UK already lived it. Argentina, Venezuela.
Venezuela's going through it now. Venezuela's
you
going through it
understand
now.
it causes
So
a
this
long
mayor
strain on the
literally
system
promised,
financially.
like, free housing.
Well, my concern is that
Yeah.
people here in the UK don't fully understand how socialism can lead down into communism. You know, it's almost like a stepping stone towards communism, and it's very difficult because we do really like treasure things like the National Health Service. I mean, isn't it great the fact that if I was to get cancer or break my leg or get hit by a bus tomorrow, that I could go and get free treatment? And that's the thing that a lot of people use as, I would call, the epitome of what a good semi-socialist structure could look like.
I
And I'm not
disagree.
defending socialism at all, by the way. I'm just saying that there are certain things that come
you have
from
less choice.
socialism that can be good.
Listen, it's not
You
as
have
good as
less
it's
choice.
not as good as you think it is, because
So-
with Canada has that free healthcare thing too, but the waiting list to get treatment is
Well,
crazy.
there's that.
You
There
have
is
to
that.
wait.
In Puerto Rico,
Doctors,
those
the waiting
like,
list
you
is
gotta
too long.
wait.
It
You got
causes
cancer, like you
such
gotta wait 4 months to get a CT. Like
it causes
Well-
such a strain on the healthcare system financially, and then things are booked back up to where it's like not even. So hold on, let me fix my.
A little bit better now.
Okay, so while he's just fixing that,
Okay, so it causes
let me
such
just
a
quickly.
strain on the healthcare system. Not only this, but the wait time. You don't get to choose your doctor or select this. Faux pas happened where they'll say, "Well, you know what? I knew 5 people who were like, well, I have a cancer treatment and I have to wait like 6 months now, whereas like I should get this next week, but I'll die in like 2.
Yeah.
This isn't me. This is the problems. That
I
we
mean,
have
the
with health-
thing is, obviously, it's a very complex situation. Obviously, waiting times can be frustrating, and we've got the what do you call it? Like it's overwhelmed. The NHS system is overwhelmed, and there's long waiting lists. But if you're pregnant, for example, you know, you don't go on a 6-month waiting list, and you don't have to pay for the fact that you've attended hospital to give birth, and you don't have to pay for the ambulance transportation. So there are cases where it might be frustrating to be on a long waiting list, but I mean, it's free at the end of the day, and we do have the option of private treatments as well. It's not as if like we're beholden to the NHS, because people can pay for private healthcare over here in the UK. So there is that option as well. Look, I'm not defending socialism, but I am saying that I think over here in the UK, it's something that we definitely treasure is our NHS, and that's something that I would love to see America actually have some kind of national health service where it just comes out of people's taxes. And I don't think it's really socialism.
No. I think it's.
I mean, you
bad
could argue
because
that it's a
eliminate
form of
competition.
capitalism anyway.
You have to. Capitalism is good to some degree because it allows things to be competitive, so that way we can have
Right.
innovation and improvement of products. Unless
Right.
you
Yeah.
have this, you actually slow down waiting times, because now we have to be competitive as far as like, oh, you wait less in our lines compared to those lines, and that's how you make improvement in innovations on products and also services as well too. You don't have this because if you take away the competitive environment, you just build a monopoly. Now the same people that can feed you can also starve you when it comes to
Yep.
services.
Facts.
Sure.
Facts.
Just out of interest, quickly, the problem is, isn't there going to be people that can't afford their treatment, or if they have to take out a loan or something to pay for their treatment or whatever, and they get indebted, and it feels now that, yeah, you know,
glad you
whereas
brought
over
that up.
here, we're not going to be indebted
UBI.
for
The problem
having a
with this
treat.
is it doesn't incentivize people to get better. When everybody's handed the same thing, it's no longer competitive. We could all fall back on complacency. And not only does this lead to a more sedated nation to where people don't have to really work that hard, but also eliminates competition. You shut down innovation. And also, why would I have to work harder than somebody else when I get the same as you? So to me, I think when you level this across the board, when it comes to UBI or anything else, it's like we want to incentivize a competitive nation. The Chinese are beating us at every angle when it comes to innovation, when it comes to medical, everything else. You can then say, oh, they have a communist environment, but at the same time, they're whooping our ass when we have to outsource services and everything else to everybody else because they're much more competitive than us and they didn't do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you solve that somehow? Because that doesn't make any sense.
The system is not perfect, Mark. It's not. It's not perfect.
No, of course. Of course.
But I still think that our current healthcare without the socialist is better than the socialist system. Just to give birth here in the U.S., it costs at least $15,000.
Wow. That's crazy. To me,
15
to
so
that,
you-
that
so you-
sounds
and then-
crazy
and
to
you
any
gotta-
English man,
that's your
any
insurance,
English
that's
person.
Like, yeah,
just sounds crazy.
It would cost us. It will cost me to have. I don't have any children of our own, but it will cost us right around 15 to cost the insurance 15 to 20,000 to just have a baby, and then of course we got to pay our core pays. But that's really what it is.
But the nigga wanted money.
All right, I'm back up real quick. Sorry, I had Fatty tell me that my mic was muted on my end. Hopefully, you guys can hear me on my end.
No, we can hear you, bro. We can hear you, bro.
Viewers. Well,
Yeah,
no, my viewers have to hear me on my end too, because I had to bring myself up on the stage. So here's the thing, though. I will say this, though. We have to make improvements. And if we don't do this, as far as like socialism is just not the good way to work things out. I think that innovation, and we have a competitive nature. I think if we do this, it improves everything else, because we have such a nation of sedation. We have a nation of complacency. If we don't make things the same, like as far as like not the same, but competitive, as far as like, if I could do better than Mark in my business, that's a good thing, because now he has to try to figure out how to outcompete me, and the consumers win off of this. So patients win off of this, because you have things like Pfizer, all this other stuff. Nobody wanted that when it's forced on you, but now we have uprising, and we all can stick together. We all band under innovation, believe it or not, because when we get frustrated with the product, we can then have choices in which to go to. And underneath this universal health plan, you don't have a choice. It's like, well, this is all you have, and you better take it or leave it. It's like you take it or you don't do it. And the problem with this is also when we go down to pregnancy issues and people getting pregnant, I could totally get that. But here's the problem with that too, is like, I want to ask you a question, Mark. I know we're deviating a little bit off the topic.
No, you
do
good.
you
Go ahead.
think that we should give you like free, like as far as like free healthcare, as far as like nobody's paying for it? You know, do you think that it should be more free with a little bit of stipend for the doctor? Do you think that should happen?
I don't really fully understand what you're asking. Like, do I think what should happen?
Though, here's what I'm saying, though. People ask for free shit all the time. And the problem with free shit is like the doctor's time isn't free. The medical equipment isn't free. His labor isn't
of course.
free.
I mean, this is it comes from we pay taxes, don't we? We pay taxes to maintain. So it's not really free. No, of course.
Here, not only are we paying more taxes, but it's also more burden on the system. It causes more strain on services. Lines get long, and you see how we just circled back to the whole issue. So that's the problem with this, is like you can never escape it with socialism, because the system has to eat itself. When you go outside this in a competitive nature, now we have more options, we have more choices, and we're not beholden to the same God, apparently. I mean, if the system could be one, as everybody else. And we actually can say, hey, I want State Farm life insurance compared to this life insurance. And now I could say, screw that, I don't want that, and I could choose something. In London, can you do the same thing?
Well, I want to just say that you're correct on the fact that we do become beholden to it. And that is one thing that I've identified here in the UK, is that if you ask most English people or British people, would you leave the country? Would you move somewhere else in the world? A lot of people say no. And you realize it's because they are beholden to the NHS service, because they don't want their fear is that if I move out of the UK and I go somewhere else, I'm going to lose my free healthcare, or what they consider to be their free healthcare, which is something that, obviously is tax payable. But it gets me realizing that we are kind of beholden to it to a degree. It's like a bit of a trap. So I'm not even agreeing with everything that you're saying, but at the same time, look, I understand your point of view. I do understand your point of view, and it does make some kind of sense to me.
Yeah, but I don't think when you say to a degree, I think that's kind of cope, because when you say to a degree, it's like, what are you going to your Aunt Margaret to go ahead and stitch a wound or something like that? Because it's like, what other options do you have? It's not even to a degree. It's like you want to go with the most competent resource to save your life, to deliver babies, all this other stuff. So it's an all-encompassing God that can then feed you and then starve you at the same time. It's not even to a degree, because if you go anywhere else, you have to go to somebody who's not a practitioner, which is illegal. Now all of a sudden you're dealing with jail times, crimes, people operating under the table. And it's like, so now you've just opened up a black market. You see how much more problematic this is when you do that?
Sure. Don't forget. I did mention earlier that we do have the option of private healthcare as well. So it's not as if we are. Look, if you want to get, and you can afford to, which a lot of people that have more wealthy, they will go for private treatment as opposed to relying on the NHS. So it's not one or the other. We do have an option of both, and unfortunately, a lot of people can't afford to pay for private healthcare, and so they rely on the lesser quality
you realize that does
national
answer
health
the
system.
question, because when you only have two options, now you don't have a competitive arena to which they have to actually say, you know what, it benefits the consumer to lower our prices.
Mhm.
You don't have
Kind
this.
of. You got to bear in mind that private healthcare is a competitive business. It's like the
it's
same
such a
as what you
small
would
niche
consider
now.
to be what you've got
You've
in the
now just
US.
created a niche now. You see what I'm saying? So because you have this big monopoly, I'm just going to choose a niche now that doesn't have to be competitive, because there's somebody that has basically the overwhelming monopoly. And it's like, if I have no choice and I'm hard up, or at least I'm the 1%, I can at least do this and scoff at everybody else that has the peasant monopoly. And it's like, that's even worse, because it's like, now you have haves and haves nots, where it's like in the US, it's like you have more choice, more freedom. The system can be allowed to fail, to where it's like, oh, you guys the government's not saving you. If you guys fail as a private practice firm or anything like that, this one will pop up and be better than the last one that failed because they learned a lesson. You don't have any of that. So there's no, anyways, we're kind of deviating a lot on the topic.
Yeah, we are a little bit, but an interesting segue, let's say.
Yeah, no, this is great. No, see, I like stuff like this because we're about to get into the icebreaker question, but I like to give people time to kind of warm up and, get their wits about them.
Oh, I don't need a warm up, bro. You know this.
Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't,
bro.
Yeah, I know you don't. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start to get into the icebreaker. So we're actually gonna react to a couple of videos that are gonna kind of segue into the first question. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring them up. Oh, wait a minute. Go ahead and play them real quick. Okay, there we go. All right, so I want to get your guys' thoughts on these videos.
You're a man. Have some dignity. Have some honor. Stand up. Everyone is making fun of you. And the only possible revenge is success. It should be all you think about. It should be all you do. It doesn't matter who the president is. Nobody's coming. No one's going to save you. You need to do it. Yourself. Just you. By yourself. Get up and do it.
I got one more, and then we're going to go into the icebreaker question. It's another Andrew Tate clip. Shout out to him.
Men only become good men through negativity. Women are actually the opposite. Men who have been through a lot of pain are very kind. I would argue that when I see a man who's been through a lot of shit, it makes you kinder. You don't want it to be put on anyone else. When women go through a lot of pain, they grow bitter and evil and mean. They don't grow kind. Men grow kind from pain. I think that the worst men on earth are the ones who haven't had enough pain. Those are the arrogant pieces of shit people.
All right. So now that we've heard Andrew Tate's take, which I agree with 100%, actually, that takes us into our icebreaker question. Now, before I say this icebreaker question, a lot of people have a lot of hate and negative views towards Andrew Tate, right? They do. There's nothing you can do about that. But what I do like about him is that he has something that he stands for. And when you're a person who has a strong value and belief system, you're going to naturally have people that want to see you fail just because. You see what I'm saying? And that's with any great person who's ever achieved anything in life, whether it be good or bad. You're always going to have somebody that wants to rise up against you, and they want to tear down everything you're building just because, in my opinion, they themselves don't have a strong set of values and beliefs and a foundation that they can operate from. So they seek to just tear down somebody else's work because they don't have the mental fortitude to go through the ups and downs and trials and tribulations to build their own. That's my opinion. I mean, anybody's open to disagree with that. We can go back and forth, but I'm going to go ahead and introduce the icebreaker question. So those videos have a very significant purpose. And this is the icebreaker question. When it comes to men, what matters more? Having confidence or being respected? I'll say it one more time. When it comes to men, what matters more? Having confidence or being respected?
Yeah, being respected is more important.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Then again, it's a funny question, because I would say actually having confidence would be more important. I'm going to switch my answer now. Having confidence is more important. The reason why having confidence is more important is because I'm not respected by a lot of liberals. And I'll tell you this right now.
Okay.
That's why it's not important. So if we start thinking about who to like play to, what kind of audiences we need to play to, like, let's say all I care about is respect. Is this conditional now? Now that just makes my respect more conditional because it's like, that's all I care about. But if I think that I'm confident about the right things, I'm going to get respect from the right community. Now, when you say respect, it's like, it's kind of a weird, it's such a broad dichotomy that you just present that I want to kind of rephrase it there and just say, we need to get respect from people who would be appropriate towards our move and the goals that we're making, towards the direction that we're moving. But I think that you need to have confidence going towards this, irregardless of who doesn't respect you. That's my response to that.
Okay, Carmen, I know you're a woman on the panel, but I like having women on the panel because if we're discussing very specific topics, even though you're not a man yourself, I still think that even from a female perspective, I think that you can offer something. You see what I'm saying? I think that you can offer something even though you're not a man and you don't understand the lived experience. I think that you can that you can have a perspective. And so we just want to hear what you got to say. So when it comes to men, what do you think matters more when it comes to men? Having confidence or being respected? What do you think that answer is in your opinion?
As a woman, what I'm more attracted to.
Okay, yeah, you can say that.
It's
okay, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Let me rephrase that. So as a woman, okay, that's actually good. You know what? Yeah, that's actually good. So when it comes to men, as a woman, what are you attracted to more? A man that has confidence or a man that being respected? Which one matters to you more as far as like an attraction trigger?
As far as an attraction center, it would definitely be confidence, but the confidence leads to being respected. I mean, I am more attracted to a man that's confident because I get the question, but I think it's just confidence leads to being respected. So for me, I like a man. I'm more attracted to a man that's confident because that's gonna make me respect you because you know who you are. I like that aspect of it.
I disagree.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let
the opposite with women. It should be the opposite. The answer should be the opposite because I don't care how confident he is. If you don't respect him, we have a lot of chauvinistic people who hate women that women are with and beat them, right? They don't respect their man, but their man's extremely confident. So here's the problem with this is it should be the reverse for all of us. Like, so for women, we should flip it to women, but when it comes to men, we should flip that back around. So it's right when I say that, because I could defend this and say, well, no, I think that confidence should be important. But here's the problem with this, though. On your end, I think that we should have respect first, right? Because we have a lot of confident people that aren't respected by women. They're used, they're abused, they're laughed at. They go to corn, all this other stuff, and it's like, yeah, he's confidently going to corn, but you don't respect him. And therefore, he has a cult betterment night. So I think respect has to be there. That's why it says, even biblically, wives, respect your husband. Husbands, love your wife. So respect should be the foremost thing when it comes to women, but it should be opposite for us. Like, we should love you. Respect isn't high on the list. So it's the opposite. That's why I'm saying that.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and let Mark respond. And then I got a little bit of pushback on that, Marte. Because I see it somewhat differently. Yeah, I see it somewhat differently. But I'll get to it. Well, I can defend my position. But Mark, so when it comes to men, what matters more, having confidence or being respected, in your opinion?
I can't believe I find myself here being very agreeable with Marte. But to be honest, I do think, right, this is what I think. I believe that respect is more important than confidence because you can have a false dichotomy of what it means to be confident. People can overdo their confidence. People can be very confident, but misguided confidence. And they don't really gain respect from being overly confident all the time. Although I still agree with what Carmen was saying, a good confident man, if their confidence is placed in the right areas, leads to a form of respect, of course. But I still think that respect ultimately will always trump confidence. I do, because I know some people that don't really have much confidence, but they somehow manage to gain a lot of respect, and I respect them over some people that are just falsely overly confident.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and give my take on it, and then I'll see if you guys agree. So I actually agree with Carmen. I think that you have to have confidence to try your hand at something, whether you fail or succeed, right? So, yes, I think that respect is the end goal of having confidence. Because think about this. When it comes to us men, right? How do you get good with women if you don't have the confidence to at least engage them first? You can't just sit back as a man and wait for them to come to you, because in order for you to be able to conversate, have your masculinity on point, have your leadership on point, and have a lot of things in place, you need to have the confidence to at least take that first step, whether you trip and fall or whether you get it right the first time. In order for us men to be good at things, and in order for us men to accomplish things and become great in whatever we try our hands out, we've got to have that confidence, because not every man is going to be beating his chest and have the most confidence, right?
I disagree. I'll push back a little bit.
Go ahead. You got it.
You can't have confidence if you're not competent in anything. If you're not good at anything, how therefore can you be confident in anything? Because I can be confident and then fail repeatedly, thus I'll lose respect. I think that experience can build like competence when it comes to certain things. If you do things correctly and you start becoming more efficient at doing things, then you'll be more confident. But you'll never be confident if you don't become competent in doing these things. Like if I have weapons, would I have to requalify for the range when I was in law enforcement or anything like that? I could never be confident, because guess what happens? I didn't know how to rack the chamber quick enough when the instructor said, go ahead on your mark, like all this other stuff. Like there's no confidence that'll arise without any of this other stuff. Now, before any of this hits the goalpost, as far as like which one comes first, the chicken or the egg, I think respect is extremely important, because one thing will ruin everything else. If you don't have respect, I don't care how confident you are, you're just going to be the guy that's just walking there and being laughed at. To me, that's extremely important. But even in the Bible, it says, wives, respect your husband. It doesn't put like love first. Why is love not first? Because love is like a confident thing you would presuppose, right? No, it puts respect there first, because you're not going to respect the husband if he doesn't fulfill these duties, meaning that he's a competent man. So I think that competency is left out of this equation. So it's a 3 thing, right? There should be competence, which leads to you being confident, right? But depending on how you handle these things, respect should be after that. You earn respect. You don't earn confidence from people. You earn respect from them. And that's like the latter. That's what I'll say.
Well, I actually kind of disagree with that.
I disagree. I think Marte is confusing confidence with arrogance.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Because like it's one thing being arrogant, you talking about and you feel like you confident, but you don't know really what you're talking about. You're just being an arrogant asshole. Like no,
that's not what I'm saying. If you knowingly know that you're good at something, right? You're presupposing somebody's mind, right? We can't do that. That's called a assumptive claim that you're making, and it's a very quick distinction to do, because here's the thing though, I'll tell you this. In debates, I do professional debates all the time. Anonymous sees me do this all the time.
Oh yeah.
When it comes down to intention, try to prove that. Prove intention. Try to prove somebody's mind state. You can't do this. Intention's the hardest thing to prove in a court or a debate. That's why I don't make assumptive claims. So when I talk about confidence, meaning like that this guy, I'm alluding to like knowingly doing something and then feeling better about this, meaning like you could see that he's elated from doing this, but he's proven his competency. Like if I rack the chamber and I'm firing everything off and you don't see me sweating it, we can presume that, he's maybe confident, but we can't presume like what angle of confidence is he mad? Is he happy? We can't presume any of this other stuff, but we could say he was confident in how he did this because he can then express this, but even I can't even presume that. But I know it sounds confusing, but I'm just
no. But here's the thing though. Here's the thing. In my opinion, the confidence is what has to be there first. It has to be there first. Because hold on. Wait. Just hear me out. You have to be confident even if it's something that you don't know. Why? Because you have to be confident to. Okay, this is the thing. You have to.
The other way.
Wait. Hold on.
Go ahead.
No, hold on. You have to be confident enough to believe in yourself that you'll get to that point where you become good at it.
You mean, so I get what you're saying. It's the same thing you're telling people, which I think is a failing strategy. And I can tell why. I could tell this to, let's say I have two guys, right? I have two guys and I tell them to walk in the room. One is broke and one isn't broke and he has money. I tell the other guy, I don't care. Just act like you got it. You don't think these women are going to read past him and be like, oh, that guy's broke. Women like Carmen, I'm going to just assume she knows if somebody is truly confident or not. When she walks up, she could say vibes or feelings or anything like that. But women inherently know, they could read the bullshit across the room. If you're broken trying to play this off, I don't care how confident you are. If you're not competent in making money, you don't actually have the goods. She's going to be like, oh, I already know, because his little mannerisms, behaviors. Women are detectives when it comes to this, because if Carmen was 13 years old, women have more social awareness than men. So if Carmen walked into a room and as soon as she started developing breast, ass, and everything else, she noticed strange men looking at her that she never noticed before. Next thing you know, she had to move around the room differently. She said, oh, there's the exit because damn, old man George is looking at me kind of crazy. So I'm going to start moving differently. Men don't have to develop this, whereas women do as like a survival instinct. So
I think that's a really good way of. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because
read men so easily that she can sense my bullshit. If I'm a broke guy walking up to her being like, oh, I'm just going to act like I got it. You don't think she's going to sniff that out, my incompetency out first, and then I'm faking confidence? That's why you have to be competent first before you have any confidence. Otherwise, it's going to be fake. That's why I say that.
Yeah, but but this is my question though. How do you become confident in something if you don't have the confidence to try your hand at it first?
Because you're not going to be confident while you do this until you get more competent.
But it's not. No. It's not about that though. It's not about that. You have to believe in yourself before you ever try your hand at something.
Not necessarily. Yes,
you do.
No, not necessarily. And here's why.
Not necessarily.
I was anonymous because even in business, people have been broke as hell and they have a product and have confidence in it, and now they're. I'll give you an example. Well, I don't know if y'all ready.
Yeah, I got a perfect example of that.
I was gonna give an example of Vince McMahon. I'm a huge wrestling fan. I don't know.
I'll give you a better example. I'll give you a better example.
Experience.
I'll
be back in a sec.
But watch this though. I'll give you a better example. Have you ever watched Shark Tank?
You mean the people that already tested everything out already before they even demonstrated it?
Right. Well, hold on.
That's a bad example.
No, hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
Because in order for you to try something and get good at something, you have to have a vision first. You have to have a vision first. So so whether people support your vision or not, whether people believe in you or not, you have to believe in it enough to even try. In the first,
here's the problem. That's a bad example. I can tell you that's a bad example.
You're not going to be good at something right away. You're not going to be good at something right away.
You're not going to be confident right away. Right. Thank you. But here's the reason why.
It takes time for you to gain the competence in something. It takes a while for you to understand something, but you have to have the confidence to try it, whether you succeed or fail. You have to have the confidence first.
Correct. But it's not really confidence. It's more like belief. Like, I think I could probably do that because I've seen somebody do this before. But what we're talking about is like a self-aggrandized version of confidence that you're talking about. That gets developed throughout your competency. The more competent you become at something, the more experience you go through, and the more lived life you have. Because here's the thing, though. What you're talking about is a vision. If I draw schematics down on a piece of paper and it hasn't come to fruition, I now have to design this. I design a prototype, everything else like this, and I'm like, oh crap, I got it. And then I get this.
So listen, I want to give out an example.
Wait. One mic. Go ahead.
I'm going to develop more confidence in this prototype that I built when I've done this. So by the time I go to Shark Tank, I'm confident enough to go to Shark Tank because I've vetted this all out with experience and competency, knowing that the failure rate is super low because I've tested this through competency.
Yeah, but
let me give an example.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Right. So the way I see it is, I think that you don't necessarily have to be. I think that respect is more important than confidence for this reason. Okay. when I first started streaming on YouTube, doing live streams and stuff, you know, I was encouraged. Somebody said to me, he said, Mark, you should do live streaming on YouTube. And I said, why? He said, you've got that kind of charisma, you've got that personality. And I said, you know what? I said, I don't know about that because I'm quite camera shy. You know, I'm not sure. I'm not very confident with it. I said. And he said, don't worry about it, mate. People will respect you anyway. They'll respect you for at least trying, even if you're not confident, right? And you know what? Over the course of time, I built my confidence. And I suppose we could argue, look, we're going round and round in circles, semantics, yeah, that confidence and respect do work hand in hand with one another. Okay, but I still feel that I didn't need to be confident to gain the respect. What I needed to do was to put myself out there, even though I didn't feel very confident, but I put myself out there. And so over the course of time, I built my confidence, which helps to gain respect. So it's kind of like one or the other. I suppose we could argue, that if you're lacking a little bit in confidence, then you can gain there and then you can build more respect. And once you've got more respect, you can build more confidence. So we could argue that both of them lift each other up. And the one last thing I wanted to say is, obviously, Carmen did mention that confidence is very attractive to women. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily gain respect as such. Confidence is attractive, but it's not necessarily something that gains true respect. You know, somebody might, I don't know, respect you because it's like a materialistic way of gaining respect, I suppose.
I would rather have.
Does that make sense or not? What I said?
In confidence. No, it makes sense. But I would rather have a woman that I'm with her respect than her love. I would rather have this any day, and I would rather have her respect and confidence every day, because she could be like, you know what? I'm not leaving him because I still respect him. And I'll give you a good example of this. Back in the day, I used to date like several different women, right? And I literally like was super honest with them. And this woman told me one time, because she needed to crash in my place for like a month, and I was talking to like so many different women during the time in my player days, and she was like seeing my phone ring at the table. She was like, who the hell is that? After I like shut it off like several times during this dinner that I cooked for us. And I said, it's another woman I'm talking to who's got a nicer ass than you. She got so pissed, she jumped up, ran to the room and locked the door. And I was like, whatever. And my roommate at the time was like, damn, what the hell why'd you tell her that? And I was like, whatever. So anyways, 12 o'clock hit. I went in the bedroom and I slept. The next morning, I went to go make a pot of coffee. My roommate was like, bro, how did you do that? And I was like, what are you talking about? No, last night, bro, I heard you guys. And I was like, go on the balcony. I'll talk to you, right? So I went in the balcony and I had my cup of coffee. And I said, listen, man, you can go ahead and be honest with women, but they're never going to stay with you if they don't respect you because you're a coward, because you lie. And here's the thing, though. If I'm honest, you'd be surprised with how much you can get for honesty. But the moment you lie, they see a coward. To me, it's like I'd rather have a woman's respect than anything else, because I could be a confident coward the whole time and lie and just be like confidently lying. But the moment I get busted, I lose respect and I lose the woman completely. That's crazy.
Sure, but just quickly to press on that, we'll push back on that real quick.
Go ahead, Mark. You got it.
Like, I get what you're saying, but surely there's being honest, and surely there's a case of sometimes it doesn't need to be said, if that makes any sense. So, like, not saying something isn't being dishonest, is it? You know, like turning around and telling.
Have you ever heard of a live omission? Have you ever heard? Do you know what a live omission is?
No. Go on. Tell me.
It's when you don't say anything and you know that you were totally checked on this. She said, hey, who is that on the phone? If I don't say anything, do you know that that's also an answer? And that's like a lie? It's me avoiding that. That's also cowardice as well, too.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
I understand
that. Can agree with me on that, right? If I don't say anything, that's a bad look, too, right? In that circumstance.
Sure. But I mean, look, it depends. Right. I mean, look, for example, you could have said that you were talking to somebody else, but you didn't need to say the bit that she had a nicer ass.
If I had told her, no, that's beside the point. Like, let's say that's some other girl I'm talking to. Let's just say I said that, right? It's some girl I'm talking to, because I did say something to that degree, right? It was like 12 years ago. I said, oh, it's just some other girl I'm talking to. And I told her this, right? She literally told me like a month later, she was like, you know why I'm still with you, right? Why I'm still dating you. She said, because you didn't lie to my face like all these other men, you were straight up. She said, I could respect that. Literally what she told me.
Fair.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'll give you an example to prove my point, Marte. I'll use you as an example, right?
Go ahead.
So, well, no, because I started lifting and going to the gym back in 2017, right? Because I got tired of being skinny. I got tired of looking a certain way. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you scroll down my Instagram, but if you scroll down to the bottom of my Instagram, you'll see how I used to look, and then you'll see how I looked like a couple years after I started lifting. I'll use you as an example. So when you first started lifting, you didn't have the competence of how bodybuilding was. You had to have the confidence to go in there and at least try. You weren't sure if you could lift that bar with 245s on it and get that bar up a few times with that 135. But you know what? You had the confidence and the belief in yourself to at least try. And then as you started being able to move the weight, that's when you started to want to gain more competence. And okay, how can I do this?
Confidence came before. You're actually proving my point, because if I'm lifting the weight and I'm doing it properly, guess what's going to follow suit? The confidence, because I did it. Actually, I have to accomplish it. Like, because here's the thing that destroys the whole argument here. Let's say that I lifted this and I was so incompetent at this, I said, screw this, or I had an accident or something happened. Let's say you never accomplished the objective and something bad happened, or you hurt yourself or whatever. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter how much confidence you have. You're incompetent, thus you can't build confidence at all. So that's the thing, though. You can't, like, if you're underneath that weight and you're doing it correctly, you actually achieved it. Thus, you're building more confidence after that because you confidently completed this, right?
No, but watch this, though. You're actually proving my argument. Because
I'd love to hear it.
No, because like I said earlier, you have the confidence to at least try whether you succeed or fail. I did say that earlier. No, hold on.
Here's the thing, though.
Hold on. Wait. No, but hold on, though. But even if you fail, you still learn something, which is
that's not confidence, though.
Yeah, no, but
learning is not confidence. That's just gained knowledge. That's it.
Which is what? That's competence. Because now you know what not to do.
No. I can gain knowledge in something and not be more competent in the thing that I'm doing. You know how many people graduate school and they know everything, but they're the shittiest lawyers at all? Like, so here's the thing, though. That's why it's more important for you to become competent. Matter of fact, when I do debates and I destroy these liberals that I debate, my confidence grows after that. But if I started getting destroyed even more, guess what's going to be eaten away? My confidence. It's going to be destroyed because all of a sudden it's proven that I'm less competent at the thing that I'm doing. I think it's really important to make that distinction.
That's not necessarily true, because if we both understand that experience is a really great teacher, that means you're learning what works and you're also learning what doesn't work. And it all stems from you having the confidence to even get out there in the battlefield in the first place.
I believe somebody can have pseudo fake confidence. That happens all the time. There are guys that go to the club with $5 in their account and then they'll spend their last 25 on a bottle, hoping that she'll sleep with him, but not knowing that he's broke as hell. But here's the problem, though, is all that is just fake. We can have plastic fake confidence all day, but guess what's going to happen?
That's what I was trying to say.
We're not going to retain the woman. We're not going to retain the value in her life or anything else. Because if you're talking about fake confidence, yeah, I believe that you can fake it till you make it. That's the whole trope when we have this. But I think that's a bad prescription. I think that unless you're competent at something and you're the real deal and genuine, like Carmen's not going to be with her husband if he wasn't the real deal and he wasn't genuine and actually had receipts. That's why this whole trope about, oh, let me see the receipts. They want to see the level of competency before they say, yeah, you're confident, but let me see the receipts. Can you prove this? This is all throughout the debate community. This is everywhere else. Somebody could say, hey, I know you're confident in what you do, but can I see your before pics and after pics in bodybuilding? And I'll say, damn, man. Okay, cool. I can understand why. And people can actually make a connection. They can determine whether or not it's fake or real confidence that you have because of how competent you are. And I think that's also.
Well, I'm confident that respect is the way forward.
Yeah,
I'm confident that respect is the way forward.
And that's why respect is also important, because if you get outed for having fake confidence, it doesn't matter like how much confidence you have, because your competency is going to expose all this shit. That's why when people put filters on their pictures and I meet this woman in person and I'm like, damn, she looks like a dude. And this is a transformer. It's like now all of a sudden, I don't care how confident you were online with the filters and everything like that. It's like,
I've got a really good example. I got a really good example.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
A trans person in today's era might feel very confident, a man dressing up as a woman and going into a woman's bathroom, but they lose a hell of a lot of respect when they do so. I respect those trans people that self-identify as being trans, but still have the ability to turn around and say, even though I'm a man that dresses up as a woman, I can never be a woman. I respect that more than somebody who pretends with this over looming air of confidence that is like a plastic confidence. I'm not trying to be disagreeing with you, Mr. AB. I'm just saying that I think that I do personally. Look, we can argue this all day. We can argue the toss out of this all day. Hey, Mr. Marte. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I think that respect is earned and confidence is gained.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. You won't try something unless you have the confidence first.
No, we get that. Well, I don't think we're disagreeing. I don't think we're disagreeing with that.
Confidence to take risks, because when people do things, like they'll say, "All right, I'll do it, bro." Whatever. It's like, you know, because we don't know what that is. You're presupposing like this person doesn't know. Because whenever we take a gamble with something, yeah, we can assert something. We can say, well, that person's confident or desperate or anything else. We can assert numerous things, like, because if I had my last $2 and I bet in a casino, I didn't even care. So now I have like, you know, my nonchalant attitude. That's not confidence either if I do that. But it's like, just because you take a risk doesn't always guarantee like you're confident or anything. It just means you did the thing. Now, if you're going to just load the question and say, well, we're just going to put confidence in there, we don't actually know that. All you're doing is just experimenting with something. Confidence comes in building this through receipts, through proof, through experience, and all this other stuff. That's why confidence is on the back end of this. That's why I say that.
I think that confidence is the catalyst to it, because
I don't think so.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait.
It can be.
Wait, hold on.
That's not an assumptive claim you can make.
But wait, I'm trying to substantiate this. I think that that confidence is the catalyst to it. Because
I think belief can be, but not confidence.
But so then what's the difference? What's the difference between confidence and belief?
I'll tell you what the difference is, because belief can be like, I have a belief in fear. I have a belief in confidence. So if I believe in something, that's just me making a positive claim that the thing probably could happen, but that's not confidence in myself. You'd understand that the distinctions that I can make in belief is saying, I have a belief in the thing, but I don't have a belief in me. And also I can have a belief in myself, but not in the thing. You realize that belief can be a distinction from confidence. Confidence is just asserting like me solo. Confidence is internal. Belief can also be external and internal. They're two separate things.
But confidence can be manifested in an external way too, which is through you trying something.
Yeah, but
you see how it stems back to my right? But you see how it stems back to my argument. Let me ask you a question. In order for you to take a risk, do you need confidence or competence to take a risk?
You actually don't need either of them.
Well, then how would you try if you don't have the confidence?
Would you believe that there's people that are nihilistic and take and just jump off of a bridge because they want to just essay themselves or whatever? Like I'm using essay because I'm just using a crazy wild distinction.
Yeah, but you're right. No, you're right.
So here's the thing, though. I don't need the reason they jump off of a bridge to off myself.
Right.
You realize that, right?
But the reason they try is because they're confident that method is going to work.
No. Do you understand nihilism is absent of confidence or the other? You understand that this can function absent both those two things, right? I'm taking a risk. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to try. You understand that we can go into the unknown without either, right?
Right, but
I'm trying to find some kind of reconciliation here, because I understand what Mr. AB is trying to say. Yeah,
no.
I understand I understand what he's trying to say, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Look, Marte is right in that example right there. But this is the point that I'm getting to. You don't gain competence in something that you don't try first. Competence is another word for understanding, right?
No,
it is.
Kind of. Is it?
It isn't an absolute, because you can gain competence in something you don't understand just because you're doing this. Like, I don't understand the dating market, but the more that I engage in this and the more I become
The more
familiar with this,
competent you become.
I become more competent. in this.
Exactly.
I still don't understand women in the dating market because it's changing and fluctuating constantly. You understand?
Right.
that
How
can
do you
also be-
understand women if you don't have the confidence, if you don't
To
have
try.
the motivation to
No,
actually go out and
I
meet
can
them?
tell you why.
Thank you.
And I can tell you why. And
Go ahead.
here's the reason why. We displayed this last time when Grid showed up, right?
Yeah.
He understood like women really well, but he didn't understand your point in the red pill distinction of warning signs or anything else like this. So absent, like, even if he had all the traditional sense how to have a wife and everything else like this and understands women, if you throw him out in the dating market right now, he should be the most competent person ever, right? But because the dating market is constantly fluctuating, it's not the same dating market that he's had. It doesn't matter how much he understands women, because I don't think that we'll 100% understand women, yet we can understand some distinctions about female nature, meaning like, you don't want them to lead. We have baseline, right? But as far as as far as like an overstatement, I don't think men will truly understand women. And that's why we're at the crux of the whole masculinity thing, because I don't think that women will truly understand men. Is that not a correct statement to make?
Well, they don't necessarily. But see, here's the thing: women don't have to understand men to attract them, but they need to understand men in order to keep them.
But that wasn't my question, though.
Different. So
My question was an absolute statement. I understand and I'll agree with that, but that wasn't my question. My question was like, do you think that one sex will absolutely understand the other?
no,
Right, but
I don't think
because
it,
we
I
can't
don't
understand the
think
other-
it's possible. I don't think it's possible because
right. That's
we
what I'm
didn't.
saying.
I don't think
It's
it's
not
possible
confident.
because not one sex didn't create the other.
Right, but here's the problem though. We can not have the most competency and function in certain arenas and still navigate and try to feel our way out of this and never truly understand it. Because we're learning something every single day. If you don't do this, you're not growing in life. You're not growing in a marriage or anything like this, because even Carmen's husband may not fully understand her completely, because he might say there may be a week-to-week thing where it's like he might learn something new about her every week. So that's impossible to even make a statement of that and make an absolute. But I think that if I was to operate in the dating market, it's okay for me to say I don't fully understand women because there's too many variables, too many things, but I can understand a baseline enough to function and be competent about this. But it doesn't
But
mean
you
I
have
to
the
be
confidence
confident.
to put yourself out there. And try
Exactly.
to-
No, you don't need
I was just getting ready to say that. I
Oh,
was
this is
just
going
getting
to
ready to-
this is going to go round in circles.
That's false.
This is going to go round in circles forever.
That's false. Do you
I was
understand?
getting ready to say that.
No, that's
I was
false.
just getting ready to say that.
I'm like,
No,
bro,
that's
but
blatantly
you have
no,
the
no,
confidence.
Carmen. I can tell you why that's false. I don't need confidence. No, that's false. You need to take that soundbite back because that don't even fit. You must have quit. Anyways,
Yes, sir.
I don't
Yes,
need to be
sir.
confident to get into a ring to fight a guy. I need to be brave to fight another guy. Bravery and confidence can be two different things. Do you understand that?
Bravery is a synonym for confidence.
No.
Okay, hold on. If
Maybe.
I
You can't
wait,
be
wait,
brave
wait,
without
wait.
being confident. Wait a minute.
Exactly. If I pull up,
simultaneously used.
it's
like
synonym. If
It's
I
the
pull up the
same- it's the
definition of
same
confidence,
thing.
if I pull up the
It's the
definition
same
of confidence,
thing.
is bravery going to be in there or no?
No, hold on. Bravery is the act of facing fear and uncertainty, while confidence is the self-assured in one's abilities built through experience. You can be brave without experience, but you can't be confident without the assurance in your own abilities. I just Googled this right now. There's a massive distinction between them. Go ahead and say that they're the same again.
They are.
Google it yourself and look it up.
They're synonyms, bro.
They're the same
They're
thing.
synonyms. They're
No,
synonymous.
they're not the same thing, because one can
They're
function aside from
interchangeable.
the
They're
other.
interchangeable.
Yeah, they're
No,
interchangeable.
nobody says he was a brave man when he gets into the arena to fight somebody. They say he was a brave
Yeah.
or a confident
Well,
man. They
nobody
say he's
says.
brave.
Nobody says. You see that person, that gambler that just went and spent £1 million
He's brave without being
on the
confident.
roulette table. He was really brave. No one
nobody
goes,
says
oh, that gambler was really brave. They say no, he was confident that he was going to win. But guess
They
what?
can-
He
they can
lost.
function
What an idiot!
individually without
He
they can
lost.
function separately. You realize that, right?
You said, say that again, Marte?
They can function. They're not mutually exclusive. They can function. One is facing fear. The other one can be an abstract of like a broad term for anything else.
Okay. So so you're saying that bravery is facing fear, right?
Yeah.
How can you face fear without being confident first?
Easy.
No, one is only isolated to fear. Confidence isn't only isolated to fear. Can you tell me that confidence is only isolated to fear? I'd love to hear this. Can you? Okay, now take away fear away from bravery.
I'm saying it isn't for
No.
me. Bravery and confidence.
Carmen, answer this question.
It's like you
Carmen.
can't be.
Carmen.
You can't be brave without being confident.
No.
What put you in the
Carmen.
spot to begin with to be brave. Like
I'm going to ask you a question that you won't be able to answer. If I take away fear from bravery, would bravery exist?
If you take away fear from yes. No,
it wouldn't exist.
I don't know. It's still the same.
It doesn't
thing.
exist.
You're asking the same thing.
No,
So
it's
you
not the
can't be
same thing.
confident
If I give
face
it,
your fear,
you just told me something that doesn't exist in reality. If I take away fear from a situation of bravery, does bravery exist? No, it doesn't. Yet I can take away fear from confidence, and confidence will still exist. Hit the button now, Anonymous, like you just did before. It's like,
But watch this though.
Crazy.
But see, the part that y'all are leaving out, which I kept saying earlier, is that confidence is still important for you to try something, whether you succeed or fail. The
confidence can exist without fear.
How about
but bravery can't exist without fear?
how about this?
But how do you get
somebody who likes to drink a lot of alcohol?
How do you become competent in something that you don't try?
Somebody who likes to drink a lot of alcohol, don't you think that there is something called liquid courage, liquid courage, right, which can lead to a form of confidence, right? So a person who drinks may feel very confident, but that confidence is misguided confidence. You see what I'm saying? Look, I think we can go around in circles.
It can also feel very brave. And
because
up to somebody.
Well, because think about this.
Claim again, Carmen.
How are we debating over like these semantics in the first place? The way I see it is, you asked us a question. I said respect is more important. I think that respect is more important than confidence.
If you don't,
and I still stand by that. I still stand by my original thought. Yeah. And obviously, it's quite clear that you disagree and you think that confidence is more important. But that doesn't mean to say that either of us are wrong. Perhaps there is a kind of like keep trying to say, a reconciliation that we can find. But if we just keep going round in circles, trying to prove or disprove the other person's viewpoint as being right or wrong, I don't think it works.
Mark, you realize that we have to go through the semantics, because if we don't get the
I get it, mate. I get it. I felt like we did it. Like I felt like we've got there already.
We actually got better as this went. I actually was able to explain my distinction between the fear of or bravery and confidence, and how they could be separate and independently function differently, and how they're not mutually exclusive. But back to this, I'll just end it on this note. I'd rather have my woman's respect than her confidence any day. That's just me.
There we go.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bible says that too. Anyways, it's crazy.
That's just you and the Bible.
Not just me, it's the Bible. But anyway.
Yeah,
I believe that it needs you, and I believe that you need to be confident. That leads to respect. So it's
no.
Yeah,
you don't be confident. People don't have respect. You can have confidence and not respect. You can't have respect without confidence.
So I'm an extremely confident person.
No,
I'm an extremely confident person, right? The more I get out here online and do this, that, and the other. But you called me a 5, right, Carmen? You called me a 5. But by your definition, because I'm more confident than most people you've probably ever met, right? I should actually be a 10.
Not the cap.
I should be a 10 because I'm really, really confident. So I should be the most sexy man in your life right now.
Look,
Mark just made a really good point.
There he goes with that should. There he goes with that should word. There he goes with that should. There he goes with that shoulda, woulda, coulda.
He made a point. Respect is more valuable than confidence, because it doesn't really matter if you say that Mark is a 5, but Mark is the most confident man alive over here. It doesn't matter, because he's not going to get the Carmen, because you don't respect me enough to call him a 10.
Because you don't respect me enough. You gave me a 5.
You made a really good point.
Most people are 5s, Mark. Most people are average. Just saying.
Oh, I know. I just.
Oh, this is Cope from Carmen. This is massive Cope. Most people are 5. Nah, stop lying. You would have never married your husband if you would have had, he was just a 5.5. Yeah, stop the cap. So much cap.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, thank you. That's crazy.
No, but see, the reason I was pushing back is, yes, respect has to be earned, but respect has to be earned through trials and error and experiences, right?
Confidence.
Yeah, but
shit.
right. Well, no, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. Hold on. You're absolutely right. Right? But the competence leads to the respect. But you have to have the confidence to try your hand at something first. So whether you succeed or fail, you're still learning something, which makes you more competent. Because I tried it, I wasn't sure what was going to happen, but now that I tried this and I know this doesn't work, that's giving me more competence in something because I know what doesn't work. So let me try something else.
And guess what?
I'm confident that if I try it this way, it may or may not work, but I'm still going to try it anyway. Now, if it works out, okay, I make a mental note. I know that if I do this, this works out for me. I know that if I try it this way, it doesn't work.
And if it doesn't work and you're less competent, guess what's going to take a dive? Your confidence, right? Because you have to have competence first. That's why. Because if you flip the scenario around where you're not learning anything and you're like, oh, I'm incompetent at this, you're not going to be confident at this because the competence is lacking. You have to have competence first. Because if you flip it around, the confidence can't exist. Otherwise, it's just you're lying to yourself and coping like Carmen over here calling Mark a 5 because he's not competent enough. Yeah, so it's like, so he'll never develop the confidence because he never hears, I'm a 10. That's
but if you go into it having, how do you go into something having competence first when you don't know?
Well, here's the thing, though.
That's kind of a contradiction.
You start learning and you become more competent, but the confidence doesn't come. You build the confidence through competence first. So it's like, so that's what comes before the chicken or the egg. That's what the dilemma that we're having right now. I think that if become more proficient. I just want to say
that Mark had the confidence to ask the question.
Yeah, but he's still a 5. There you go.
He had the confidence.
Yeah, there you go.
You feel respected as a 5.
So did I gain your respect? Have I gone up the ranks now?
Exactly.
That's
you
5.
Right.
You're 5 and you get respect. That's crazy.
But you get my respect.
Stop the cap.
Respect. That's crazy.
Ask me the question straightforward.
That's totally weird, cap. That's crazy.
Stop the cap.
If I told a woman, hold on, stop the show real quick. I'm anonymous. If I told a woman that she's a 5, I said, hey, girl, shorty, you're a 5. Do you think she'll respect me if I tell the average woman that she's mediocre or average?
No, not necessarily. No.
Oh, man, that's crazy, bro. Like this. Oh, it only works with women, but not with men. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, because the question is when it comes to men, what matters more?
Yeah, but you understand that this dichotomy works both ways. If somebody calls me a 5, I'm going to be like, damn, man, that's crazy, man. How confident can I be as a 5, right? So it's like, if she doesn't think I'm competent, she's going to be like, I'm going to give you the number of competency that you are. I don't think 5 is a confidence level. It's a competence level. That's why we look at things and we could objectively say, okay, that's the descriptor that I'm giving you of 8 and how you look. You have hips and ass and breasts. You're an 8. You know, that's a descriptor, right? Is that not? So that's competency for my level because it's like she can have my babies because she can breastfeed because she has breasts, hips to have babies. That's competency right there. That's why men are attracted to women. We're not attracted to, oh, you're confident, because if that's the case, Precious can be the most confident person in the world, but it doesn't matter. She's not getting any babies from anybody. Nobody's touching that. That's crazy.
Well, surprisingly, she do got a husband though. She married a white dude, but she got a husband.
What do you mean, surprisingly? I can see why.
Yeah.
He's a lucky man. He's a lucky man.
That's gross.
Stop the cap.
What are you talking about?
You
stop it. Mark, stop the cap.
You capping all night, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, stop the cap, Mark. Stop the cap.
She said Precious.
No.
Get it.
Mark, you had the confidence to say that statement, but it shows that you're lacking competence right there. See? That was not a competent statement, sir.
No, to me,
that
I
was
think
not a competent statement.
Oh, she loved it. We know she loved it.
Oh, you understand that?
It was a compliment. It was a compliment. It was a compliment.
Mark, yes, that's
Stop
wild, bro. You just diddle anything. That's crazy, bro. That's Woo, you the airman, man, or was it the what do you call those? Not
It's just the
airman,
confidence. It's mate. It's just the confidence. It just
the
oozes
president's
from me.
room to the
It
club or
oozes from me,
whatever,
my
and,
friend.
gotta get the fat one.
Why
That's
did I not
smart.
gain you
I'll bring
respect
out
for
with me
saying
next
that?
time.
Did I not gain you respect for saying that? Oh damn.
Nah,
well, at
bro.
least I was
Oh,
confident
look,
about
look,
what I
see?
said.
Look, see, you
Nah.
got Zinga roasting you now. You got Zinga roasting you. in the
Oh,
chat.
I love
That's
Zinga.
crazy.
Oh, what? Is she
Yeah.
jealous? Is she jealous?
I'm
Oh,
on.
look, see, look, that's confidence right there. That's
Nah.
confidence. Look, that's confidence
cope.
right there.
That's cope.
Of
Nope.
Now,
course.
look, that was
Oh,
a stupid.
anonymous. Do you think
that was
cope is confidence?
It's a false sense of it, yeah.
Oh, it's false sense, so it's not true
Yeah.
confidence. Thank you. Okay, so it's
Yeah.
false.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
So I
what are
lost
you
your
getting from
respect.
it? Yeah, you don't get no respect.
Oh right.
But-
What? Because for showing
why
my
respect is more
confidence, I've lost
important.
respect.
Yeah. That's why respect is more important. Yeah, I agree.
No, no respect.
See, you
comes after-
disagree with me.
No.
You disagree with me. Stop the
Nah.
cat. This is crazy.
No, you asked me
That's
was
why
that
you
a
don't get respect. Oh,
no,
like
no,
it's
no,
now
no,
it's gonna
no.
get turned
You
back?
asked me, was that a fake sense of
That's
confidence?
crazy.
And I said, yeah. That was the question.
Yeah,
that
so you
was the
agree. That's crazy.
No.
That's crazy, bro.
Because look, because my whole point was, in order for you to try something in the first place, whether you know about it or not, you have to have some degree of confidence to even try. You're not gonna,
nihilists don't have confidence when they jump off bridges.
but
You
you,
don't
but you,
need confidence for that.
okay, but you know something's gonna happen. You don't know exactly what, but you know
No.
something's gonna happen.
If you don't know anything is going to happen and you're diving down into the abyss and you don't know what's going to happen, uncertainty is not confidence. That's crazy.
But you still jump down there anyway, right?
Yeah, I can jump into uncertainty, but that and not be confident.
I mean, but then the world.
But how do you do that without confidence?
The world
Because
wouldn't be
you know what
discovered.
nihilism is? Look at the definition of nihilism. There's no confidence in the definition at all. It doesn't exist in nihilism. So absent this, you just have nihilism. That's the absence of confidence. And we can function without confidence in anything that we do. Have you ever heard of a thing called the call of the void when people are driving and they imagine like run? Like, matter of fact, it's called the call of the
Yeah,
void.
I've
Mark,
heard
you
of that.
can Google this if you want. It's called the call of the void. Somebody will be
I've heard of it.
driving. And then in your head, you'll be thinking, what if I just run into this car? I wonder what will
Yeah.
happen. That's not confidence. You know, it's like a phenomena that human condition we have. The confidence isn't laden throughout this at all, but it's like, it would be like a self-defeatist mentality that you have, but you don't have to be confident to have this at all, to do the thing.
Okay, so the definition of nihilism is a philosophical viewpoint that denies intrinsic meaning, purpose, and value in life. It is rooted in the Latin word nihil, meaning nothing. Nihilism can manifest in several forms, including the rejection of objective moral truths, the denial of objective knowledge, or the belief that established institutions and authority should be destroyed.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
do
so
that.
that's my brother you just described to me there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I keep calling him a nihilist.
Yeah, you don't have confidence laden throughout nihilism. That's so if you're talking about the absence of confidence, that's the definition of absence of confidence.
Well, what it says right here is a philosophical viewpoint that denies intrinsic meaning, purpose, and value in life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that
you
would
don't
be
have to have confidence in that.
well. So that would be a synonym for depression then.
Well,
I
That
mean,
was-
depression
that's-
and
that's another
nihilism
way of
tend
saying
to go hand in
depression.
hand, don't they? You know, you've got like something called contributing factors. So, for example, to constitute being something, sometimes you have to have a multitude of contributing factors to be able to, you know, constitute being what that thing is. So, yes,
can agree with that.
depression and nihilism
agree
go
with
hand
that.
in hand.
You don't have to be confident.
But I understand what Marte's trying to say. I understand what Marte's trying to say. Maybe according to the online definition or the definition, they don't mention the word confidence in nihilism per se, you know.
Right.
But I think it's quite obvious that people who are nihilistic, you know, they don't really have much confidence. They don't have confidence in the government. They don't have confidence in themselves. They don't have confidence in, they don't have confidence in like religion. They don't have confidence in the belief of God. They don't have confidence in lots of different things. Henceforth, they are like floating, you know, through life with no idea where they're going, no aim, no direction.
Well,
now,
Mark,
whether that's got anything to do with confidence or not, I don't know.
No, but watch
do you know
this
what
though.
an incel is, Mark?
No,
do
but
you
think
know what
about
an
this
incel
though.
is?
Yeah, go ahead. Go
And
ahead.
I know kind of what an incel is. I've heard the term being thrown around quite a lot recently.
So this can be attributed to a group of men who actually have the absence of confidence in themselves. They go their own way, things like this. They're literally giving up. So if I told you that this guy gave up on life, would you think confidence in any regard to what he's thought about? Like the person, just the slogan saying, oh, Bob's given up on life. You know how that is, right? Would you think that confidence would be anything imbued in his character? You'd probably say, no, that's the opposite of that. So when I talk about the incels, I could point to a certain community where they've not only given up, they've lost hope, they've lost all the confidence in the world. So it's like, you can't have darkness without light. We have to operate on two different distinctions and then show that. What I'm doing is like, Mark's talking about the light, which is confidence, everything else like that. Therefore, the opposite must exist. And that's therefore like nihilism. We have communities like MGTOW, incels, things like this, because we have the opposite of confidence that's happening right now, or the absence of it. But these people still function in that community. We can't say he goes in his car and he's confident it'll start every day. He just goes in his car and he doesn't know what's going to happen. He just goes without thinking, confidently understanding that the car is going to start up or anything like that. He's just having no expectations. People function in life every day absent expectations that anything's going to happen. That's absolute nihilistic behavior. It's crazy. And people still function. I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Yeah,
I still think that they kind of work hand in hand, because the more we go through this discussion, I keep thinking, well, the more somebody loses or gains confidence, often respect goes alongside that, and you could argue it either way. And it's just whether one is more important than the other, which I'm struggling to really, because look, I've always said, I always feel that respect is more important than confidence. But at the same time, I understand how without confidence, it's very difficult to gain respect. So it's almost like they work very closely together with one another. That's how I feel about it. You know, whether you want to put this one in front of the other or not, right? I think it doesn't really matter. I think essentially you need to find an equilibrium between respect and confidence. And then once you've done that, you've found a healthy balance, perhaps.
Now go ahead.
A bit like
go ahead.
using your left hemisphere of your brain and your right hemisphere of your brain. If you isolate one or the other, you know, and you're not working in equilibrium, then you're going to be doomed to have one-sided view.
Wait, go ahead and let Marte respond. Go ahead, Marte.
So that was a false dichotomy, because now you're going to the anatomy when we're talking about like behaviors and mannerisms.
Sure, but it's relevant. We're talking about balance and like equilibrium. And I was using that as an example.
Wait. You got to let him respond. One more.
Anonymous, I'm going to ask you a question right now in front of everybody right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there anybody that you respect, or is there anybody outside of family that you love but you don't respect?
No.
Okay. What he's done is proven that you can't have love without respect. Right? When it comes to like anybody that's not blood, right? You can't have the opposite happen, right? So the problem with the thing that reveals is how important respect is. Because if you think about this, that's why when you say they go hand in hand, no, respect is always at the top no matter what. And it's constantly followed by confidence, right? It's constantly followed by confidence trying to catch up to respect. So it's like you can't have confidence, and it doesn't matter how much love you have in the world. If nobody respects you, you're never going to have true love. But you'll always have love. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to think about this. One can function without the other, but if you flip this around, it doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So I like the way you described that, because if respect is at the top and it has to be earned, confidence is the vehicle that helps you get there.
No, because so here's the problem with that is I can actually show you a really good example.
I use your diagram to explain that. You said that respect is at the top and you have to earn the respect, right?
No, you don't have to earn the respect, and I'll tell you why. So I met a cousin for the first time, and this guy was like, well, you're an IFBB pro, this and that, and we have a pro in the family. He doesn't even know me. I've never done anything to really earn his respect particularly. I just have a title, right? But he was like, oh, I respect that a whole lot. doesn't know jack shit about what I do. People throw respect around all the time, but I think that we have a base. What you're talking about is like a barrier for entry, right? Everybody has this, no matter where you are. I can walk into Walmart and I respect the person next to me. They never earned it, but it's like this, just the baseline that everybody functions at. Now they can lose that. Everybody can lose that. I have to have a basic decency for Carmen and respect for her, irregardless if I know her or not, or she's earned it or not. I have to respect her personal space, whether or not she has a husband or not, or I know about this. Everybody starts out at this. So now that we discovered like this baseline, it's like it doesn't have to be earned. It's just automatically societally given as an expectation for your fellow neighbor or brother. So it's like everybody has respect. It's just like, how much are you willing to lose? Now it's like there's a deficit that we can function at. That's what I'm saying.
No, that
And
no.
also,
Wait,
the fact that I come and attend these podcasts with you people, and I barely even know you that well, but over the course of the last few weeks, you've gained my respect, and that's why I keep turning up. I've got a lot of respect for what you do. I've got a lot of respect for all of the panelists here, and it doesn't mean to say that I'm 100% confident in the way that things are going to pan out in the future. I never know how things are going to pan out with these podcasts. You know, it could come back to bite me in the ass, but I still turn up because I've got a respect for you. And that's why I'm here. And so that for me trumps any kind of confidence. And so that's why I think it's important. Look, I've said my bit, and I'm not going to say any more on whether I think respect or confidence is any more important.
Hey, Mark getting worn out with this one.
I don't care how confident Anonymous is. If I don't respect him, I'm not showing up. I don't care. He could be the most competent podcaster in the world. But here's the thing. If the number one thing that's missing is respect, it's like, I'm not going to show up. But here's the thing, though. If I respect him, I don't care how confident he is. I'm going to show up. You see how that distinction is laid out?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Yeah, no. Both of those statements that you said are absolutely correct. They're absolutely correct. Can't argue that. But here's the thing, though. So when it comes to respect, there's a baseline respect that all humans have for one another, but then there's underlying layers of respect that can go in different areas. You see what I'm saying? So I have a lot of respect for you because of what you've been able to accomplish through your bodybuilding journey. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people don't have the confidence to stick to the plan, whether it works or not. Huh? You say what?
That's Photoshop. What are you talking about?
No.
That's AI.
Stop the cap.
No.
AI. That's what we talking about.
No, because think about this. You got to really think about this. In order for you to even step foot in the gym, you have to have at least a little bit of confidence. That's why the Bible says you need the faith of a mustard seed. Okay? You had a little bit of faith and you tried it anyway.
Belief and confidence can be two different things.
You're absolutely right.
Something's real.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Can be a whole different thing. Yeah.
Yep. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right in that. But my overall point is that when human beings set their foot or they try their hand at something, there's some sort of belief in something, in an outcome, or there's some sort of confidence there. It may not be a lot. It may be just a little bit, or it may be a lot, but it still has to exist there for you to even try in the first place, right? That's why motivational speakers are very important, because they're able to take their lived experiences and outline their trials and tribulations to be able to share their wisdom and their competence with other people. They gain the competence through trial and error.
But they're not sharing competence. They're sharing, you could say probably they're sharing experiences and stuff and feel-good rhetoric.
No, you're right. But here's the thing, though. This is why, in my opinion, this is just my personal opinion. This is why I think these conversations are very crucial, because we don't know who's watching and we don't know what people are dealing with. You see what I'm saying? Because like you said earlier with the whole nihilism definition, there's people out there that don't have confidence or belief in anything. And you're absolutely right about that. Right. But these conversations are for those people that are on the fence, that are, starting to go down a dark path, but then they hear something that gets them to see things a little bit different. And they say, you know what? I didn't really see the value in this before, but I think that things will eventually change for me. So you know what? Let me get up. Let me get out here and try to make something happen. If it works, cool. If not, at least I tried.
Yeah, you don't need confidence for that.
Yeah, you do.
You don't.
Yes, you do.
I can demonstrate that once again, why you don't need confidence for that. For me, if I'm like, if I'm going to step outside or step into a new building I've never been in before, does it take a lot of confidence for me to enter a building that I've never been in before? Do I need confidence to execute that?
To a degree, yeah.
No, I can do that as a nihilist. Can you tell me how I can't do that as a nihilist? Because according to you, a nihilist can't enter any building or try new things they've never done before.
No, but see the part that you're still.
Shit.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
No,
man,
no, because the part you're leaving out that I keep saying is whether you succeed or fail. It's whether you succeed or fail. You still have some confidence to try it in the first place. It's
nihilists don't even care. They're not even confident about it. They're just doing it regardless of what hazards of, like I can walk into a lawnmower as a nihilist and I don't care about confidence at all. I can throw it out the wayside. Can I still function absent any of this?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Oh shit. Okay, that's my point.
No, you absolutely no, but this is the thing though. The majority of the population doesn't have a nihilistic mindset. So you're using an extreme nuance, which it is valid. It's valid.
No, it's increasingly, I think they are.
It's not.
Well, I think we're seeing lots of nihilists in the newer generations.
No, yeah, correct. We have so many soldiers returning from war. The SA rate or self-deletion rate amongst these men is sky high. It's almost higher than Vietnam right now. It's not even. It's not an exception to the rule.
I can believe that.
Talk about this, and then not to mention that we have incels, we have MGTOW, we have soldiers coming home from war that the VA won't help. Like I can go on. There's probably like 20 examples I can give you of this.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. You're absolutely right with that. You and Mark are absolutely right with that, as far as like the self-deletion rate is concerned. But you got to think about something. Those soldiers that are coming back, they have competence. They have competence because they went through the trials and error to get it.
Yeah.
And they have respect from their peers, right? And they have respect from their family members because of what their sacrifices are. But
they can function without confidence.
Yeah, but if they're offing themselves, that means their confidence is gone.
Yeah,
their confidence is gone.
There are a lot of people who are operating within a shoestring budget of mental capacity as far as like any belief systems or anything like that. They're at their wits' end. And there's so many Americans that function like this, absent confidence in anything else. They're just doing this because they're just pattern recognition machines. Like I'm just following a pattern. That's it. And like I don't have to be confident in the pattern. I just repeat. But it doesn't take confidence to repeat something you've done 1,000 miles.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right with that. You're absolutely right. And I'll give you an example of how you're right with that statement right there. You don't need to be confident to continue the rat race, the perpetual rat race that we all know of. The 9 to 5, get up, be stuck in traffic, do your 9 to 5 and do the same thing every day. But it takes a confident person to think differently and say, you know what? I need to figure out a way to get out of this rat race. Let me try something different.
But a counter argument to that would be you don't need to be respected in life to be able to live a life either. There are a lot of people out there that are disrespected, but they still get through life.
Yeah, so nobody's objecting that though. Nobody's objecting that, Mark. Like that wasn't the objection.
No.
Like even all of us on this panel could agree with that. Like, but that's the same thing as me saying everybody can live without confidence in this life, and that's all I'm saying. But what Anonymous is saying is like you can't function without confidence in anything, and I'm like no, because we have an example that's not the exception to the rule, and it's actually increasing. The reason why we have this podcast on my end, the reason why I joined this is because we have to fight this acceptance of lack of confidence in men, and they're functioning every day absent confidence. If we can actually give them confidence, because these men have operated absent confidence the whole time, proving my whole point, by the way, like I think that we can actually stop the self-deletion rates and everything else. But I believe that the crux of the argument here is that we have to develop some type of competency in men, meaning like fathers being at home, things like this, women not running them out, increasing the divorce rate, all this. But anyways, yeah, we're so bogged down on this subject. Yeah, we can move on.
No. I love this. I like this because what it demonstrates is that we can have a difference of perspective on a particular topic. We're both bouncing ideas off of each other. We're offering different perspectives. We're figuring out what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, and then we're just having productive conversations. So this is what I like. I don't expect people to always agree with me, and I don't always expect to agree with other people. That's the beauty of it. You see what I'm saying? But I have the confidence. Watch this though. I have the confidence that we're going to get somewhere with having these conversations.
And that's why I respect you, my friend.
But you can operate without it too.
No,
So
you're right.
See how the knife cuts both ways.
You're absolutely right with that. But here's the thing. You have to have the confidence to try something, whether you succeed or fail. It's all in your mindset.
You
Like
don't
you
even
said.
need it. Or you
Like
can
you said,
And we all have the
That's the thing
confidence to, and we all have the confidence to voice our opinions.
Yeah,
And
that's
you can-
true.
Right.
That's true too.
That's why we are here. We are
that's true
confident
too.
enough
Right.
to
That's true
come
too.
here and have this debate.
And you can
Yeah.
do that without
Which
confidence
in
too.
return makes us all respected because we
And you
have
can do it
confidence.
without confidence or respect. Yeah, you can do this without any of those things too, just the same. Yeah.
Yeah, but you
Okay.
know what though? No, you're absolutely right. But see, I think what separates the regular people from the achievers is that whole mindset thing that I'm talking about. Because, like you said,
I agree with that.
like you said, you could just be one of those people that just goes to the gym and just does whatever. They go through it's called going through the motions. They just go through the motions, and they're like, oh, check this off the list for the day. Let me go ahead and go home. But
Ain't no confidence. I just checked
Right,
the box.
right,
I'm going
right.
home. That's it.
I
And then
just
you got these people
showed
that
up.
make no gains, no progress, anything like that. They're not confident in
Right.
what they do because there's
Right,
no
right,
innovation there. But anyways, yeah.
right, exactly. So
I think we're both right to some degree. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. But there's like overlap that's gonna happen for sure.
Well, I guess the part that I'm leaving out, and that's kind of stupid on my part. Hold on.
Stupid.
I think that.
You mean a lack of confidence? Good. Okay.
No. I think the stupid thing on my part is I'm leaving out a specific delineation. And so what I'm talking about is you have to have the confidence to try something different to get different results. I think that's really what I'm leaving out, and that's the part I didn't think about. So that's stupid on my part.
Stupid.
So,
well, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because like you guys are saying, you don't have to have confidence.
But I don't think anyone's disagreed with that aspect of this debate. I don't think anyone's disagreed with that. Yeah,
because think about it. In order for people to step outside of their comfort zone, you got to have some sort of confidence, right?
You don't always need to. I mean, because you can function without stepping outside your comfort zone.
Yeah, but in order to step outside the comfort zone, you need the confidence. You could just stay in the comfort zone, which is that whole nihilist thing.
Somebody on a bridge that's about to end it all is not in their comfort zone, and they don't care about confidence at all. They didn't need that to be on the bridge.
Well, in a moment of disaster and distress, you're confident that somebody gonna show up and save you, though.
Nah, if these guys are successful, they didn't care about that stuff. So that could be true.
Yeah. But so far, this was an amazing icebreaker. I want to give a big shout out to the panel. Shout out to Carmen. Big shout out to Marte and Mark. Hey, I'm loving this conversation. I got to give a big shout out to the panel, man. This was an amazing icebreaker question. So we're going to go ahead and continue the show. If you're just now tuning in, make sure you give the video a like. Share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the conversation, the link is in the chat. You can go ahead and click the link if you want to join in on the conversation and get some of this action. All right. So with that being said, we are going to go ahead and continue the show. And we got another video that we're going to react to real quick. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this before I introduce the next question. Oh, wait. Oh, look at me clicking the wrong thing again.
Stupid.
All right.
Because if a man comes along, and this is terrifying to me too, I'm not even going to lie. If I met a man today that was very patient, that he was loving, he was genuinely kind, he was soft in his words with me, he didn't look down to me from my circumstance, he didn't expect me to explain my existence constantly, like the woman said, what you've been through. If it gets out to the room, then everybody thinks that it's an interview now, they have the right to question you. if he didn't treat you that way and he was behind you in your corner the way a woman would be, but with the solutions of a man, I would be scared of that man. I would be very scared of him, because that man will expect more of you. Because the man who gives you the most compassion is going to expect the most growth, and he's going to create the circumstances for the most growth. You have to be an exceptional person with a person like that. Women are not afraid so much of the man itself, they're afraid of the consequences of who you might need to be. But they forget that a man like that is not going to be a tyrant over you. They're going to genuinely love you. They're genuinely going to create the circumstances for success. They genuinely care about your performance. They genuinely love you. They're scared of that because they think they don't deserve it, and they know it's going to be hard, and they don't want to disappoint somebody. And they don't want to disappoint a man, because that man will give them a critique, and if they're genuinely in love with that man, it will break their soul in ways that I can't even explain. Because it's like all those other people abused me, and they didn't love me. But if you love me, and I disappoint you, and you genuinely love me, then I have failed as a human being, and I don't deserve life. That's how women feel. And it's not reasonable, it's not rational, because everyone makes mistakes and everyone fails. It's also why having a good father is important, because he'll push you to do things that you don't want to do, but you need to do.
Wow.
That
Okay,
title was an
interesting.
L. I can explain why that's an L.
All right. Well, wait. Real quick. I want to give Carmen the floor to speak on this because she's a woman, and I presented something that's from a woman's perspective, describing like a guy, a top tier type of dude. So what are your thoughts on what she said in that video?
I think that she's just afraid to being led. And if you're afraid of being led, then you're not a wife at all. I think women, a lot of times, they just projecting something. You're not going to be afraid of a man who wants the best for you, because at the end of the day, that's the whole point. You're going to benefit from his success, and he's leading you towards that. I'm not afraid of my husband leading me to something. It's not. I mean, I get it. I get where she's coming from, but you're just following the wrong man. I'm sorry.
Right.
So you shouldn't be afraid of anything.
So I played that video to introduce the next question. And the next question is this: are most men seen as predators or protectors? That's the question.
I gotta address the prompt, which was stupid. Not your prompt, AB.
Oh, you're talking about hers.
Hers was the dumbest thing of all. Being called a real man by women in 2025 is an insult. How am I wrong? How am I wrong? Just tell me. Any girl that says a real man would, or anything about a real man, she's talking about either a simp or, a man that's going to pay the bills, or a man that's going to white knight or do anything like this. The people who I hear about this, and this is tangential to the topic, when a woman says, oh, he's not a real man, it's because he's either really abhorrently patriarchal or adhering to like Christianity as far as like Christian ethics. And Mark, I know you don't like to hear that, or even with secularists, like a patriarchal structure. And she'll say, well, he's oppressive by doing this. I just hope he's not tyrannical in this and that. They'll never call these men real men, because the real men are the people that serve them to them. And I think that that's an insult. If a woman said that Marte's a real man, I'd be like, damn, man, I got to get more masculine. I got to stop being a simp. Like, I'd have to check myself real quick, because it's not a compliment in 2025. I'll say that.
Okay. So, and I'm with you on the whole real man thing, because most of the time when I hear somebody lead with a real man, they're going to lead with a bunch of nonsense and things that benefit them. But addressing what she said though, what did she say that was incorrect in your opinion?
It's weird because we're listening to an anecdote from a person, and it's like, if we're going to make societal prescriptions, I understand like her lived experience. That's why this is tough to even address, because
I was thinking that.
Yeah, it's like if we were talking about Carmen, it's like we're talking about Carmen's issue to talk to all women about these issues. And that's why it's tough, because we're using an anecdote to formulate some prescription for everything else. I would just say, I'm going to sound like a tyrant if I say this, but you need to go ahead and shut up, get back in the kitchen, make some sandwiches if you need to, and just understand that if you do any of this stuff, he's not tyrannical for doing this. And how am I wrong? If he has a good nature and he really has a duty to protect you and you feel protected, provided for, all this other stuff, it's like now it's like tone policing because he told me to make a sandwich and all this. Well, what
But you
will
should
be wrong
want to
about
do
that?
those things. If you,
What
if
be wrong
you
with that?
there's nothing wrong with that. I
Yeah.
like doing those things for the man that I marry because I know who I married. And to answer the question, are most men seen as predators or protectors? I think in today's society, they are seen as predators because women have chosen wrong and they're projecting on their experiences and and even that, even if you tell them to protect, if they are the protectors, they're still going to take that wrong because now in today's society is you don't even have a difference. I am woman. I can protect myself. Like, no, I can't. No, I
you
cannot.
can't.
But then watch that man try to protect you. Now you're like, oh, you think I'm not going to, watch that man step in front of somebody. A man gets into my face, right? I'm not going to argue with men. I tell people all the time, I'm like, I don't argue with men. You can talk to my husband about that. I don't argue with men.
Yeah.
No, but
Don't get in my face. But now,
Well, I got a few. I've got a few
women
things I
want
want
to
to
be
say.
both. Women want to be both. Women want to be protectors and nah, man.
that's an illusion.
Bro.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
So first of all, I want to say that that lady that you showed on your little video, first of all, I feel obviously she's maybe had a bad experience throughout her life with men, and unfortunately, I was getting that impression from her as she was speaking, and I felt a little bit sorry for her, if I'm honest with you. Right now, going quickly to, because she was talking about like expectations, and I think that that's one part of the conversation. Now, talking about males being or men being the sexual predator, I think there is some basis in science that does state that the male species within humans are genetically predispositioned to be the more like the sexual predator by nature. Okay, so we're the ones that go out and we seek the female energy because we're looking to impregnate, and it's just part of human nature. And I think a female is the receiver. But at the same time, in today's modern era, what I think makes a real man is somebody who's able to suppress their sexual urges, because otherwise every man would be going around just raping women, and that's not what makes a real man in today's society. Do you know what I mean? So to be a man, I think you have to have a form of restraint, and you have to have a form of protectionism over your woman. And I think that's, so I'm trying to piece it all together here.
All right, go ahead, Marte. I know you chomping at the bit, bro.
Oh, this is crazy, man. This is
chomping
crazy.
at the bit. I can tell.
Well, the problem with this is we have force doctrine, and obviously one of my best friends has invented this theory called force doctrine. He talks about, I know you know what I'm talking about, and it's like when he talks about this, how is he wrong about this? So that's why it's very illusory when we talk about egalitarianism, where women having the same thing. The reason why it's illusory is because even if Carmen says my man doesn't protect me, I don't feel safe, so I have to protect myself, all this other stuff, it doesn't really matter because she's protected regardless. And the reason why I'll say this is because one of the comments that women make all the time is they'll say, well, and you've even heard this too, Mark, and maybe not Mark, but AB, you've heard this, Anonymous. Women will say, protect us from what? Other men. And they'll laugh about this. And I'll say, no, actually, we're protecting you from weather. We're protecting you from yourselves and your own actions. We're protecting you through feeding you, through produce. The infrastructure's running, humming at night. Police services are now running because javelina might be in the road if you live in Arizona. We're protecting you from animals. All that, like I can probably name 50 other different things we're protecting women from just this because of masculine innovation. So it's like, even when you don't think you're protecting yourself, we're protecting you because men design guns, and we need to actually make sure that they're still running and functioning and produce weapons that you need to protect with yourself. So you have to even appeal for men, because women, actually rights don't even exist for women because they can't defend their own rights, and they have to be at the behest of men to defend them for them, because absent men, women actually don't even have rights.
Carmen, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, he's right. We wouldn't be the world was built by men, and I think that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of women because they want to feel all independent and everything. And yes, we have been giving a lot of rights, but the only reasons why they're giving us that right is because men allowed it. It wouldn't be. It's not the men who built this planet. I don't really see any female construction workers. I mean, look at a construction site. What are the most people? Because there's female constructions, yeah, but they're usually holding the stop sign, telling you to slow down. The people that I see building shit is the men.
And even then, they're not rights; they're entitlements. That's it. All they are is just entitlements. Absent duties.
In the oil rigs, anything that makes the world go around is built by men. I don't think women should even. That's not even our natural nature. Our natural nature is not to. I don't want to be fucking working. I sure the hell don't. If it was up to me, I would stay home all damn day, taking care of my household, making sure it's peaceful, making sure my hubby is fine, making sure my future babies, when I choose to have them, it's when we choose to have them, when it happens.
So you wish the suffragette movement
that's my
never occurred.
Nature. Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know at what point of society that women became so damn masculine. Who the hell started that?
So
that's unnatural. It's not.
One of my best friends, her name's Rachel Wilson. I don't know if you know her or not, but she had a book called Cult Feminism. And here's the thing, though, is that, Mark, you bring up the suffragettes. Did you know that only 6% of women wanted to vote at the time? And the reason why women wanted to vote is because rich industrialists got into their pocket, started funding all this. And it's like we had NGOs, all this other stuff funding this. So it's actually men that got involved because they just wanted to seek election. And
that doesn't surprise me at all.
That's it.
Doesn't surprise me at all. And your 6% statistic is probably that doesn't surprise me at all, because from what I've heard is that the majority of women didn't want to have to go to work. They didn't want to have to pay taxes. They wanted to be at home doing, living the life that Carmen just described.
Yeah.
Looking after their man, cooking, cleaning.
One of the reasons why is because if you had to vote, you then had to enlist for special services like the fire department, volunteer services. You had to enlist for war. There was a lot of duties that came with this. And all of a sudden, that's the problem with this whole repeal the 19th, is because if women are going to vote, they're going to send men to vote on their behalf in wars that they'll never fight in. How is that fair for anybody? So it's like you want to make these decisions. That's why I think when the household, I want to tie this into still masculinity and not run too far. We have to have nuclear families and actually incentivize marriages again in America. Like, let's say Anonymous Base gets married to, and I know he probably going to get some fine ass shorty out there, some woman, right? Because he knows how to speak Spanish and he got these skills and he got a podcast, right? And he's going to the gym. He got all these skills and everything. And the government one day could say, you know what, we're going to incentivize him to have a family because he's got stake in the game. He's not only got a family, but also he's enlisting the services. He's producing whatever it is product he is to the community, but he's also regenerating this family because we have a plummeting birth rate. I think that if we can incentivize these people in these masculine patriarchal structures, we'll have that in society, a society of men that can then have a populace that we can be proud of. But now, since we're having women vote, like I said, if you take all the men off the board, the whole voting booth as far as America would totally be blue. We already know how women vote, but they're not incentivized. I mean, to stay home with a man or anything like that. We need to bring back.
I've got a question.
Yeah,
I've got a question. Because, right, before we came into this podcast, right, I was trying to think of a few different examples, and look, I really don't want to try and weave or go off on a different tangent here, but this is kind of important and relevant because there are different faiths and different ways of seeing the female role in society, right? Now, your Christian beliefs, I would say, are pretty standard, for the fact that I live in a Christian society. But then there are other religions out there, such as, and I don't want to come across as like Islamophobic for the sake of this, but when we think of other religions, such as Islamism, they've got a completely different structure to the way that they view women, right? And they see women as lesser, don't they? So they will get them to, do things like genital mutilation, cover their bodies, so on and so forth. And it gets to the stage where I start asking myself, look, they've got a very very strong belief system in what they believe to be the male role and the female role. But the Western societies completely do not agree with Islamism and the way that they treat women.
That's
and
because
it's strange. Eh?
The reason why is because it's incompatible. If you have Christian societies go into other nations, they don't martyr the people that are in those nations. They actually adopt the strong policies as far as their nation. They'll respect their laws, rights, and things like that. You don't see any civilization where Christians are beheading people or stoning anybody else. But if you flip that in reverse, Muslims or Islam will come into our country and say, you need to change for us. We're not going to acclimate for you. And to me,
because I don't want to make this too much about Islam versus Christianity, but the whole point I brought this into the conversation is because I realized that different religions or different beliefs in general, whether it's religious or not, do have a different set of moral standards when it comes to the male role and the female role. And it's very difficult, isn't it? Because they would argue all day long that their views of masculinity and femininity is the way forward. And we see it as being very repressive, you know, very constricting, like, you know. So at some point we have to have that balance, don't we, where women deserve their right to have an opinion, they have a right to speak, they have a right to be part of society. But then I see similarities sometimes in the way that we talk about, like, the women's role, you know, like, oh, you know, are they, you know,
Mark, you picked
some people jokingly will say, like, you belong in the kitchen type of thing. You belong in the kitchen, and that's it. You know,
what's wrong with that, though?
But I think that's a little bit extreme to that
yeah,
point.
it's kind of extreme.
It is, but it's important. It's important.
But even look at what we're doing today, even with Islam, and, you know, you're covering yourself up. You should still have some type of modesty. I mean, you still have modesty. You know.
Okay, so what do you got? What are you guys' opinions on Vibe?
I mean, look, I'm worried.
Shout out to Vibe. What do you guys thoughts on what Vibe is saying? He says men have become predators because of things like Red Pill and the pickup artist. A decline in morals. What do you guys think about that?
What does that mean?
Shout out to Vibe, by the way.
What does that even mean?
I can address it. So here's the thing, though. I think men have become predators because of things like feminism. I think feminism has caused a lot of this, because feminism will paint somebody that's patriarchal as a predator. You can be Christian and do everything else. Matter of fact, I was on another board where I put like a debate with Chuck, or AKA Charlie. I destroyed her in a previous debate. And next thing you know, because of my Christian ethical system, I was called a predator, right? I could do everything right. And this goes back to our conversation about being respected. This is why respect is extremely important, because I think how I conduct myself, depending on who it is, I just want to gain the respect of people who are in alignment with my goals. And then everybody else who says they don't respect me is obviously going to be opposed to it and call me a predator, even though I'm Christian. And I say, no, I believe a wife should be home doing this, and I should work and die for my kids and children and everybody, my wife and everybody else. I'm going to be called a predator because I'm authoritarian to somebody out there with my Christian nationalism. And then furthermore, back to the pickup artists and everything else in the Red Pill, I don't actually think it's that. What I do think it is men have become feminized in these communities, and there's been a schism of Red Pill, meaning like Red Pill's a descriptor, right? I think that there's overlap where Christians can adopt descriptors from Red Pill. I think even Andrew Wilson said that this is good. I think that there should be warnings. If a woman's body count is too high and she's sleeping around, Red Pills and Christians could agree on that. I think that even Anonymous Base can agree with that. Now, where it goes wrong is that Red Pill has adopted some feminist qualities, meaning like if I sleep around with different people, which is what feminism says, liberty, free the nipple, all this other stuff, then that's bad, but that's attributed to feminine qualities of people being raised by single moms. Now, back into the morals, I agree with you on this, but that follows suit with pickup artistry and Red Pill being an overcorrection into feminism.
I agree. And I think the blue pill is actually the culprit. The blue pill is the thing that is encouraging sexual promiscuity. Honestly, like, it's all liberal, left-leaning, this whole idea of liberalism, allow people to be free and express themselves sexually. To be honest, I think we do need to have very strict rules in place. And if that means red pilling people, I think that's going to save people from what we're trying to describe.
I don't even think there's such a. I mean, red pill is just telling the truth.
What, being right wing? Like,
well, no,
having right wing talking points.
Well, no. That's not what it is. What Red Pill actually is, it's actually a reference to the movie The Matrix.
The Matrix.
Yeah, right.
That's really what
The
it's a
truth
reference
will
to.
set you free.
So
sort of thing.
if you take the red pill, you'll become aware of the realities of what's going on around you, or you can take the blue pill and just continue to be oblivious to what's going on around you. That's really what it on a baseline level. That's what the reference is referring to.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Well, I still stand by what I said because I kind of like see the red pill and the blue pill in the Matrix as depicting a little bit of right wing and left wing politics. Actually, to be honest, the red pill and the blue pill.
Everything needs to have a balance. Of course, if you take too much blue pill, look what's happening around. Like too much sexual freedom, too much, it turns. I think there needs to be a balance. The red pill thing, it's just the truth. I think men are just starting to.
I disagree.
Honestly, I think men has always thought about this. They always been the same. You're just now hearing it, verbalizing it. I think that's what red pill is.
All right, Marte, what specifically do you disagree with?
I disagree that the reason why I hate this is, and I had a debate on balance, right? I hate that word. And the reason why I hate this is because if you're going to achieve anything and be the epitome of it, it takes the opposite of balance. Because if you are to be a woman, you can't say I'm an in-betweener. You're either a woman or you're not. You're on one side or you're not. There's no man that's going to say, well, I have a feminine side. Well, that's stupid, because if I was married to a wife, I'd say that's my feminine side. She is. I wouldn't say, well, men have a feminine side. And it's so stupid, because I think that there should be no balance when it comes to things. I think you're all men or not. Now, when it comes to achievements and doing something, what you're talking about, balance is neutral, right? That's stationary, meaning I'm not moving, progressing, or doing anything else. To me, it's like there's no progression and balance. But if I'm going to achieve something like get a degree, beat a world record, it takes imbalance to do certain things, to achieve things. And for me to be at the head of a household, I'm going to constantly have to fight balance from happening, because I have to.
I don't mean balance in a way that I'm feminine and masculine. I don't mean balance in that way. I mean balance. What I meant was balance is both genders bring something to the table, and if you lean too right to it, then if you lean too right to masculine, then you be a tyrant, because at that point be like, I'm not allowed to do anything.
I don't think there's no such thing as too masculine. There's no such thing as too masculine.
Then I'm becoming a whole. That's the concept that I mean. I don't mean that in a gender.
It's like me telling you that you're too feminine.
And both genders cannot exist without each other.
I disagree, because if you were to tell me, if I was to tell you you're acting too feminine for a woman, do you think I'm wrong for that? Do you think that there could be too much femininity in women?
No, I don't.
Oh, so there's.
Hey, he got a point.
Somebody else.
Hey, Marte got a point.
No, I don't. I don't think
he's to be too masculine.
I do think there's a balance in between. I'm like, okay, I'm not allowed to speak. Like, yes,
no, you're talking about people complimenting each other. That's not balance. What that is us making one. That's why. Well, but hold on. I wouldn't even say complimenting. What we're becoming is one flesh. We're becoming one, but that's not even balanced, because we're fighting imbalance the whole time throughout our marriage, because I have to be 100% man, but the world wants me to be kind of feminine. You have to fight being 100% woman to not be 100% women, because the world doesn't want you to be 100% woman. They want you to become less of a female and be a boss babe. So you have to fight balance all the time, even within yourself. I think that what we're doing is we're just making a semantics argument. And I think that we need to have marriages again. And that's what this whole conversation is. To being masculine means to be 100% masculine. And I could say, oh, there's an overcorrection of masculinity, which doesn't exist. That's where this whole idea of toxic masculinity came from, because that's patriarchy. They're just against patriarchy.
But can I just say something? I do think that I agree with what Carmen was saying a little bit, because with the whole balance thing, to a degree, for the sake of this, right? I used to be very liberal thinking. I mean, I still probably am the most liberal person here on the panel, but I used to be a lot more liberal than I am today. And the reason I moved away from left-wing ideology and moved over to the right is because I could see that they were becoming very extreme. And I realized that if everybody keeps going down that route, then we're going to become very unbalanced. Now, there are a lot of left-wing policies that I agree with, and there are a lot of right-wing policies that I agree with. And when I see that becoming too one-sided, then I say, hang on a sec, this is becoming toxic and bad, and we need to all shift over to the right now so that we can balance things out. Do you know what I mean? So there is a bit of a harmony that we need to try to find, I think.
But symbiosis isn't balance. All that is like if I have a work, right, or a job, and I'm working for Anonymous Base and all of us are employees, that could be like symbiosis, and there could be 3 people, right? But if you were to say we're even because we're missing a 4th person, we don't have balance, but we're working together, you don't even need balance. This whole balance work could be thrown out. Well, you're talking about just symbiosis, like the Christianity, as far as we talk about this Christian ethic, I think that Christian marriages can work with the government in symbiosis because we don't need these state functions, these contracts, right? But we can use the state as an enforcement arm to enforce child support. That's fine. Using the police, we can work in symbiosis of this. But I think that one can function without the other, but that wouldn't even be balanced. This is just symbiosis or people working in harmony, but I wouldn't say balance. I hate that word, actually. It's just not.
I think we need each other. I think we need each other. I mean, I can't make myself a wife. Somebody has to pick me when but who are you protecting then? He picked me to be his wife. Okay, good. I can't marry myself. I need somebody else to marry me. But then
there's a woman in England that married herself. Actually,
who are you protecting? How are you protect her? You don't have nobody else to protect. Like, no. I think
you got options, Carmen.
There was a woman that married herself and then she divorced herself because she cheated on herself with somebody else. This has happened 7 times. Yeah, this happened 7 different women.
I know.
Either married in an inanimate object, married themselves,
okay.
married in an inanimate object. There was a woman who married a ghost. She literally married a ghost and signed a contract, and they legitimized it. It's crazy.
That's so stupid. I mean, that's dumb as fuck. That's not even what I'm arguing. Like, I think you just need both. I mean, even if you were a CEO, even you were a boss, how you were a boss and you don't have no employees?
You can be a boss because here's the problem.
For no employees?
Yes, you can.
You can.
How?
Yeah, I'm actually a CEO and I've got no employees. I kid you not. I'm actually a CEO and I've got no employees.
How you can call yourself a CEO and a boss without no employees? You don't
well, I used to have 2. I used to have 2 employees.
The same way
I used to have 2 employees.
The same way you could call yourself a leader and not have followers. It's the same concept.
Yeah, right. I mean, no. Officially, so there's the titles. The titles, isn't it?
This is a learning opportunity for me because I am so confused. How the hell can you call yourself a leader but you don't have no followers?
Because
nobody to lead.
I'll explain it. Because I have to set
opportunity.
Because I have to set a destination for myself and I have to have a vision for myself. Whether people support it or not, I got to make sure it gets done. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter. I'm going to get it done regardless of whether you support me or if you believe in me or not. I got to lead myself first in order for you to follow me. Because you got to have confidence in my leadership and the results that I'm producing. That's why so many women today, they want a guy that already made it to the finish line. They don't want to go through the ups and downs. They don't want to go through the journey. They go for the guy that already made it. You see what I'm saying? So that guy had to lead himself, whether he had family support or friendship support, his girl supporting him. Men have to make it regardless. And we're not really allowed to make excuses. You see what I'm saying? So I have to demonstrate leadership in my own life first in order to present you with the opportunity to follow me. That's how it works. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm open to pushback on that. But from a male perspective, I know that Marte and Mark will probably agree on. Probably agree with that.
I mean, like I said, it's a learning opportunity. But how is it? Can you be a CEO and a boss without employees?
Well, I can explain. So, for example, when you start up a business, right, you have to give yourself a title, and you're either the manager or this. No, actually, you're the chief executive officer. You're the guy that with the brains behind the project. You don't need to have an employee to be a CEO. As long as you've got the goal to grow your business and to try to gain employees as the business grows, then that's all. It's just a title. It's just a title. But I'm literally a CEO, so I don't have any employees at the moment. But I did. But I got rid of them. But I still keep the business running, so I'm still the CEO, whether you like it or not. So that's just the way it is.
I got a question. Who is this and where did they put Mark? Because this Mark is too base today. I don't know. Mark, you capping right now, but all of a sudden, where does this come from? Bring this Mark back on the next show because we need to see this guy.
I've only had 4 beers to drink today. That's why.
Oh, that's that liquid courage.
Okay.
That's that liquid courage.
You got that liquid courage today.
No. Normally, Usually I have 8. Today I'm on 4.
Shit like that.
Bro,
Shit like that. Shit like
okay.
that. shit
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
funny. That's funny. No, but Carmen, you got to think about this. So when when Mark was using the business example, you can't have employees unless you start a business first. Because if you don't start if you don't start a business first, then where are they going to get the work from?
That's
You
true.
see what I'm saying? So it starts with a person having a goal and some sort of vision in mind, right? And they have to draw up the plan to make it work. So in order for it to come to fruition, either you have to do all the work by yourself to make it happen, or you can recruit people that understand the vision, and that's when you assign them a role. You see what I'm saying? So they play their part, I play my part, but I'm the captain of the ship. That's why there can only be one leader and one decision maker. You see what I'm saying? One president, one vice president, one whatever. There's always,
I get what you're saying. Absolutely.
and I'll give you another example. If you and I are in a relationship, who's the boss or the CEO of the relationship?
You are.
Exactly. So if you choose not to follow me, it's cool. I can just replace you with someone else. I'll probably get your sister or something.
That's great.
But
Wow.
the input is still there. You will still consider my input because ultimately your decisions affect my life.
No, you're absolutely
I'm following
right.
you.
Right.
My input matters.
No, you're right. But here's the thing. Just because you submit something to the suggestion box doesn't mean I have to implement it into the overall goal of where I want this relationship to go. I don't have to. It'll be considered, but just because you submit something in the comment box or in the suggestion box doesn't mean that I have to incorporate that into the overall business structure and, help determine the direction. I'm still going to have a goal of where I'm trying to go, but this is the way it works. So I'm bringing a certain type of skill set to the table. And if I decide that I want to recruit people, I'm recruiting people based on their skill sets and what they can contribute. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm going to recruit you and your girlfriend, well, I'm monitoring you and I'm paying attention to what you're contributing to the relationship. And those contributions are what determine whether you get promoted to wife or not. You see what I'm saying? That's why there's a lot of women that struggle trying to get elevated because they're not understanding their position of what they're supposed to contribute to the relationship. Because we'll hear women say all day, these men aren't protecting, these men aren't providing no more. Well, the men, they're still doing it. They're just not doing it for you.
But you also have the argument where they will feel like, well, you want wife, benefits, but I'm still your girlfriend. So why would the girlfriend want to do wifey things? You know what I'm saying?
No, I'll tell you why.
Why? I agree. I'm like, well, girl, don't you want to be promoted to girlfriend? He's like, well, that's a wifey perk. That's
no. You're right. You're right.
I'm a husband perk. That's a boyfriend.
Right, but I'll tell you why. Because they want the perks of the promotion without doing the work. I'm the boss. I'm the one that has to sit you down and do the evaluation and do all the paperwork and monitor your performance. That's literally how it goes. So if we do a performance review and I tell you, okay, you're good in these areas, but you need a little bit of improvement here. Either you take the criticism or not. There is no, can we work something out? No, there's really no gray area in that. I'm paying attention and I'm monitoring because there's guys that pick wrong and they pay the price by getting the wrong woman pregnant and all this other type of stuff. And there's an ever-growing message that are telling men you need to pick better. You need to slow down. You need to actually vet this woman and get to know her and make sure that she's right for the program and the course that you're trying to take. You see what I'm saying? So that's why there's so many women out here that are complaining because they're looking for a leader. It doesn't matter how strong and independent they say they are. At the end of the day, they still want a leader. They yearn for the leader. But then here's the thing. They want to be picky and choosy about, well, I don't want this leader because he don't have enough resource. I want that leader over there. So you have women that are competing for a specific set of leaders, but those leaders have a bunch of people that are applying to be under them. See how that works? So it doesn't matter. You don't get to decide whether you get hired or not. I do. So it doesn't matter how many resumes I get submitted to me via Let Me Be Your Girl. I get to decide who I bring into this company, not you. That's how it works. That's why we can be the CEO of a company and not have employees, because I have to establish something before I bring people in. That's how it goes.
Hey, I just had something come up, so I got to bounce.
Okay.
Yeah. Vibe came up, so he's going to be a good replacement for me.
Oh, yeah. No, Vibe is cool. No, Vibe is cool. He's always welcome. You're always welcome here, sir. But yeah, I want to give a big shout out. I want to give a big shout out to Marte. I appreciate you for pulling up, bro. I know you got stuff to do. And yeah, we'll see you next week. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna let you know. So my next week's show, I'm actually gonna do it on Saturday. I'm doing my next week. I'm gonna do my next week's show on Saturday because I'm starting to notice a trend that if the show goes a little long on a Sunday, I know it's cutting it close because I know people have to get up and go to work. You know, some people got kids. It's a school night. You know, you want to be able to, you know, get prepared for the week ahead. So I'll push it back to give people a lot more room because I know some people, they go out on Saturday night. Some people stay in. But in the event that the show goes long on a Saturday night, it's not really that big a deal. You see what I'm saying? Because you can just sleep in. You can do whatever you want with your Sunday. So I'm doing it to be courteous to everybody else. You see what I'm saying?
That's fine. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. So my next week's show is actually going to be Saturday at 4 p.m. And
what's the topic?
Oh, it's actually, you know what? I'll show you real quick. I'll make it brief. This is gonna be next week's topic. I'm calling it the potluck show. And the reason I call it the potluck show is because next week's show, I want people to submit questions and topics that they want asked on the show. So
I got a lot.
Right. So you can narrow it down to one question or two, and then I'll incorporate that into the show.
I got two.
Right. So that way it gives the panelists a chance to offer up input and, you know, contribute something that you might be interested in or curious about. So.
I got two very controversial ones that deal with like relationships and society.
Okay. Yeah. The reason I'm calling it the potluck show is because if you think about the concept of a potluck, everybody brings something to the table and we all can eat.
All right.
Cool.
Sounds good, man.
I look forward to it.
Okay. But yeah, you take it easy, Mr. Marte, and we will see you when we see you, brother. Got to give a big shout out to you, man.
Sounds good, man. I'll see you guys soon.
All right. Take it easy, bro.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
All right. Yeah. One more shout out to Marte, man. He comes up here. He always does his thing. So I want to give a big shout out to Vibe. He decided to pull up.
We haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, have we?
I don't think so, Mark. And actually, I'm not sure if this is going to work because right now there's a big party going on at my house and they're karaokeing downstairs. So if you guys tell me that like the noise is too much, I might have to drop off. They just switched songs, so at the moment they're quiet, but give it 10 seconds and there's gonna be another karaoke.
We'll
see how that goes.
So you came in at a good time. So the question right now is: are most men seen as predators or protectors? What you got on that?
And I had a comment on that because I really do think. I mean, you mentioned it, Anonymous. Is that I think in the heart. Like I've been married for over 10 years. So I'm not super long, but I made it past the 7-year itch and never had the itch. But I do think that my wife always expects me to have the final answer or the final solution. However, my wife is very proud and she is a boss babe. And I applaud her for being a boss babe. I don't mind her doing that, but she also wants to be a boss babe only if she wants to be, right? Not because she has to be.
Right.
And I don't
mandatory.
Right, it's not mandatory.
When it's convenient for her, when it's convenient, right?
Correct.
She wants to be the boss babe, yeah.
And this is where I think a lot of people, and I am Christian, and I think this is where, I mean, I have seen in my chats where people are like, I'd hate to be his wife because I preach Christian ethics, right? And they're like, oh, well, and you said it, Mark. You said it that a lot of people think that I want my wife barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. I do enjoy when she cooks. I cook sometimes too. I do enjoy when she brings me a meal. I do enjoy these things, but our kids are priority first. And I do think she wants me to be the provider. And I think when it's convenient for her, she wants to be able to shine when she can shine. I don't think Christian ethics are against that. And I think masculinity is a very important piece of this, is that I think most women, and I'm not a woman, so I can't actually make this statement truthfully. I think most women do want that type of man. I don't think a woman wants a man who has a body count, to be honest, just like men don't want women that have a body count. I think a woman wants to be adored. I think a man wants to be admired. I think these are natural characteristics within us. If we just remove religion, right? We can be secularists. We can be anything. I think women do want to make sure that their man is always going to punch another man if he disrespects her in public. And I don't think it's a violent and bad characteristic. I mean, I think a good man would say, dude, get out of here. And then if that man keeps on approaching, that woman expects him to punch him, right? Like, it's not toxic masculinity. It's intelligent masculinity. And I think that's really what women want. And Cameron, like, I mean, you're the woman on the panel. So, like, you're the only one I can appeal to on this. Saying that, hey, I want you to be powerful. I want you to succeed. I want you to, like, fulfill your dreams. And I want to make sure I'm there to make sure you can always do that. And I think that's what a Christian man is. So, I mean, what would you say to that?
All right, go ahead, Carmen.
I would say yes. I want a man who will punch somebody in the face and protect me. I think that part is more important than the
Falcon punch.
I do. I think I want my man to be a protector first and be there physically for me first, and then just consider my input when it comes.
Yeah.
So I think women, and I'm a woman, I think we want both, but oftentimes both can't happen. Someone has to be something. But yeah, I would, if I were forced to choose, I would rather be, protect me first and then not be so sensitive.
Sure, and I think a wise man knows how to protect a woman, and he knows his strength. He knows what he's capable of, and is prepared to be violent if needs be, not for the sake of being violent. But I think a good man also knows. A good man, I think, also knows how to like what's the word? Diffuse a situation. And make the situation safe. So it's not the first point of call for a good man is to go straight to violence. There's all the measures before that. It's only when you need to step up, then if you can't step up, then you're doomed.
You know what this reminds me of? It's like that movie Bedazzle.
Oh yeah.
Bedazzle.
Bedazzle
with Brendan Fraser.
With Brendan Fraser and Elizabeth, when she wished for a sensitive man and he was too overly sensitive, and then she cheated on him with the drug dealer, and then he looked like a drug dealer type, and then she still, I think it's just too, I think we want both the best of both worlds at this point.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's what you're alluding to, Mark, right? And I have this phrase I've told all my friends: if a one-legged midget or short person tries to start a fight with me and insults me, I will run. I will run like a coward, not because I'm scared of them, but because I know I can annihilate them. Right?
Okay.
This is not a fight that is worth fighting. It's not a point where just because I know I'm bigger and stronger that I need to prove a point. This is, and some men would say, well, that's cowardice. I'm like, no. Okay, this is a fight. Even though he might be 100% wrong, this is one that I'm not going to fight because it's not fair. It's not, it's just not something you do. And this is what I said, like, you have toxic masculinity. I think masculinity is very important. And then you have intelligent masculinity. And I think actually a lot of men are intelligent. But when I mentioned red pill in the chat earlier, right, Marte kind of went a little bit against me on that because he did say it's like this set of directions. Now, how you execute those directions can be interpreted one way or another, right? And I think when you look at people like Andrew Tate and things like that, it's escalated to the point where Andrew Tate, and maybe not, I could be totally putting words in his mouth, would beat the heck out of that one-legged midget. I think that is toxic,
Probably.
right. But I do think men do need to be stoic. I think they need to stand up for their women. I think they need to be leaders. I think they need to do all these things, and I don't think that's toxic. And I think a lot of these men have just been persuaded through like online media and television and all these things that, okay, if you look at mainstream media, we're being told that we actually are too toxic, even if we're just or we're a dumb dad, right? We're idiots of the family. Only the wife knows how to tell the husband like what we're really supposed to do. You know, I don't think these are good prescriptions. And when you have Andrew Tate's on YouTube's and things like that, I think they're actually misleading young men that in the wrong direction of masculinity. So why are women scared of men? And the end of my claim was because of the decline of morals. And something that Marty did get right is feminism actually did say, hey, now women are allowed to cheat and have high body counts because men have done that historically, but not Christian men. And yes, Christian men can and be redeemed. So I don't want to get in that battle. But overall, I don't think any men should be doing that. I think we both need to like save ourselves and vet ourselves and look at our relationships and, you know, be the provider that the woman wants and make sure that I am the type of provider or you are the type of provider that woman wants before we actually jump into this fuzzy love feeling that everybody gets when they first start dating. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, I got to push back a little bit on the body count part.
I love pushback.
Well, no, because here's the thing. I understand what you're saying in an idealistic scenario, but based on reality, I don't think women necessarily care about a man's body count the way we do, because it's not the same.
Which is fine, but men should care about it. Men should care about it.
Yeah,
but we don't.
That makes sense. That makes more sense because I think it can be soul destroying, can't it, for a man when they're chasing? I think it becomes like a status symbol, like an ego trip, and it never really fulfills the man for what they're trying to really find, which is a good solid partner.
It actually hurts the man. And this is why I actually brought up the pickup artist thing, right? In the 90s, this started. And I think there was this guy, super ugly, but he's like, hey, if you're clever with one-liners and you dress crazy and you have all this confidence, you can build up that body count, right? He taught men how to have a high body count. This is the opposite of what I teach the men that I work with. I teach men like, no, that is not how you do it, right? It's about rising up, taking care of your community, being a stoic man, reaching out to other men that are struggling, iron sharpening iron, and making sure that you really vet, as Anonymous Base said, vet the woman, because it's really nice when a woman loves you, or when you get in that first date, second date, third date, and you get all those heart feelings. But did you actually ask her, like, hey, do we have common goals? Are these things that you like, this is where I want to go in the future? Is that where you want to go in the future? And are you willing to support me and join me in that future? Right.
Right. I mean, I think body count is important, but I definitely, neither party should have a high body count. I mean, that's just for health reasons at the very least. Come on now. But I think it's definitely more damaging if the woman has a higher body count than the man.
Well, so I'm going to say this, though. I think it's actually damaging for the woman to take a man of a high body count because he's had so many sexual experiences, right? He has different expectations, or he's gone through different things that maybe now you can't provide because of all his body counts, right? I think women should be more concerned about the men's body count. Because I think a man with a lower body count is actually going to be much more sexually into you and less expecting of certain things through all of his experience, right? So I think it's very important for women to care about that. And like I said, I think it's more important for men to freaking care about that. And I mean, I'm not a saint, and I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about body counts here. Mine's low. Okay. I'm not saying I was perfect. I'm not going to say mine was perfect, and I had failures, right? So I'm not preaching here that like I waited. I had my fumbles, but I'm very low. But still, I think it's very important that men really look at that and not try to be a pickup artist. And I think that's going to be more valuable to his wife, whoever he decides to marry. The lower the man's body count when he marries, and hopefully it's zero, the better his relationship's going to be.
All right, so real quick, wait. So real quick.
Ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and introduce Mr. Cleaner 409 to the panel. Shout out to you.
Yo.
Yeah, he's been waiting patiently. I seen that he joined, so I'm like, you know what? He wants to chime in on the conversation, so I'll go ahead and give him a little bit of grace to speak, and then I'll let you go ahead and finish, Carmen. So,
and by the way, I love that guy. This is a good guy here.
Yeah, for real. All right, so the question is: are most men seen as predators or protectors? What do you got on that?
You're mute, or we can't hear you.
I had it off. This has to do with a massive brainwashing scheme that's gone on in American history. So what we see in social media is a slower push from the 50s to 60s to 70s to the 2000s, all the way up to where we are over the past, like, I'd say 12, 13, 14 years, where for a good long while, every 5 to 10 years, we were going through a social media evolution in what was happening in our social climate, right? Well, so the past 12 years, every year to half a year, we've been going through a social media era change. So like the Me Too thing lasted for like, what, 6 months to a year, maybe a little bit longer, but it teetered off after a year. Well, so then there's the cancel culture thing. It lasted like, what, 6, 7, 8, 9 months maybe, and then it teetered off, you know, and like all these movements over time periodically used to take a lot longer. But now we're going through eras so fast, the people who are trying to subjugate the masses and keep us all fighting each other are running out of shit because we're all becoming complacent to it all. So there's a lot of people waking up right now. And over the next 5 years, more and more people are going to be waking up to what's going on because they're going to be so complacent with, like, when you see a hurricane happen every single day of the week for a whole year, at the end of that year, you're going to be like, it's just a Tuesday. You get what I mean?
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So this has been a thing where, like, for a long time, feminazis and lefties and insanos have been trying to push down people's throats that men are the problem. But men are not the problem. Bad men are the problem.
Okay.
All right? Because like 80% of the men in the world are not bad men. They're just dudes trying to go to work and do their shit and provide for their family, you know?
Right.
But those are the men that get shit on the worst because they're invisible to women, because women only see what they've been programmed to see, which is the super hyper guy that's up there at the top of the clout ladder or the top of the money ladder or the top of the social ladder. And they've been brainwashed to see that.
Because you see the concept of the bad boy out there and how the females are quite often attracted to the bad boy, you know, what we call the bad boy over here, or, you know, the bad guy, the tough guy. And they do say there's also that phrase, isn't there, that the nice guy always finishes last. But I don't think that's necessarily true. But there is, I don't understand why some of these women do tend to go for the bad guy, you know, because I don't really understand what they're bringing
I know
to
why
the relationship.
I know why they do it too. I know why they do it too.
They do that because at their core, all women want that guy that they're just a little afraid of, but they know that every other motherfucker's scared of him because he will get fucked up if they do anything to her. That's why they go for him.
We want Superman and Tupac at the same time.
Right. You do.
So really, they don't want a bad guy. They just want a competent man who can protect them. But they conflate being the bad guy with.
I think to answer your question with the bad guy, women want to have fun with the bad guy, with the bad boy. But they don't marry the bad boy. They want to marry the good guy.
Well, no. This is what it is. You want the bad boy, but you want to turn him into the nice guy.
Yeah,
that's really what it is.
You
want Superman and you want to turn him into Clark Kent. You don't want the Clark Kent that's already Clark Kent. You want to get a guy and then try to change him instead of getting the guy that's already there. It doesn't make sense. But y'all aren't designed to make sense.
You want DMX, but you want to turn him into Superman at home.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
It doesn't make sense.
And what I was saying with the body count with Vibe, I mean, I think it matters. I think both parties should matter. But to be honest, I think it's worse for the woman to have a high body count than it is the men. For me, body count, I consider it. But to be honest, it's not at the top of my list. I mean,
exactly.
It's not at the top of my list. Like, I don't care. There's men out there that have slept with 200 women. Once you finally got that shit out of your system and you choose me, it's considered, yes. Is it going to be a deciding factor? No. But when it comes to women, I think the body count is a deciding factor because I think women are easier to look away and be like, all right, you had a wild past, you know? You're not that guy.
Well, isn't the ideal woman the Virgin Mary? The Virgin Mary. So a lot of men, I think in the Christian space, a lot of women would see that as the epitome of the most purest feminine energy and the most pure female, the Virgin Mary. And I think it's all to do with the fact that she has literally a zero body count. And men find that attractive. I know I do. I know I find virginity very, very sexy.
It's just a double standard. It's a double standard. If I sit here and say with my husband, I was like, well, before we got married, I told my husband, before we get married, I have slept with 150 men. Ooh. And then he tells me, well, I slept with 150 women. I will definitely think like he can't get past that. It's worse for women. I don't think at the body count at its core should be low on both parties, but it's definitely more detrimental. And the deciding factor is it looks worse for women. It's not.
But here's something that's important that people often skip, and what Mark said, right? He pointed out in Christian ethics, it's that Virgin Mary, right? And I was on another panel where somebody's like, why do women dress in white? Because they're supposed to be a virgin, right? Everybody's focusing on the woman's supposed to be a virgin. If you guys actually read what Christianity is about, both the man and the woman are both supposed to be virgins.
Sure.
Right? Like the Bible does not say that men are supposed to be promiscuous, get a high body count, and marry a virgin. The Bible says the man is supposed to be a virgin, the woman's supposed to be a virgin. So I don't like the argument when people are talking about Christians, like going, well, you know, Christians expect a virgin to marry, right? They expect a virgin on both sides. Now, we're all flawed. There are loopholes in the system where we can get forgiveness and we can still get married even if we make mistakes. But I want to point this out because I see on so many panels where people are like, yeah, Christian men expect virgins, but they never talk about Christian women should be expecting virgins as well, right? I mean, it points both ways.
But see, this is the thing. When people use should in arguments like that, you're implying an idealistic situation where everything is the same, and it's not. Realistically speaking, women don't put that high on their priority list.
Right, and this is a drop on whether you're following your morals or not, right? And one of the things we're talking about here is through society, we've said, well, even if you're a Christian man and if you make a mistake, you're allowed to make more mistakes than a woman. Women are supposed to make less mistakes until feminism, right? And this is what Marty was saying. Feminism actually said women now are allowed to make the same amount of mistakes when it comes to sexual promiscuity than men, right? That's kind of the feminist movement. The real problem is none of us were supposed to be doing that in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know what form of Christianity you're looking at. Christianity ascribes the same to both. Don't be promiscuous. Like I don't understand the weight there. But to go back to what you were saying, I want to give you pushback on that whole body count thing, Vibe. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that a woman can gain or lose with a higher or lower body count. She's always going to have a vagina, and that's all a guy needs to be able to figure things out. And this is women will typically tell you they like a guy who's a little more experienced. They like a guy who knows what's going on in the world. They like a guy who can lead them. And this is the thing. Men don't want that from women.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But okay, so I will concur that a guy with a high or a girl with a high body count still can find a man. But do you think the quality of that man is going to be as high?
No, I'm not talking about a girl having a higher body count. I'm talking about a man having a higher body count. If a woman has a 0 body count, she hasn't lost anything in the ways of experience. A guy wants her to learn him, not have experience with a billion other guys, so that she's comparing him to them.
There you go.
I can concede to that.
There you go.
But is that right?
For her to have a 0 body count? Yeah.
No.
Wait, maybe
and
I
him to have
misunderstood.
100 body count.
No, I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is within the biological imperatives that we both have, there's a dynamic there to where women are willing to forgive that or not even look at it because they don't give a shit as much, whereas men are not, because they know that their women will be comparing them in some way. It's a whole mental war game that happens inside men's heads when they find out they're with a chick that's been with like 50 to 100
Let me
fucking
tell
dudes.
y'all what my daddy told me. I'm like, look, if a man look at when we had the sex talk, I had the sex talk with both my parents, my mother and my daddy. And my
Good
daddy
parents.
told me, told me, like, look, a man with a high body count, it's like a lock and a key. If a man can, that's a master
There you go.
key. He
There
can
you go.
open every lock, and he will be a master key. Now, if a key and if a lock can be opened with any other key, then that's just a shitty lock. And my daddy,
There you go.
that.
Yo,
And that's
W
it.
Dad. Hey, W Dad.
It doesn't make it right. No, it doesn't make it right. But
Yeah,
it's
it's
just a
not.
double standard.
It's not.
It's just a
It's
double
not.
standard.
It's
a
not
double
right or
standard.
wrong. It's not right or wrong. It's just reality.
Right.
reality.
All I was saying was towards men and women's biological imperatives, biological drivers. And it all, I mean, everything that we do in society, I wouldn't say everything, but like most of what we do in society as far as morals and ethics, all stem from the base drivers of life to survive and reproduce.
Exactly. And see, to vibe, you gotta remember something. Women's priorities of what they look for in a man are completely different than what we look for in a woman. So if I ask, I'm gonna ask Carmen a question real quick. Carmen, what matters to you more? Getting a long-term commitment and security, or a man being pure on his wedding night?
Long-term insecurity. I'm sorry. Long-term insecurity. When I'm looking at body count, and I'm just going to generalize, I think most women, when it comes to men with the body count, I don't think that's not a high priority for me. That's not a decision. That's not a decision factor. That's not a decision factor.
Right. So
the opposite, it should be a decision factor. But
right. So vibe. If you just pay attention to reality, do you think that those women that pay $1,100 to go to a Chris Brown concert care that he's just knocking them down? You think they care?
No,
no, girl, I can't get with him because he's doing this and that. No, they still go over there anyway. They don't care that he has kids. They don't care.
Here's the thing.
They don't care about the thing. They don't even care about the thing with him and Rihanna. They don't care.
I am based in reality, but it's Cleaner came on and he said everybody's brainwashed. The fact that is okay, and the fact that is reality is something that I will concede 100% that we've been brainwashed, that is okay. What I am contesting is I don't think that's okay.
Wait.
That's the thing.
So if you think about throughout the course of history, like with all the kings and most powerful men, where was the what exactly what is this brainwashing you're talking about? To where men sleep around. What's the brainwashing? During what time period did men get brainwashed to sleep around? Because the time period that where women got brainwashed to sleep around is in recent times with the advent of feminism.
Yeah. No, it's never been the case that men needed to be brainwashed whenever a loose woman approached them and was like, "Hey, baby, want some?" And the guy, I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
I think that the younger generations are being brainwashed to be the opposite of masculine. So they're being taught that. Yeah, I think it's the opposite, and I think it's happening through like Hollywood and like that kind of cultural hegemony that you see through movies and TV shows and cartoons and all the Netflix stuff. So I think it's the opposite. I think men are being brainwashed to be less promiscuous. And I tell you something, I think it's because the people in power, right, they want to feminize the rest of the men because it gives them less competition. They can hold the the monopoly when it comes to genetic procreation, and so they don't want other men to procreate and become a threat to their
competition. Give me a second. I really apologize for this. My daughter is super itchy. She needs somebody to take care of her. Clean her nose. This happens to me all the time when I'm debating. I'm not rage quitting. I'm not.
No. It's cool. It's cool.
Conversation.
It's cool. It's cool.
He's at my door going, Dad, I need some help. So I have to bow out. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem, bro. No problem, bro. You can pull up whenever you want to, man.
Well,
it's all
nice
good.
to meet you, Vibe.
Yeah, great to meet you, Mark. And
man.
Cameron.
Hey, when it comes to stuff like this, bro, your family comes first. We get
I know.
Yeah, we get it.
I just always try to give it like a pleasant goodbye, not just
right.
Come off.
All
so,
right, got you,
sorry,
brother.
guys. I was enjoying it.
Oh no, you good, man. You can pull up anytime, brother. We got you.
Appreciate it,
bro.
All right, you take it easy, man.
Yeah, it's not the it's not that they're being feminized for the control scheme or for the I'm sorry, what'd you say, the
like the monopoly, the genetic monopoly,
right. It's not so much that. It's like if you have weak men, all right, if you have a whole lot of weak men, who's going to rise up against the shadows that be?
There you go.
That's what it's about, really.
Sure, I agree with that, and I think that once again, the genetic monopoly is part of that idea of control and power. You don't want people to rise up, and the way to do that is to destroy the nuclear family structure. So you can't have a good, solid, generational family that binds together and grows to become strong, to become a challenge to the orthodoxy, to the people in power. So I think I agree with what you're saying. I do think it's what you're saying. And I think that
I keep those eyes closed, because I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard. My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Holy cow.
All right, shout out to it. Yeah, shout out to Athena for pulling up to the
panel. It's Athena. Hi, Athena.
Yeah, you got some reinforcements. All right, but go ahead and finish what you were saying, Athena.
No, what I think Mark is saying, I mean, there's probably a small amount of that goes into what they consider as far as making this grand plan happen. But for the most part, what they're really concerned about has nothing to do with like the 4 billion women that are on the planet and which one they can get. You do realize the shadow people we're talking about have as much money as they want. And if they wanted more and it was about that, they would be literally the richest people on the planet. It's not about money. It's about controlling people so that they can keep us all in the control matrix. If we're allowed to gain enough strength, if we're allowed to have enough strong men in society that are dissatisfied, they will start to rise up. But it doesn't, I mean, I'm sure there's a small amount that's like, oh, well, we'll get the girls, but I really don't think it's that much. They have billions of dollars. Like they can get any girl they want anyway.
Right. All right. So Miss Athena, want to welcome you to the show. You came in. Yeah, you came in at a pretty good time. Cause like the conversation that it's been hot, not in a bad way, but yeah, the conversation's been on fire so far. So the question that we're trying to figure out is, are most men seen as predators or protectors? What you got for that?
I think most like modern Western women see men as predators. But I say that, but if we look at other countries where there's like turmoil, I would say that women also see strange men as predators. As far as the majority, I don't know. I was actually on a walk the other day. I was on a little hike with my son, and I passed by a guy, and I was like recording, and I kind of wanted to take that clip and just say like, oh, I'm so glad it wasn't a bear. You know, because a lot of women are like, they would choose the bear over the man, which is crazy to me. but I don't understand why. And it's not that I haven't been hurt by men. I think it's because I've maybe seen more good men than bad. And I think our society is a reflection of that as well. So I'm not sure why. I mean, we all know that women are just delusional. So it's probably just their own delusions why they feel that way.
What you just said reminds me of that meme. Have you seen that meme where you've got two different guys side by side? One of them is like got excellent beauty standards. He looks like a typical model, very attractive looking, and the other guy is big, he's ugly, he's got like receding hair, and literally there's a caption underneath that says "Hello, beautiful," or something like that. Basically, what he's trying to depict is that they're both the same. They're both approaching the woman in the same way, but that guy is deemed to be sexy, and that guy is deemed to be a pervert, just simply based on how they look.
Sexual harassment when the guy's not attractive, and then just common courtesy or chivalry whenever it's a man that they find attractive. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep. I'm glad you said that, Mark, because that's kind of where I was going to go with my take on it, because I haven't given my take on it yet. But that you said right there, that's kind of like the root of what my take is going to be. That's crazy. I'll see. We're on the same page, brother. We're on
Great minds think alike, man.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
Well, and the thing is, those women or those men that are seen as creepy or weird when they approach a woman and talk to them, what's really going on is inside the woman's subconscious, it's telling her that guy shouldn't be approaching you. And so she feels aggressive in some way because that guy is supposed to be invisible to her, but somehow he became visible.
Right.
Man, that's a fair point. That's a strong point.
This might be a little random, but have y'all also seen? Oh, it's always the fridge guarding the girl. Well, here's my only thing about this, and this is why I really didn't like going out with women, because they would give that look like "help me," and I'm like, just tell them no if you're not interested. Why do I have to help you? I don't want to be the fridge protecting you. Like, no, thank you. But I've seen a lot of women, what they'll do is they'll accept the drink, and then all of a sudden they want their friends to save them from the guy after they've got the free drink. And then they're like, okay, now I don't like him. And I was like, you weren't really scared of him, or you didn't like him until after you got what you wanted.
So that sounds to me like the woman being the predator, and she has her friends surrounding her being her protectors.
Exactly. Well, I would say they hunt in packs. I would say they're all predators, and that they hunt in packs.
Back to the question, I would definitely say.
Okay.
I would definitely say women are more predators than men, because, and this is why. Because look at it, like even if a woman, teachers or anything, it gets romanticized. If you're a male teacher and you fall in love with the student, they throw the book at you. But look at other female teachers. What was her name? Mary Kay, whatever, years ago. With that, she fell and had kids with her student. That was that. There was another example of Teacher Bay. Look at Teacher Bay.
Oh, Teacher Bay. The chick that used to be a stripper.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then they fired the male teacher because he had his female students braid his hair.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I think women are more predatory than men, and I think even in our adolescent years, it's praise for an older woman to take a younger man's, virginity or whatever. That's not as predatory, even though it is, because you're an older woman and you're having relations with the minor. But flip that in the opposite way, then that seems as bad. But in the
there's a double standard, isn't there?
It's a double standard. Women are famously more predatory than men. So if anything, men should be scared of the cougars.
I would say modern women are more predatorial. Because I don't think that was always the case. If we look at all these grandmothers out there, they were so sweet. They were innocent well until even after they were married. They stayed innocent. A lot of them were so sweet.
Grandma has some skeletons. Grandma has some skeletons.
You think the little granny's got some skeleton? The one that stayed married, only married one.
I think there's some grandmas out here that used to be a hoe.
She belongs to the streets. But just out of interest, Athena, because I agree with you on that. I think that promiscuity, once again, is a more modern thing, and we certainly see it with today's generation more than back in the day. But here's a question. Do you think that's because more liberties and freedoms are granted to women now that they're able to express that more so than they would have been able to back in the day? Or do you think it's just a different set of morals today?
I think that the morals changed because the women had the liberties. I was actually saying this in Fatty's Live, that like women are really inconsistent and they're kind of crazy and all over the place. But the women who show more consistency, it's kind of like whenever you have a bowling alley, right? You have this alley and men are like the bumpers that keep the ball in that lane. So when women actually listen and take direction and correction from men, they kind of stay in this lane. But the other women, if they're not listening, taking correction or direction from men, they're like way all over the place. So the more liberties we were given, the less bumpers we had. We didn't have to listen to men anymore. So if you look at the women who actually listen to men and honor men and appreciate men, they tend to be pretty consistent. They stay within a certain level of crazy versus the women who don't take any correction or direction from men. They're all over the place.
Yeah, it kind of reminds you, it's almost like if you take your kids to a daycare center, there's a designated person that's in charge of watching all the kids in a specific, like when the kids have playtime, the kids are in a specific area where there's somebody watching over them. Now, just imagine if there was a movement telling kids, oh, you don't need your parents. You could do whatever you want. You could do everything an adult can do. You know how much craziness would be upon us if that happened? It's the same concept when women were told you can do everything a man can do. No, you can't. Right. Because when it comes to leadership and establishing law and order, they're not capable of it.
Yeah, they're not capable long term. Yeah.
Now, I want to push back on that women more predatory bullshit. Women and men have the same predatory nature, and they have the same levels of predatory instincts and all of that. The big thing that goes on with women is that they're also predatory towards other women. They will definitely screw other women over. Like the older women in their 40s and higher.
Oh, really?
They will get younger women to believe that like a younger girl in her early 20s dating a dude in his early 30s is a horrible thing because it's icky or it's weird or that guy's got to be a PDF or something like that. Right?
Yeah, he ain't lying.
The thing is, it's really just stemming from jealousy because they're single, they're not finding a guy, or they're not happy with their relationship or whatnot, right? It doesn't have to do with anything that's based in reality. What is based in reality is that nowadays women have more tools and more allowances for being predatory. And so you see more of that nature right now. That's all.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Well, so women lose their value over time, their dating market value, because they can't, give a man as many children. She probably has more baggage. She probably has more bodies. She's probably less innocent and more masculine, less malleable. And so all of those things are a detriment to her. So if she convinces younger women that the men her age are not good to date, that makes her a little higher in the dating market because the young girls don't want to date those guys, even though a lot of those guys are perfectly fine. When I think I was 21 or 22, I dated guys in their 50s. Things didn't work out because I was like, I don't want to be changing my my husband's diapers when I'm changing, my grandbaby's diapers. but you know, and I had to make those decisions. But I will say that all of those men were very respectful. None of them were predatory. None of them were doing anything that would lead me to believe that they were bad men. So I don't know where they're getting it from.
That's interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? Because I think that society stereotypes the old man as being the more perverted old, you know, pervy old man. But I think that they are the least pervy. I think that when you're younger, you tend to be a bit more pervy than when you're. I mean, I don't know.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard. My blue eyes!
Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, somebody just pulled us to the panel. Yeah, somebody just pulled us to the panel. I want to give a big shout out to my homegirl Gabby for pulling up. Shout out to you, man.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
Girl.
I like that intro, bro. That is an awesome intro.
Oh, this one?
Bang,
Oh yeah, your
shit like
boy
that.
keep
Shit
the
like
sound
that.
effects on deck. Your boy keep the sound effects on deck. But what's going on, Gabby? How you doing? You want to introduce yourself to the people real quick and tell them who you are?
Yeah, hi. I'm Gabby. I guess right now I'm a student at Texas A&M studying psychology with a minor in business administration. There's a lot more that's into me. That's kind of how him and I met a couple years ago back. Used to be an addict, so I mean, been through some things, gone through some things. So here I am. That's a little bit about me.
All right. Okay, so you can't. Yeah,
Nice to
you came
meet
in. Yeah, you came in at a pretty decent time in the conversation. So the question right now is: are most men seen as predators or protectors? What you got on that?
I think on average, most men are going to see it as a predator just because of our like current state of how men are treated. Like, let's just be honest. Like, if you want to look at a fact, women die from domestic violence every 9 seconds, right? And so most of the time you're going to look at people, most for me at least, I'm a domestic violence survivor myself. And so I look at men in a certain way, but I know that's not all men, right? I know not every man is a threat. I get that. But around every man, I have a barrier or wall up to some degree until I know that for sure they're safe. And even when they've been proven safe, I still question it. Because at the end of the day, they can change at any moment. All I can rely on is myself. But I don't think all men are evil. I don't think men, are the type of people that are always, these bad people. I think there are good men out there, but unfortunately there are so many men that, just like a police officer, right? You're only as good as your weakest link. So many negative officers that the whole unit gets a bad rep, right?
Yeah, so the bad ones give all the good ones a bad name.
Hey, that is a valid point. That's a valid point.
So that's a valid point. I want to push back on that too, though, because
go ahead.
That has to do with social media and our social construct as well. I don't know if you know this, but the DV rate for women over the past 20 years has been insanely high, and there's actually more women killing women in relationships than men right now. So why is it that men are demonized for this when women are doing it more than men now?
Well, I think women are just as much as fault, and I don't think it's okay for a woman to provoke a man in any way, shape, or form either.
I get that. I get that.
So, man, I don't think it's okay for a man to do it for a woman.
I think it's because society refuses to accept that women could ever be that predatory. And so the stigma continues to run forever. It's like, a few bad men give the rest of us men, the good men, a really bad reputation, in the same way that you mentioned about the cops. But society can't move on from it. They don't want to recognize that women could be possibly just as bad. And so we're in a state of general denial. And until people can wake up to truths and realities and facts, we're always going to be going through the same, we're always going to have the same stereotypes and stigmas about people.
I think the gynocentric society. So whatever benefits women is what's pushed. So this is why women get lesser punishments for the same crime. We have more rights than men, yet we get less punishment. And it's like, okay, she's a strong, independent woman. She can do all the things a man can do. Oh, but they're not as bad. They're not as predatory. They're not as this. And I'm like, It's
don't
like
think that's
talking
fair.
out both sides of the mouth.
Yeah.
All right, go
'cause
ahead. Go ahead,
that
Gabby.
women be just as much of a domestic violence like initiator or just as much of a predator as any other man, right? It doesn't matter if you're man or woman. I think that a woman can do just as much damage, if not more, than a man. I think that there's also a lot in our society of women crying, and some people may hate me when I say this, but some people cry wolf. A lot of women cry wolf. A lot of women cry, or turn it around to where a man did something, this and that, and it's not true. And I had to really look at that because someone asked me, after everything happened with my situation, well, what did you do? And I didn't understand. I really didn't. I got angry, I got upset, and then I had to look at so many women that unfortunately cause it to be a situation of like, well, are you sure that's really what happened? That the women that do have things happen to them, or the men, right, get questioned. They get kind of that pushback. They get, well, what, are you sure? Because there are so many women that provoke. There are so many women that know what they do. There are so many women that cry wolf and do, unfortunately make it to where men do have that reputation. And I think women can be just as bad. I'm not saying that, women are exempt from it. I think that women can be just as bad, if not worse, especially in the manipulative and the mindset of things. I think men can be physical, but I think women can be very much more mental. And that's not okay either.
Bang, bang. Hey, that's
Shit
y'all's
like that.
take.
Shit like that.
Y'all are the ones that are hitting solid points. I'm just sitting back moderating. I still haven't even given my take because y'all are bouncing back and forth. Hey, y'all are really contributing a lot to this question. And see, this is exactly why I asked this question. Because of all these different dynamics in society, because we're told that we're supposed to be this one thing, but then at the same time, we're present on both ends of the spectrum, right? So men are the majority of the protectors, but at the same time, in a physical sense, men make up the majority of the predators as well. So then it creates this confusion when it comes to the overall male image. That's exactly why I posed this question. Are most men seen as predators or protectors? It's not about whether they are or not. I'm looking at how are they perceived. You see what I'm saying? So that's really what the question is boiling down to. And yeah, you guys, y'all are on it. Y'all are really on it. You know what? Let me give a big shout out to the panel. Bang, and see, Cleaner, I know you like that noise, brother. I know you like that sound. But does anybody else have anything else? Because I still haven't given my take. If y'all still
I want to hear your take, bro. I want to hear your take.
Go for it.
Okay, cool. So this is my take on it. And Mark kind of touched on this. Earlier. I think that when it comes to are most men seen as predators or protectors, I think the thing that sets the tone is the concept of a Schrodinger's feminist. It's all contingent upon the framework of a Schrodinger's feminist, which it says a woman is both simultaneously a victim and empowered until something happens, and then she picks which side benefits her the most. That's what I think it boils down to.
Sure.
That
makes sense.
That's 100% valid because that is what's been pushed into a lot of younger women's minds, and especially with the there's feminist classes in college that women have to go through in order to get psychology degrees, sociology, the soft sciences, and a lot of the softer side of life type careers. When you're getting into construction engineering, science, you don't typically have to take that class, but that's not what typically women will take. So they are necessarily getting brainwashed by these classes.
Well, in addition to that, I don't agree with the current wave of feminism. Let's just say that right now. I don't think that the current wave of feminism is something I can personally get behind for myself. It just seems to be hating on men. It just seems, and it's supposed to be equal rights for men and women, not just men, not just women. And I don't see that happening. So for me personally, I can't get behind the current wave of feminism. And another thing I state is you can't support the rap culture and be a current wave of feminism because at the same time they can't coexist. I'm sorry, but they cannot right now. And so with that, I think that goes into a lot of society and a lot of that, because I do think some of that I think what you said, Anonymous, it can go down to also a survival thing though. for a point in time, it may be safer for survival if it's like a situation of life or death where they have to pick what benefits them. Does that make sense? So it's like in a situation, you know what I mean? So it kind of can be situational. But I do not think that it's okay to just, you know, do what sounds good. I think it needs to be do what is right, not just what is good for yourself at all times. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. But see, this is where the problem lies. The problem lies in this. So being that men and women are completely different, we're raised up under different standards of teaching, because men, since the time we're boys, we're told no matter what, you do what's right, do what's right. But with girls, they're taught do what's right for you. No matter what, always do what's right for you. So we grow up being told conflicting messages, and then problems manifest when we come together. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we're all adults enough to decide what's right and what's wrong in our own self, right? We're all adults enough to do their own healing within ourselves to decide what we do and don't believe. That's what I think personally.
But how do you pass that message on to a person who was told you need to find a man that does this, you need a man that has this, and this? Because this is the problem. This is the problem. Men are told how to treat women, but not what to expect from them. Whereas on the flip side, women are told what to expect from a man, but not how to treat a man. And that's
true.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Very, very true. Gabby, have you taken any of your SOC classes? You said you were going through psychology.
Yeah, I don't have to take any any feminine studies though, so I'm not required to take any classes like that.
That's good. No, what I was going to say is in the SOC classes, generally there will be 1 or 2 subjects on either subliminal messaging or brainwashing or something like that, because you're dealing with societal level things, you know.
Yeah.
So that might give you a little more insight into why every wave of feminism is necessarily bad. Feminism in all formats, every format of feminism, with the exception of first wave, has been a way to recruit women and get them into it, and then slowly brainwash them to what first wave feminism and the core of feminism is actually trying to do.
I'm so glad you said that, because that was on the tip of that was on my mind. I was like, when you're talking about feminism, we've got the current wave, I think what's the third wave of feminism, and I was going to ask, is there any wave of feminism that is okay? You know what I mean? Is there actually any kind of wave of feminism that is okay?
And feminism. We have
4
waves. Yeah.
Right. Okay. But even still, my question is like, is were the first, second, and third waves? Was the first wave okay, and then it got more toxic as it got to the second and third and fourth, or was it always toxic from day one?
The first wave was just honest. It said down with the patriarchy, down with the hierarchy. All right. It was just honest. The second, third, and fourth, and the next one that we're getting ready to enter, I can see it already starting to jeer its ugly head. These were all just indoctrination tactics to get women to believe in the cause. And then once they had a hook in there in the woman's mouth, then they started getting in deep into her brain and changing her brain over time. It really is a brainwashing strategy, and it's called information flood brainwashing. Actually, is what they do to most women out there. They flood them with these images of, I'm Beyonce, I'm the strong boss babe, I've got 50 dudes around me, this is what you want to be, but you don't.
I think it's like been a process with myself, because as like in like teenage years, you're correct, right? Like you grow up with so many images around what it should be and what women are supposed to look like, what you want to achieve. Kardashians, for example, you know what I mean? And growing up, I actually like the Kardashians because they were the only like brunette like models that I saw like growing up. So like for me, she belongs to the streets. Like to me, they were different than the blonde hair, blue eyed, but since the recent years, and like I can't go on social media like I used to. I really can't, because of that reason. There's so much of the subliminal messages, there's so much of the like underlying things that I had to take a break from it for quite a while to like not be on it at all, because there was too much. And
could you feel it affecting you? Could you tell it was affecting you?
I didn't up until I stopped doing it. Same with a lot of negative shows like serial killer podcasts. That used to be all I watched was documentaries about that. Negative vibes. Like I stopped watching it, and my parents used to And I was like, no, it really doesn't. I was like, I'm fine. And then once I stopped doing it, now I can't even watch it. Not because I don't want, not because like I don't vibe with it. I don't vibe with it, but it just doesn't align with me anymore. It doesn't sit with me well. And that's kind of the same way with social media. I have a timer now where I have 15 minutes a day. That's it. And then if I go up on other things, like that's great. But that took a while to get because I used to just scroll endlessly. I mean, I used to, admire what other people were doing and, want what other people had. And it took a lot of work to be okay with where I'm at, get where I'm at, and be able to be solid in where I'm at. And I think that goes back to the point of how we're raised too. As women, I don't think we're taught enough to do for yourself what you require from other people, right? I'm not going to require anything that nobody else, that I can't provide for myself from anybody else. And I feel like we're not taught that enough, right? Like we're not taught that you should be able to sustain yourself with or without a partner. And I feel like that's something that's not taught enough just as a whole, but especially with social media and, you should have a partner, you should have this, you should have that. But I have seen a little bit of a shift. I don't know if it's just me. That's like, cause I pick on like what I see, but there's been a little bit of a shift of starting to get your own money, get your own sustainability. But I still see a lot of it relying either on another person, whether that be man or woman. And I think that's something that we do need to work on as well.
So I want to address something that you said, Cleaner 409. You were talking, I can't remember the term that you used, but it's a part of social engineering, and it's literally in everything, especially the education system. You can look at all the novels that are picked for children to read, all feminist ideologies, even the entire structure of a school. Like boys get a testosterone boost from ages 4 to 7. They want to move around. They learn very differently. And so when they're constantly scolded for just being boys, and then they see that the girls are being praised, they're essentially feeling inferior to little girls, that they feel like they have to compete. And then with the addition to the participation award, where men would really shine like on the field, they weren't getting that as much. And then they're also being taught by women. And then the novels that they choose for children to read have feminist ideologies. Look at the shows, the movies. I just watched, now mind you, the woman who wrote Frankenstein was a feminist. I just watched the new Frankenstein movie. It demonized the man. Like the woman, she was buried in like an alabaster tomb. The man was buried in a black tomb. Like, so you can see so much of it. Like even him disciplining his child was seen as evil. It's in everything, undermining men, glorifying women, telling women that they're actually better than men and that they could do everything that a man can. But then also, like you were saying, Ananis, playing the victim whenever it suits them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me of that the movie they brought out not so long ago, the Barbie movie, whatever it is, with all the Kens and stuff. I haven't watched it, but I refused to watch it. But I heard all through the grapevine that it was all there just to demonize men, and that's just one example. But listen, I'm going to have to get off in a minute because it's getting very late here, and I'm going to have to start settling down, ready for bed. So,
okay.
Thank you very much for having me, thank you very much for having me, Mr. AB, and thank you everyone else for just being patient with me. And nice to meet you. And take it easy, everyone.
All right, sounds good, brother. You take it easy, man.
Oh, do your honors, please, bro. See me out. See me through the door, man.
Yeah, I got you.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
That was such a good show.
I know, right? R.I.P. Dr. Phil. R.I.P. Dr. Phil. But real quick, does anybody else have anything on this question before we move on? No? Dang, okay, cool. All right, well, I got to give a big shout out to the panel.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Bang, bang.
All right, so before we move on with the show, if you're just now tuning in, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends, and if you got something specific that you want to contribute to the conversation, look at me stumbling over my words again.
Stupid.
If you want to contribute something to the conversation, the link is in the chat. If you want to join the panel, So we are going to go ahead and keep this thing pushing. And we got another question. And Mark kind of touched on it earlier. So here's the question. Society understands that women express emotions due to hormones. So why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones? I'll read it one more time. One more time. Society understands that women express emotions due to hormones. So why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones?
That goes back to the control scheme. There's a top-down control scheme of propaganda that is intentionally trying to keep us, I would say the 70% of us that are stuck paycheck to paycheck living, they're trying to keep us in the survival mind. And so if a guy's not going out and having fun with ladies because he has no sex drive, then he's going to be at home thinking about the shitty life that he's got, having to live paycheck to paycheck. He's not going to get out of that because he'll never have that, I'll say it like it is, post-nut clarity for the next day or two, you know? I mean, it's just a fact of men's biology.
I mean, I don't expect anyone to suppress their sexuality, but when a man's coming on to me repetitively and saying the same things to me and I'm already turning them down, that's when I get frustrated. That's when I start getting upset. That's when I start being like, whoa, like tone it down. I have no problem with a man expressing like how they feel about it, but if anyone tells anybody, hey, I'm not interested, leave it at that. It's when it's repetitively like aggressive that I start having the issue with it, because I don't think anyone should be demonized for having their own urges, right? I mean, that's human nature. But if someone has bluntly told them, no, I'm not interested in you like that, leave it at such, instead of progressively continuing to make someone feel uncomfortable. That's where I think my issue would be.
Would you say that happens often to you? Because yeah, it does. And you make it, are you really like, hey, I'm not interested in you, please?
Yeah, and
stop.
most of the time I stop talking to men about it, or I won't even approach the subject with people about it, because a lot of people take my kindness as I'm flirting with them or I'm trying to make something more than it is. So at some points I have to stop even being like kind to people or tone down my kindness, because I'll have men take that in a manner that it's not. I've had so many people think that I'm trying to flirt with them, trying to do something with them, trying to engage with them in a way that I'm like, I'm just being a human being to you and I'm just trying to give you the same kindness I would want. But I've had so many people take that the wrong way. And I've had a lot of men, like, this is going to sound weird, men used to send me unsolicited dick pics on fucking Snapchat all the time. So I used to start taking screenshots of them, and I got like, why? I just made it better. Like, why send that to me? If you don't want to see it, why would I want to see it? So, but like, I was like, stuff like that, where I don't think that anyone should have to suppress it. But I do agree with what you're saying. I've seen where men have, don't have the urges, don't have this and that. It's not, for me, it's not about that. It's just more about the respect aspect of things for people, where, okay, now if you made your feelings known and they told you no, don't continually try to force that. That's kind of where my thing is.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that though? This is another one of those instances where men are getting told conflicting messages, because
yes, I you on that.
No, we're being told conflicting messages, because you'll have some women online that say, I like a man that, I'll give you a perfect example. They'll get online and they'll say that the man is supposed to pursue, the man is supposed to initiate, the man is supposed to chase, right? So when men are saying, well, wait a minute, if you're telling us no, well, then why don't you approach us then? Mm-hmm. Why come to us and let us know that you're interested? And you know what they'll say? Oh, well, no, I'm not supposed to be chasing a man. The man's supposed to be chasing me because I'm the prize. But if they're chasing you and you're telling them no, then what are they supposed to do?
I agree with
Move on to the next woman.
Sure.
That actually reciprocates.
Right. But if a man is being told, okay, just move on to the next woman, then why are men told that you need to slow it down and you need to learn how to keep it in your pants?
Sure.
Well,
Well,
I think that's a different
what I'm saying?
conversation. I know what you're saying. Guys are like, oh, we don't want to pursue, but they tend to pursue the same type of women who are shutting them down. I promise you, if they shot a little lower, they wouldn't be getting shot down. Women. Women have like, okay, so I've actually talked about this a lot, and this is the one thing where I get so much pushback from men. They say we can't help who we're attracted to. And I completely get that. And not all of this is their fault, but if you look at how society used to be, you had one little village. You maybe only saw a handful of people, right? So your beauty standards were very different back then. Now we have movie stars, TV stars, all these different celebrities essentially shoved down our throats, all with a certain look. They use Photoshop, filters, makeup, all of that stuff. So men's beauty standards have changed. Men are very visual. And then you add the Instagram baddies, then OF and corn. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube or not.
Yeah, that's cool.
But all of those things change a man's attraction to women, their beauty standards. And I think that they're attracted to women who look like they have the Jezebel spirit. And I hate to always take it back to religion, but if they were to go after the woman who's modestly dressed that they typically wouldn't even notice, they'd probably not get shot down.
You're right. No, you're right. But here's the difference, though. As much as men would like to be able to have a Victoria's Secret model, a lot of men understand what that comes with.
We're realist.
You see what I'm saying? We know we can't get Beyonce. We know we can't get Rihanna.
Like we also know if we got a Beyonce, she'd have some issues we'd have to deal with.
But then
exactly.
So then why are there so many men then that once they get that woman, once they get that achievement, once they get the closest thing that they can find to that, right? That they deem as achievable, decide then it's too much, it's not what they wanted. All of a sudden it's not how they perceived it. Oh, now they're scared about it. Why that then? Because it's like, okay, so now
I can explain that. That's
easy. I mean, even Beyonce got cheated on.
That's easy to explain. It really is.
That and then decide, oh, it's too much, or oh, this and that. The hell?
No, that's actually really easy to explain. And this is something that guys don't know they do, but we do it naturally. I can tell you right now, we don't always know we do it until we get older and figure it out, or somebody teaches us that we do this. But so like when we're picking out girls, I mean, we're going to typically go with either like initial first date, before first date, when you're first meeting girls, you'll go with like the most attractive girl, the girl you think is the most attractive. The deal is though, typically if you're like a 5 as a guy and like you're hanging around an 8 and for some reason she likes you, it's because in her head subconsciously she knows there are some issues that she has and she's willing to drop her standard down to your level because you're achievable for her and you have the highest chance of her holding you in a relationship. For a guy, we see her and we see, much like what he was saying earlier, what Anonymous said earlier about the conflicting message, right? So Gabby, you have a tattoo. So a lot of guys, whenever they see the tattoo on the neck, they think promiscuous woman, I have a better chance. So I can try a couple of times. Maybe when she's saying no, she doesn't mean no, things like that. It's a conflicting message. It's some subconscious thing we don't think about. But if a 2 got with you, I can guarantee you there would be an issue in the relationship where y'all wouldn't match. But guys won't think about that ahead of time because they're with a woman that's that attractive. So they're not thinking clearly until they get deeper into the relationship, and that whole flowers thing, because of how pretty you are, they get past it and they start seeing who you are and who they are and trying to put them together. And they're like, fuck, man, our jigsaw puzzles don't match up. These aren't going into the right places anymore. And that's when things happen.
But isn't that kind of the same thing? Like guys complain that women always date the bad boys first and then they have to learn the hard way. And then when they're, run through and older, that then they want to settle down with a good guy. Isn't that kind of what guys are doing too? I understand guys aren't getting run through because they're men, but they're still wasting their resources on women who aren't deserving of it. And one thing they like to say all the time is, why would I spend more money when you gave it to a man for free? Well, the same goes, why would you give less to me when you were giving more to these really beautiful women to sleep with them? Oh, but me, I deserve less just because I don't look that way. Now you want to settle down with an uglier girl or a girl close to your level. Like, it's kind of the same thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Night Magic.
No, go ahead, Gabby. Go ahead.
Honestly, because like I agree with you completely. And then I think what I've also read into is I've had a lot of men like be surprised I can hold more than a conversation just at face value, right? I know a lot of things. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. I'm educated. I'm not what I appear to be. So once they get past that state of, oh, she's not just one that's just gonna put out, or not just somebody that's gonna, just do what I want, then they get frustrated with me. Then all of a sudden they're gonna be an asshole to me. Then all of a sudden they're gonna be rude to me. Then all of a sudden I have like yesterday, for example, because I want to put out repetitively, and I told them like this from the very beginning. I just want to hang out. They said cool. Literally, the last night was so fucking uncomfortable. Left at 6:30 in the morning to go on a bus to get back home because I wasn't gonna put out. They got mad. That type of situation where it's like, it's frustrating as a woman to. Okay, so you guys want to have more than a conversation at face value. Give you that. You guys want someone that can have sustainability. Cool, got that. Now that I have everything I need, I'm going off the words of what a man says at this point, right? I'm going off the words of what. Okay. You're not ready yet, that's fine, but we're both in alignment. We're both still going at the same rate. We're both still healing, both on the same terms. So what all of a sudden changes then, where now all of a sudden that's not what they want. Now all of a sudden that's too much. That scares them. That's kind of where I'm at, where I'm like,
right. That's the type of guy. Okay, so every guy on the planet to some degree has an understanding. There's a Friday night girl and a relationship girl, right? And the problem is that when we don't figure out that we understand this, and there's a difference between the two types of women, we make mistakes because we're dumb. Until we reach emotional maturity, we're fucking retarded. We really are. And men don't normally, we don't normally emotionally mature until 35 to 40, if you want to look at it realistically. Women typically emotionally mature sometime shortly after 25. Mm-hmm. So, you guys figure
I don't think they're emotionally mature at all. I don't think they do at all.
Never do.
Some don't. I'm saying, generally, this is how it was historically. Now, yeah, right now we're having a lot of problems in society that we're going to have to fix. But generally speaking, when a guy's around 35, he's like, all right, dude, I know what I've been doing wrong. I know what I'm looking for. I know how to find this. I gotta go after this set and criteria, the list. And they understand that. But when they're younger, they're so dumb. We are.
I mean,
we are.
I mean, I think with the question, I actually think the opposite. I think men are a lot more respectful than women are.
They can.
Respectful, yes, but that's because we want to get laid.
When it comes, when I come and think about my past and how it was before marriage, and I get what Gabby was saying. When Gabby was like, "Oh, I get dick pics." I got them too, but I think that men.
FBI, open up!
In my experience, I used to be, and hubbies were around the corner. I used to be approached a lot more before the ring got on my finger. As soon as the ring got on my finger, they're like, oh, she's married. Or I would just get approached and be like, oh, I'm married. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm married. And they just move on.
Do you find that more women?
The opposite happened with hubby. With hubby was like,
yep.
He got this ring on his finger, and it's like, you saw them coming out the woodworks. I'm like, what are you? He just said that he was married, and and it will be blankly in my face. I'm like, did he just not tell you that I think men, when it comes to that, I think men are more respectful, and that says a lot about suppressing their sexuality. Now, I don't like the question how it was framed.
Yeah.
I
Let's
don't
get
like
it.
the
Yeah, let's
question
talk
how it was
about it.
framed.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
It's framed as in it's almost kind of giving a man a free card to cheat. Now you need to have some dick. You need to have some dick discipline. Okay.
Oh yes. Let's get it.
Once you're committed, you need
I knew it was gonna come out.
You need to have some type of fucking dick discipline. I mean, come on now.
Yeah. I knew that phrase was
committed.
gonna come out. Let's get it. I knew it was gonna come out at some point.
Right, but the way that it was framed, it was almost kind of like, well, I'm a man, so that's just how my hormones are. I can't just commit to one woman. That's how it's framed. Like, no, have some dick discipline, bro.
No, but think about the question though. Society understands that women express emotions due to hormones. So then why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones?
But we're also told to suppress our emotions because they're not logical.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we are.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
You're not. No. Hold on.
Once
No.
you are committed, then
Listen.
yes, you need to have. That's part of being.
No. You're not told to suppress your emotions. What men will typically ask you is, hey, we're doing something. Can you hold off on this until later? Can you wait until we have time to talk about this? We're in the middle of some shit. Like guys walking down the street, there's 3 thugs coming towards them that look like they might fuck you guys up. And you're sitting there yapping in his ear about some shit that he don't fucking care about because he's watching these 3 motherfuckers that look scary as shit and might hurt you. And so he's like, hold the fuck off a minute. Hold on. We're not telling you don't be emotional. We're just saying hold off, right time and place.
I agree with you, but very rarely have I had a man actually appropriately tell me, hey, just hold off on them. We'll talk about it later. It's most of the time just been, hey, don't mind for your emotions.
I agree with Gabby. We're told when we show our emotions based on hormones, we told that we're crazy. We're told, I'm like, oh, you just.
Well, that's fair. I mean, sometimes y'all are.
You just on
sometimes
your period.
yes, but
you just on your period. You just tripping because you on your monthly cycle, whatever.
Look at the question.
They downside it.
So if it's stated as hormones, and we're being told to suppress our hormones, even though we're kind of being crazy. Our hormones are consistently fluctuating at all points of time in the month because of the period, because of PMS, because of post PMS, because of all this shit. We're supposed to suppress our emotions on a degree. And I'm not saying that, this is right or wrong, nothing like that. I'm just saying in the framework of everything, you got to look at both sides. If we're going to look at it as hormones, well, women are told too to suppress their emotional hormones, even though it is biological. So in the same manner that we're asking this question, it's the same type of thing of, well, we get that you guys have your emotions. We get that it's like, biological, but can you just hold off on that for a minute when it becomes like a convenience? We can't deal with it yet. We'll deal with it later. Like that's what I mean. It would be the same thing. I guess it could be.
I get what you mean.
You mean what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean, but that goes back to the emotional maturity age, right? So I'm guessing you've been talking to guys that are around your age, and they're probably not like 35 or older. And so when guys understand how to talk to ladies, that's their emotional maturity age. And even some emotionally mature guys don't really understand how to talk to ladies all the time, but you have a better chance with someone who's around 35 because they have reached that emotional maturity and that dick discipline age, right? So they'll be able to tell you because they've had a girlfriend or two and they've dealt with certain things already. They've already kind of run the gambit. This goes back to the experience thing, right? You want a guy that's experienced. You don't want some fucking dumbass that's fresh out the womb and don't know the world. You want a guy that's already been in the world for a little bit, knows how to beat an ass, knows how to listen to you at the right moment whenever you're talking to him at the right moment, but knows how to tell you, hey, hold off a minute, but who knows how to communicate that. That's what women want. We figure that shit out when we're around 35 going up.
And it's funny that you say that because I'm 37. I just turned 37 back in September on the 6th, right? And it's funny that you say that because one of the reasons why I say I don't think women really ever emotionally mature is because it doesn't matter what age they are, they're going to have emotional ups and downs, whether they've gone through menopause or whatever, because two of my exes are actually older than y'all. One of my exes is 20 years older than me. She was a Cancer, July 16th. She was going through the emotional roller coaster. But what was funny about it is that even though those women were significantly older than me, they had a very hard time trying to wrap their brains around why I don't show emotions. And I often get called a robot because of it. But now that I'm not with them anymore, they grow to appreciate and respect it. And they say, you know what? I can really respect how you have so much control of yourself, because whenever I was going through it, you always balanced me out.
Mm-hmm.
I think
You see what I'm saying?
Emotional
Yep.
IQ though too, not just maturity, right? Because there's a level of like
Sure.
emotional IQ that I think it takes to be able to, like for me, for example, there's been situations where I can't have emotions, right? In the sense of it's a life or death situation. If emotions come into play, that's a survival, that's a threat, right? So I've had to learn how to shut down emotions, how to be more logical, how to be in a place where if my emotions are going to be a threat, they're not there, right? So I think that it's definitely something that you have to learn and teach yourself about when and when not to be emotional. Because for me, you still have to cry. You know what I mean? Like, it's still healthy to cry. It's still healthy to release things. It's still healthy to get angry. It's still healthy to, get upset about things. But there's a healthier way to release it, and there's an appropriate time. I think someone said that, at another state. Yeah, you said that earlier. There's
Time
appropriate
and place.
and I've had to learn how to do that because I used to be a very emotional, reactive person. And I don't think everyone learns how to do that. And I think that goes with the emotional IQ of learning, also you have to be able to grasp the concept that just because you feel a certain way, not everyone else can see that. Not everyone else is going to get that. And it's okay. You know what I mean? You don't have to force somebody to see your point. And if they're not going to at least take you into account or consideration, or hey, even if they didn't intend to hurt your feelings, but you have enough of a dynamic where you can at least approach that should be respected. But unfortunately, there's so many situations where that doesn't just happen.
Well, see, this is the thing. Men in general, men don't have a problem with women being emotional. That's why you guys have a reputation for being emotional creatures, right? Everybody understands this. The problem comes when you pick and choose when to express your emotions and what they're about. And I'll give you an example. Y'all know how to control y'all's emotions when it benefits you the most. I'll give you a solid example. When you're going through your cycle and you're on that job, you know how to suppress those emotions and focus on getting that job done. You're not going to be lashing out at your employees and lashing out at your coworkers and taking it out on your boss because you're stressing about your cycle. But when it comes to that boyfriend, you'll let loose on him a little bit more because he'll be a lot more tolerant of it. You see what I'm saying? So it's picking and choosing when to let those emotions out and what they're about.
I think it could be said for you though, because there's certain situations where men are very much able to maintain their okay, so for example, my domestic situation, right? I had to look back at one time, we got in an argument, and this is before he got too physical with me, but I got kind of belligerent with him. I got kind of aggressive. All he did was pick me up, put me in a room, and walk away, right? That's all he did. Come fast forward a couple months, that's not what he did, and there was no one else around. So it's situational, and that was my point, where I think men do have, and women too, right? They do have some form of control. I think it's when people choose at which point they're going to actually control themselves. And I think that's kind of what's the problem is at what point do people decide, oh, it's not, I don't have that threshold, or I'm able to maintain that threshold. Because you're right, women do have that ability, and so do men. And so I think that it can go both ways.
The prescription would be the same thing as it used to be in the past, right? The dad brotherhood would answer the younger, new to a relationship guy's questions about, Dad, she gets emotional at the weirdest times. What do I do? Oh, kiddo, this is what you do, man. You just talk to her when you're at home and let her know, hey, look, we can't do this in public, Just let her know that. She'll understand then. But we don't have that dad brotherhood that we used to have in such force like we used to have it. And so a lot of young guys don't know these things that we as men learn over time. And even some of the men in the 35 to 40s area, they don't know this until they've been through enough relationships or things like that to be able to have this emotional intelligence or this communication intelligence, right? And the communication intelligence, I think, is more so what women refer to when they talk about emotional intelligence, because the communication means more because it controls the emotions for the woman, right? Like if a man is good at talking to his woman and can calm her down, he is emotionally intelligent because he understands what's going on with her emotions, and he understands, hey, look, she wants to talk about something, she's feeling a certain way. When we get home, we need to talk about this, but right now I need to make sure she knows just to calm it down. And he'll communicate that effectively to you. You'll wait until you get home, have the conversation, if you're good at your control side, right? So there is a lot that goes into it. Women also, though, have lost the matron. They've lost the woman that was the mom, that could give you all the same espousals that the dad would give the son, right? Like the woman would say, "Mom, I don't know what to do right now. What do I do? My husband's doing this thing," and the mom would be like, "Oh, that's normal. Guys do that. Just talk to him about it if you have a problem with it." And then you'd go and you'd talk to him about it, and y'all square things out, you know. But we don't have these figureheads as prevalent in society as we used to. So a lot of guys don't have that to help shoulder the brunt of their daily rituals within their marriages and things.
All right, so Marte was shaking his head. You disagree with something. Go ahead and speak, brother.
I think that's the dumbest shit. Like, no, not what you just said, Clinner, but I think that's dumb as shit to me as a statement to make. This whole term emotional intelligence, when it first came out, I think the reason why I think it's dumb is because if you think about this is a dichotomy that's presented, which doesn't exist at extremes in any form of reality that we see. If the ship is sinking, people don't divert to like intelligence when they're extremely emotional, because when people are driving as well too, I'll give you another example. When people are driving, people will say, "Shut up, I need to think," right? What does that imply? That I need to become less emotional so that way I can lean towards logic. Those two don't exist at extremes when it comes to like different levels. What you're talking about is just leadership and decision making. That's all you're talking about. We've come to terms with this and saying, well, no, we're just going to mix things together. We're just going to say this is fire water now. And like, okay, cool. I mean, it sounds cool, but to me, it's like it doesn't exist on the same plane if you think about it, because men don't have to become more emotional. If a ship is sinking, they want to shut the fuck up so that way we could say, I need to think and do critical thinking, because if I'm going to die on the ship, I need my women and kids sailing off on the life rafts and the vessels and shit like this, because we are a liability the more emotional we become. So it's like, and I get it, there's a distinction between you saying, well, I need to determine a time, you know, where we're going to have this argument, not right now because she's emotional. To me, I just think that that's just solid decision making when we're thinking about this. That's it. We're just, I understand the term was made up, but I think it's a stupid term. I think it's really dumb, to be honest.
Oh, does anybody disagree with Marte?
Which term?
No, but I want to add to that. I think we put all of the regular expectations on men, but women don't have the same expectations of just submitting, just doing what your husband says and not causing a stink out in public and disrespecting him and emasculating him like that. And I think that women, I don't understand why it's so hard. It must be because they don't have a father figure in the home. That's the only thing I could think of. Because like when you do have a father figure in the home, what, you know, even I don't know so much with single mothers, because according to the data, single mothers are more likely to abuse their children. But from my mom or dad, I would get a look and I stopped immediately. And then it was, do I need to have a conversation with your father when he gets home? And then I was like, oh. You stopped immediately. It was learning obedience. And it's like, it's just impossible for modern women to be obedient.
Well, I kind of wanted to touch on something that was said too. Is you said something about, you know, maybe just tell them to deal, or the mother would just tell them to deal with it later in the household. I feel like they were told that almost too much. Silence is a perpetuator of a lot of cycles, right? It allows a lot, it hides a lot. So it's like there is certain times I feel like where a argument or a discussion is needed in the moment. You do need to have something to where you guys can have a decision at the end of that conversation right away. I do think there are some conversations though that aren't meant for everyone out in the business, and I don't think, you know, anyone should be really knowing what's going on in a relationship in public. But also there shouldn't be a disrespect from either side. And I think that goes, you know, with what you were saying with the obedience part, where I think that in a lot of like older times, like you said, young women were taught the obedience, and I don't think that necessarily we are not wanting to be obedient, but I think that in this day and age, we're using our voices more, and I feel like sometimes that makes people uncomfortable, and sometimes that's the right thing to do. And I feel like it's just a learning curve in a lot of areas. But I do think that the emotional IQ, or the emotional part of things, I think that there's maturity and there's also an emotional IQ, because you can have an emotional maturity level. You can also have an emotional IQ of like what actual emotions are, right? I do think you can understand emotions, and you can see nod your head, but I do think you can understand emotions to a degree. I do think that you can have some understanding, and it goes more than just communication. Because if you can't, and there's a communication part of it too, because you need to be able to grasp the concept. Someone can tell you something all day long, but if you can't grasp that concept, they're speaking gibberish to you. So it's like, I feel like there's a lot of parts that go into things like that. But yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Well, that's where I think I agree with Marte on this emotional intelligence thing. So, like, yes, there is something to men maturing and becoming more emotionally aware and understanding how emotions work. Right? We're never going to understand how all of women's emotions work, because sometimes y'all are crazy. But the problem is the conflation of terminology. When women say emotional intelligence, they're typically referring to how a man talks to them, their tone, what they're saying, when they're saying it. It's not, it doesn't actually have to do with whether or not he's right. It doesn't have to do with whether or not he's actually emotionally mature. It has to do with how he's talking to her.
Right.
I can agree with that.
Well, that's the problem too, is you'll have tone policing, and this happens.
Yeah,
often.
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Like the thing is, though, I'll talk to a woman, and it's like, this is the reason why men need to divert to logic, and we need to just throw emotion out of it sometimes. But we have to actually explain why I do things. Because if I was with Night Magic, I think that's your name, right? And like, let's say like Night Magic is my wife. I tell her, we're not going to the store. We're not buying the $3,000 dress. Because I said so, right? It's not going to make a lot of sense to her because she may be emotional. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch to logic and say, the reason why we're not buying that dress, and I'm going to say this one final time so I don't have to explain it to you. And I go into the reason why, because of our budgets, and the reason why we have a wedding coming up and we can't afford it, because it's going to make more sense. But it doesn't matter how emotional she is. I have to divert to logic no matter what. I can't sugarcoat shit with her when it comes to things, because I can say, well, let me switch how I tell her this. It doesn't really matter. But that's the thing where you have mansplaining coming into the picture, where women will say, well, he's telling me something I already know, and they call it mansplaining. Well, that's the problem, is though it's a very sexist term, because if a woman did that to me, you'd never hear me say I'm woman-splaining it to you. That's why it's really one-sided. That's why words like emotional intelligence come into fray. You'll never hear men say this. Cleaner may be an offshoot by saying this, but men don't say things like this. We don't say vibes. We don't say feels or any of this stuff. Only women talk in this language, in this spectrum universe, where they're just making up these words that come into concept. But it's like, you understand that if a man starts talking in vibes and all this other stuff, he's actually becoming more feminine by mirroring that language. And you don't want that. To me, it's like, you want the guy that's going to be thinking when the ship's sinking, not freaking out like you. You want him to be cool, calm, level-headed. That's why stoicism was such a big thing. And we talk about people like Christ and things like that. He was meek to the nth degree and also fierce to the nth degree. I think that when we look at this and mirror this, I think that a man can be firm, fair, and consistent in his emotions, to where it's like, I don't ever see him pissed. He doesn't get mad. Well, that's good, because it should be rare for him to cry in front of you. It should be rare for him to get pissed off in front of you. I think that the thing that should be consistent is maybe you being emotional and him being the rock that your emotional waves crash into.
All right, real quick, I want to read something from my brother Lewis Rich. Happy belated birthday to you, man. I know your birthday was on the 4th. It's not an excuse that I didn't call you, but I was busy. And I just want to let you know I was busy, and that's why I didn't call you to shout you out for your birthday. But my boy Lewis Rich says emotions are transitioned through culture mostly, and what I mean is how a child is raised. What I mean is the child reflects what is shown and learns from visuals also. That is 100%. Anybody disagree with my brother?
I agree, because we have to map on to behavior from what we see. If I have a single mom, I'm probably going to be more sensitive and emotional for the women that I date, thus probably turning them off, you know, as opposed to the women that, you know, because you'll hear women complain about men on the dating market. They'll complain all day long and they'll say there's nobody to date. Well, guess what? A lot of single moms are raising these kids, and these boys tend to be more emotional, more sensitive than on average because they don't have a reference point as far as a man to be dealing with, which is a whole different debate or topic that we can get into. I'm pretty sure Cleaner agrees with me on this, but I do think that if we could bring the man back in the home, maybe two men because we have God and then we have a real father. EBT, I think, was a good start in bringing men back in the home, but that's neither here nor there. But I do think that if you bring more men around men who are fathers or even father figures, you're going to have more men that you want to date on the dating market. And you're going to produce more of a dating market that's going to produce more husbands, things like this. And I think that's a good thing, man.
I think
Yeah. All right. So do any of the ladies disagree with my brother's statement? Emotions are transitioned through culture mostly. And what I mean is how a child is raised. What I mean is the child reflects what is shown and learns from visuals.
That's what
ladies have to say about that. Ladies, what do you have to say about that?
What's interesting to me is there's been a study done, right, in other countries where they don't have any type of televisions, they don't have any type of social media, and their emotions are so much more vast and so much more positive than those that are open and see what we see, right? And there's also a whole like study that was done with places that don't have, like, our walls have like square edges. Like, you know, there's places that don't have that, and even their emotions are different. So I completely agree that based on what your environment is, based on what you're seeing, based on what's taught to you, you're going to shape your world. I mean, that's how we're raised, that's how we grow, that's how we learn. And to what the point was that you were saying earlier, I think that you need to bring the correct men into that picture, not just any man. Because right now what we're seeing is there's a lot of men in the picture who are raising men, who are raising boys, who are raising these, you know, young men. They're just not raising them properly. They're doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And then, you know, here we are as women now expecting them to be different, but nothing different is being taught. So I do agree with you completely about, you know, there needs to be kind of like a revamp in that area. And I do think that, I think personally there needs to be more classes for even parents to learn how to be better parents, to understand their kids. I think that's a big thing too, is a lot of people don't take the time to understand their kids and how their kids learn. So they expect them to learn or adapt to the same world views that they have, and they're teaching them the same way that they learn, but their kids aren't learning the same way they learn. They're not meant to. We're all wired differently. So if we're teaching them something that they can't completely understand, I'm not talking about emotions per se, like that's pretty cut and clear, right? You should be able to grasp how people have emotions. But in other areas, you know, I don't think that some parents take enough time to learn how their kids actually grasp situations and actually learn for them to take the time to properly teach them. That's a whole different debate. But
I mean that's a whole different question. But to answer the question to Mr. Rich, I think that you should teach your kids. Yes, women are the carriers of culture. That's what we're women. We carry on the traditions. That is our role in the nuclear family. But you can't protect your children from everything you see in this world. I mean, you can teach them and like, listen, this is what is being, because we live in a world that's internet, society. They see all kinds of things, but this is what your values are. This is what I'm teaching you. Yes, you may hear it in music or see it on the internet, on Instagram and all of that, but you need to be able to teach your kids, this is not reality. This is what it is. So as long as you teach them that, I think that's
all right. Mark looks like Marte disagrees.
I disagree. I don't think women protect the culture. I think it's men protecting the culture. We can see an instance of illegal immigration coming in, and they're warping our culture because of bringing Islam, everything else. Men are the people that are in the trenches on the front lines defending, matter of fact, of
but
what
we
we're
pass on the culture, though, Marte. We pass on the culture. We pass on traditions. That's women.
All that
you protect it. Yes, you protect it, and then we pass on the tradition. That's what I mean. We pass on the culture.
But here's the thing, though. If you can't protect this, you have nothing to preserve. If you can't safeguard any of this, it starts with the men first. We are the ones who are incentivized to not only protect this culture, you have to actually, this is why selection is extremely important. If you pick wrong or you select bad when it comes to these things, you didn't survive a harsh winter. Matter of fact, you not only didn't survive a harsh winter, your bloodline didn't even survive. So when we're talking about protecting traditions and culture, they're all one and the same. We can see an instance of the UK not protecting their culture. They're going to be become an Islamist country in the next 20 years because the men, you would never say the women didn't protect the culture. That's why. That sounds nonsensical if I was to tell you that. It's because of the men at the helm doing this. I think when it comes to the matriarch of the family, we have like Big Mama and things like this. I think that she can be the glue. She can be the glue to keeping it together. But as far as protecting it and preserving it, that's the men.
I agree with that. I said that we pass on the tradition. That's our role as women. We pass on the
just like
tradition
men
of
do.
culture.
I mean,
it's like men protect it. And to Gabby's point, I was gonna say, I'm like, yes, when not your children, we evolved as people too. So when you come to this, when you're raising children, it's kind of like, I don't know. I think that it's a little bit of both.
So
you should be able to break generational curses.
So he came in. Yeah, he came in and said something else. He says, but also a single woman bringing different energy into the household, like dating different men, also take different energy into their home. That's like spreading mixed messages.
No,
that's not okay. That's not okay.
Because that's vibes, energy.
There's more to the whole thing.
Yeah,
it's not just as simple as like okay. So Marte said men protect the culture. Men do protect the culture.
Yes.
Gabby said women pass the culture on. Women do pass the culture on.
Yes,
men
they
pass
do.
on. Men pass on parts of the culture as well that are important for men to show they're young, whether it's a man or a woman, or a young lady or a young man, right? So there are parts of all of it that are correct, right? Men build society, and women socialize it, so it's worth being in. That's the important thing here.
The communal sense, yes.
Right, right.
So with Rich's comment, I got beef with that. When you start using words like vibes and energy and things like this, can you tell me what the definition of vibes and energy is? I guarantee if I ask everybody on the panel what energy means, you're going to get 5 different definitions as to what energy is. So I hate the fact that language is being, I would say, brought into the point to where it's like we're actually making words meaningless. And this paragraph that he just said right now is doing just that. If you can say, if a guy brings different duty into the household, right? We know what that is, but nobody knows what energy and vibes are. It's like a feeling. So these things are conditional, and nobody knows what that means when you say things like that. I'm just going to say that. That's it.
All right. Hey, Lewis, the link is in the chat if you want to pull up, brother. If you want to pull up and explain, give more context, you're more than welcome. Go ahead, Gabby. Go ahead, Gabby.
I'm a spiritual person, but I will say on this day and age, a lot of people do not know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's just be straight up honest here. A lot of people do not do the healing work. A lot of people do not do the actual energy work. A lot of people like to say that they're doing it. A lot of people like to say that it sounds good. A lot of people like to say that. But I think what she was, I wanted to kind of get back to what she was getting at was like, historically in culture, right? There was no writing anything down. Women were literally dutied with like historically verbally passing down traditions, making sure that the household was taken care of in a certain manner, certain way to preserve what it is that they maintained, right? And you mentioned the hierarchy, you mentioned protecting that. I think that now in our day and age, because everything has changed and because, you know, women are seen as are seen as more able or more competent of taking care of themselves, right? Not just a whole village. I think there's a lot of duties that have changed. And to what someone's put was like the energy into someone's house. I don't think it is okay to consistently bring men in every single day, right? I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that is a proper way to teach your kids. It's not my duty as a parent to decide that, but I don't think that's okay. That's not what I would do. However, I do think that, you know, if that man is being brought in, it should be for a valid reason, right? If that man is being brought in, the kids should be taken in consideration of what are they going to teach that man? I mean, what are they going to teach those kids? What is this man going to bring to those kids? What is this man going to bring to the house? What is this man? Because it's not just the kids. It's not just the man at that point that needs to be considered, right? Because that woman then has to take care of her kids. But then she's acting as a man and a woman at that point in time. So she's acting as the protector and as the nurturer. So then it goes to, okay, but those kids also deserve to have a man or a man role in their life that is positive, right? Because there's a lot, I feel, of energy that gets projected in the beginning of where it seems positive and it's just not. And I don't mean to throw around the word energy, but there's a lot of kind of people who project that they are better than what they are, right? So I do think that it should be the right proper introduce a man or an individual to your kids, but I don't think that it should be consistently every day. And I do think that it should be somebody who has the same values as you, and I think that that's a whole union that should take place at some point, but it should be done. I think someone said, the selection. I think it should be done carefully, and I think that that's what we're lacking in our day and age too. We're not thinking about selection. Men and women alike seem to just be thinking about the sex aspect of things, not necessarily the actual long-term aspect of things.
All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead, Athena, and then Cleaner.
So I don't want to be rude, but like sometimes women just say a lot of things when it could be shortened down to like one thing. A man with good character.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I guess they call it word salad. And no offense, I know that most women are not as articulate as men. They're not as good at communicating. They haven't been trained on how to have these types of discussions and debates and whatnot. They weren't groomed for that. So I understand most women aren't good for that. But anyways, back to what I was saying. It comes down to character. Men with strong, good character. You actually want to bring as many men with good character around your children in the community so they can see that. And I'll just rest my plane there.
Hey, Gabby. In other words, this is what Athena's trying to say. You're doing a whole lot of this. That's basically what she's saying. That's basically what she's saying. It's not an attack. Yeah, it's not an attack.
I really wasn't taking it as one I like to talk, so that's not going to stop me.
Well, no, there's just a difference in how men and women communicate, and like what Marte pointed out earlier, that I may be a different type of man. Now, I'm the same type of man. When I'm talking to men, I'm not going to be talking with the same language as when I'm talking to women, trying to get women to understand something, right?
I agree.
My language skills will show off in different ways. Yes, women tend to say things in a little bit longer form or add things to them that other women will understand the point of. Men will need someone to kind of sum it up because we have a short attention span when we feel like someone's rambling.
Right. All right, so Marte, as far as the question goes, what do you have on it, bro? Society understands that women express emotions due to hormones. So why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones? What do you got for that?
So it's a little different. I think this is a really comprehensive question to ask, and I'm going to do my best to try to answer this.
All right.
So here's the thing, though. Whenever you get women that are pissed, you hear stories all the time, of the woman who had the baby trapped under the car. She'll lift the car up, right? We've all heard this. Nod your head. I know you guys have heard this, right? Now, here's the problem that never gets brought up, right? The reason why men are told to really control their hormones, I think, for the most part, is because we actually have more force. Like, think about it, if the same situation were to happen, and this somehow creates a superwoman dilemma, which is false, I think. So if a car was trapped underneath or on top of a baby, and you had to rescue a baby, and our adrenaline is pumping, we literally rip doors off of handles. Like, just think about what men can do in that situation. Women aren't so superhuman with emotions compared to like what men do, but when men get emotional or anything happens, we cause more damage, more violence, and more everything else. So this is why men need to really keep things in check as far as like becoming more stoic, becoming the rock that her emotions can crash into, because women can't cause that much damage. They need help. They need scissors, knives to stab or something like that. Whereas men, it's like, we just need bare hands. That's it. So here's the other thing too. There's also this other lie in this dilemma when we talk about pain thresholds and things like that. When it comes to emotions, they've done this, and you guys can actually look this up. Women have actually told me in debates, they're like, you don't understand the pain women go through because of childbirth and everything else. And this is tied to emotions, hormones, and everything else. And I'll even prove this right now. You can look this up and see proof. Women will say, well, because I give birth, you don't understand. You're not weak. You would die if you had birth, right? Well, hold on. Actually, if you guys could, or somebody else look it up, look up the study where they did where men passing kidney stones. Matter of fact, women have rated this higher pain than pregnancy and all this other shit. We've had people go to the hospital, kidney stones and everything else. So it's like, when you have this, No, men tolerate pain that women have themselves said is worse than childbirth for the most part. If you look at this through any diagram, it's like, no, we're equal when it comes to certain things and value. But when it comes to emotions, we experience the same myriad of emotions, but women's are spurred more than ours as far as more conditional up and down. We're more conditional. I mean, more consistent when it comes to this. But the reason why, just to answer the question real quick, is because men cause more damage. We cause more destruction. We have more force at our disposal, where women don't. They really don't. But I don't think that women should get special treatment because they can't. You still shouldn't hit a man. You could get hit back. And I think we should defend ourselves. So it's like, yeah, I think we should have equal value. We're not the same. The only value, equality we have is value. That's it.
I like that he said too that, basically, a woman shouldn't be provoking a man to hit her, right? I don't think that, and vice versa. But also, a woman shouldn't be treating a man as a man and not expecting a man's response. I'm sorry, but like, if you're gonna talk to a man a certain way and you're gonna be a man, you want to do this and that, let a man expect a man's response. So I like that he said that, because I don't think it's right for a woman to do that to a man or a man to do that to a woman. But also, I feel like in our day and age, a lot of it, women think that it's okay to provoke a man because, oh, he's not gonna do anything, this and that. Okay, but what if he does? Right? What if he does? And in some certain situations, that does happen. And then all of a sudden they act surprised. So I do think that, I don't think that's okay. But I did like what you said about that. That's all.
Well, there has to be a response to an approach. And unless you have like approach to determine your responses, you'll never learn anything. So people will never progress to think about the same logic. The same logic, it goes like this. Well, as long as I can kick a bear and piss a bear off, it should respect my wishes and not attack me. It's the same rhetoric if I was to talk to Cleaner and I'm just like an 18-year-old kid and Cleaner outsizes me. It's like, well, he should know not to attack me because I'm more frail than him. It's the same stupid logic. Like, then we could just attack wild animals then if that's the case and just expect them not to attack us. Nothing else in nature works that way. You can't map this on anything else and make logical sense. So, yeah.
Okay, so Marte, why do you think men are told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones?
Why are we told to suppress our sexuality?
Yeah, when our sex drive is tied to hormones.
Well, it all goes back to force. I mean, but here's the thing though, is like, if you think about it, we don't control the sexual market. We actually don't when it comes to this, but when we do control it, it's bad. So this is why I think we shouldn't do this, because it creates this false dilemma or false dichotomy, because I think that here's the problem with the red pill. When you talk about the schism, when there's an overcorrection of red pill, not the descriptor part about this, but men will often complain about hoes all the time while producing more hoes and creating more hoes at the same time. I'm against men sleeping around just like I am women sleeping around. I think that when both keep them in check, I think it's good. You shouldn't have men saying, well, it's okay for me to sleep around, because growing up, if I slept around and banged a bunch of women, I'd be called the king, the man on campus. But if Athena did that, she's a hoe. She's all kinds of names that aren't nice. I think that when both people do this, we now have equal value in the arena. Despite people saying, well, no, you should develop experience and all this, I don't think that, guys are very confused as to what whole thing should go in and how to have sex. It's all the same. It's like, yeah, even a novice learning his first time is going to figure out how to get a girl pregnant. So I think that rhetoric is stupid, that you need to have experience before you have sex. That's the dumbest shit, because you're creating more hoes and creating a problem. I'll just end this real quick. If I went into a bathroom with a girl and we're both virgins and I left and my value went up and hers went down, how vampiric of me to do this to her, to create this stupid dichotomy where I'm ruining other people's value and mine's increases. No, it's stupid. It's this excuse, artard language that people come out with to justify creating more hoes that they then can complain about.
All right, real quick, I wanna welcome my boy Louis Rich to the panel. Shout out to you, bro.
Howdy, everybody.
All right, hey man, long time no see. Hey, you see what we got going on now, right?
Oh yeah, I've been paying attention.
You see, we over here having a good old time, brother. Welcome to the panel, man. Welcome to the panel.
Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
For having me. Coming live to y'all from Thailand. So
ooh, I want to
cool.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. So you came in at a very great time in the conversation. I know you were sounding off in the chat, and there was a little bit of a misunderstanding with what you were saying in the chat. But as far as the question goes, what do you have for the question right now, bro?
There was a few things I did actually want to respond to.
Yeah, go ahead.
One, Mr. Pro, Mr. Marty. If it's okay if I call you Mr. Pro.
That's fine.
As far
I'll allow it.
Okay, I appreciate that, man.
Really?
Coming from the standpoint of historical value, history, energy, our ancestors used to describe someone's approach, their characteristics, like you were stating earlier, based off of the energy that they felt off of people from our ancestors, Indians, the culture. If they felt a certain way, they would go into talking to the spiritual, the spiritual sense, like what Miss Magic was saying earlier too. There was a lot of times when, if they've had a bad feeling about something, they based that feeling, like you said earlier, it's off of feelings. There's a lot of them that base feelings and use their spirit gods or whatever you want to call it to verify if what they were feeling was correct. Now, for me, myself, I'm connected spiritually to a lot of things. So, like, if you get a bad feeling about something, that could be described as an energy. Now, not everybody goes into that. Not everybody believes in those type of things. And I can say this honestly for myself, I'm on the fence with it because it also taps into religion and all that stuff too. And I don't do religious conversations with everybody because some conversations can't be had with everybody. But I want to basically stick on the subject matter of, like you were saying, I totally agree with you saying duties and characteristics, because I'm from a military background as well as I serve myself. So duty and characteristics play a big part. But in today's society, if you say duty and characteristics to someone of this generation, like you said, they're going to use the word vibe or energy. Now, do I use that? No, I don't. I'll probably say energy if anything. No. But I'm saying I'll probably use energy depending on who I'm talking to.
You said I don't use vibe and energy, and then you just use energy, and then you said you don't use energy. So
yeah, he's saying in a general sense. He's saying in a general
sense. And yeah, in general sense, like depending on the person I'm talking to, I will present it that way. But one word you will never hear me use is vibing.
Yeah.
In context.
I get what you mean
energy,
too.
If I say energy, you'll hear me say that, depending on the person, because like I said, not everybody can extinguish the conversation when I'm using that term. Because everybody defines.
I got to push back a little bit.
Defines it differently.
All right, go ahead, Marte. You got it.
I got to push back because what you're talking about. Remember, I'm not going to make this into a whole religious conversation. I used to be a shaman. I don't know if any of you guys know what that is. I was a grandmaster in right-hand Reiki. I was a yoga instructor over at Sedona. We held retreats. I used to make $7,000 a month, which I thought I was balling at the time. Come to find out that as far as like people that take advantage of things in pyramid schemes is rife with that community, and you become a deity unto yourself. And then, not to mention this, but when you're using language like the Native Americans use this in their household and things like this, no, they actually pattern themselves, if we want to be accurate, off of tradition, right? And off of behaviors. They didn't say, well, his energy was off. No, that to me, and I'll point out why that's nonsensical too. If I was dating Athena and Athena's my wife, she would then say something like, no, the energy changed in the room. No, that's sociological behavior that she noticed, because she noticed subconsciously that I started putting my phone face down in conversations, and then I had it on silent when 6 months before I didn't do this. Subconsciously, she's not going to register this because her social awareness is that acute to where she's now picking up on things that she can't name. So she's going to call it energy. No, it's just pattern recognition machines that we are as human beings. The Native Americans did this. So when they said it was energy, we're talking about gut instinct and all this. That doesn't exist sociologically, and statistics already debunked all this spiritual stuff. But when I'm talking about in the sense of like reading people's energy and stuff like that, a lot of that's been debunked. But going back into this, it's like we're social awareness, pattern recognition creatures. So women will obviously read the room and they'll notice things when subconsciously they'll be like, no, he's just acting different. I just can't put my finger on that. So they're really reading body language, they're reading social cues, and they're also reading descriptors as well too, meaning like odors, things like this. Women are really good masters when it comes to things like this. That's why when you had the matriarch of the family, you actually had to introduce the person you were dating to them because you were vetted by that person who could then read the room and had this survival instinct of like, no, you know what? I know what a predator looks like. He doesn't behave like this. So, but in new language, we've now brought in the language to the degree where we bastardized it and made it meaningless. So now everything's vibes and energy now, where it's like, no, it's just conditional. I feel. And it's like, if I were to ask you about, well, what exactly did you not like him? Oh, it's just because of how he's acting. You don't know, because if you can't even describe whether or not this was a reference point to where some pain that you've experienced in the past, somebody that R-worded you, somebody that just maybe your mood that day. So it's like, people don't really know what they're talking about. Let's be honest here when they use words like energy and all this other stuff. So even the Native Americans, they were more based because they actually looked at behavior, pattern recognition, all that stuff. So that's more accurate, to be honest.
So I want to add on to that because I do agree with you. I think most of it is bullshit, but I think there might be some people who are trying to reference what the Bible calls discerning of spirits, which is, you could say it's energy, but we fight a spiritual battle. There are angels, there are demons. So there might be people with a gift of discerning of spirits. That would be something I think you would have to talk to a priest or something to find out. But I agree with you. Most of it is just recognizing body language, like you said, odors, all of that. But I won't say that it's impossible for someone to have a gift like discerning of spirits. I think that is possible.
I want to speak on that because I'm very empathic. I'm somebody who's had that gift since a young age. I've done things since I was little. Like I'm very much, and it's more than just picking up on things.
Nearly everyone's going to say she's an empath.
Like
that's clearly all across the board.
On social cues, it's not
all women.
Tell me one woman that's not going to say she's not an empath.
What did you just say?
Wait. Tell me one woman that's never said she's an empath at one point in her life.
There's plenty of women that aren't because they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And I'm gonna be honest with that. And like you said, a lot of people
they haven't went through their empath stage in life. You know how people have a whole phase? Women have an empath stage when they go through this. You know, they just haven't went through this. It's like, come on, bro.
So right.
More than just picking up on social cues. It's not just that. There's more to that, and that can't be taught. There's nothing that can be taught.
Can you demonstrate this for me?
And can I demonstrate it for you?
I can.
I can't. Honestly, not right now. How am I supposed to demonstrate that for you? Honestly,
I can.
You can logically. If you can logically demonstrate this for me, or give me an example, or pull up a reference, I'd love to hear it.
I can actually give you a performative explanation
for you in a full situation and a breakdown because I can't fully break that down for you right now because it is a spiritual thing. And honestly, Native Americans, they weren't just doing social things. They did believe in their ancestors. Their ancestors were correct. And like he was getting to the point of, it's not just, woohoo. It's what if people believe in it, then that's what gets through them. I'm not trying to make this spiritual, like a religion versus spirituality thing. But if people believe in that spirituality, yes, I do agree with you, though. It is a big pyramid scheme for a lot of things. I will say a lot of people do fall victim to that. A lot of people do fall victim to it sounds so good and, come do this and that. A lot of it has to be done on your own. Like, I think that a lot of it has to be done on your own.
You understand by your logic, transformer women are the most spiritual people in our culture. By your logic, if we're going to use your logic, then they're more spiritual than anybody else because they believe what they are and they're spiritual because even though we can't see this, we have to trust them. Even though you can't prove this, touch it, taste it, or anything like that. We're just supposed to coincide with this and co-sign this agreement.
A reality, right?
People with real gifts will have fruits. You'll see it.
There's a conflation
Transformer
here.
People will tell you that you can see it. It doesn't just it just somehow exists, and we have to acknowledge it.
And there's even a little bit of an equivocation between you.
Yeah, go ahead, Cleaner. Go ahead, Cleaner.
I think you guys just are misinterpreting each other. When Rich is saying energy, right? I understand what he means. I understand what it is he's talking about. When y'all were talking about the idioms and the subconscious cues that happen in society, I get what you're talking about. I understand it. What you're all not understanding about each other is that you're all talking about the same thing, really. All right. So the conflation of energy, feelings, empathy, all of these things, it's subconscious intuition. Like, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'5". When I'm in great shape, I'm at 280 pounds. I'm probably about 320 right now. I got a beer gut. So when I walk into a room, everyone tells me they sense an aura when I come into the room, whatever my mood is, and I understand what they mean. It's subconscious intuition.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I
they
said.
can
That's not
they can see
anything
you.
spiritual.
It's not
It's
right. It's
yeah.
not energy. But the same thing is, women don't always understand this, and young men don't always understand this. They think it's energetics or some kind of
Yeah.
spirit or spirituality or something like that because they don't understand it. It just hasn't been explained to them. That's all. And I get that Rich understands the difference. He was showing me that he understood the difference. It's just easier to say the energy because you're talking to a certain crowd. And I get that. I understand that. I do it too when I'm trying to metaphorically explain things to people so they'll be able to understand, right? And Marte, I get why you have a disconnect with this because, bro, I know you've been a bodybuilder. You've been like rational man for a long time. Really, I mean, no, seriously, brother, I get it.
All right,
You're
let's hear
stuck
it.
in
Let's
ration
hear
and
it, Cleaner.
reason.
Go ahead.
No, you are. You're in the ration and reason and all of that and logic, and you see a lot of feminists in what you do, and so you have a certain wall you put up where you don't want to put up with that kind of language,
It's not
and
a
you don't want to
wall.
listen to it.
It's
But
a
there is, like, you have to know how to talk to other people in the right way, and this goes back to like when men emotionally mature, this EQ thing that women talk about, emotional intelligence, communication skills. It's just being able to talk to other types of people who are of different communication styles correctly.
Well,
That's
hold on,
all.
Cleaner.
That's not EQ though.
We're now talking past each other a little bit, and here's the issue that I have with that you just said, and I just caught it when you said we have to learn how to talk to other people. I agree that can also be two things can actually be true, but here's what I think more people should do. And you said, yeah, I get it, because people use energy, vibes, and all this other stuff. I think that there should be correction. I think there's room for corrections, and I think we should also educate people on how we should be talked to. That's the problem with this, is that when we have a low literacy rate and a comprehension rate that's going to 8th grade level and actually plummeting right now, I think that it's a duty of us to actually kind of correct grammar on things that people are actually confusing, especially when you're given a broad term and that can mean 5 different things. It's just laziness that I'm not going to buy into. I think I'm doing another man in a justice actually when I say no. What I mean by saying this, and I actually give a descriptor, and I mean what I say, something that's clear that 5 people in the room know exactly what it is. Because if I asked everybody this is the energy in the room. Because Athena is going to be like energy. That means the action, right? And then if I ask Bravo over here, he means no, a feeling. So it's like, but if I'm accurate with what I say and I create a distinction with language and I don't muddy words that are meaningless to this degree, I'm now educating and helping the next path to become more discernible, less confusing, and I'm actually helping his path in life a lot better.
I agree, but I also understand that I have a panel of 3 rational men and 2 ladies that I don't know, right? And so I'm trying to speak in a way that everyone will understand whenever we're talking about these different things, like the questions that Anonymous is giving us, that way everyone can understand what it is we're talking about. I'm not necessarily trying to do social correction right now. And what I do is more about teaching people's subconscious the brainwashing that's gone on so that they can resist it. So I'm typically not going to try and push back a whole lot on definitions and specific words and things. I'm going to try and relate things metaphorically so all sides can understand what it is that we're talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, does anybody else have anything on this topic so we can go ahead and keep the show pushing? Everybody good?
No, I actually did want to address it because I don't think I actually addressed.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So as far and it kind of actually adds on to what Marte is saying. And this is the example I give. If I spend years, because and the reason for I'm giving this, I guess, analogy is because men will say that the more sex that they have with women, their value goes up. They had to work for it, and it makes them more desirable, right? Because they had to work for it to get it. I can work for a really long time building a paper ship and then take it to the ocean and put it in and it sinks. But I still put a lot of work into it, but it wasn't successful. And the studies show that the more sexual partners that a woman has, the more likely she is to not be able to have a long-term relationship. Well, it also shows that men are unable to stay faithful to one woman long-term. They will stay with the woman, but they'll cheat on her, which is essentially sabotaging the relationship. And so neither one is good, but I think that the reason why it's important for men to practice sexual discipline is so that women can't use them, especially whenever they're more of a novice. Women will use that to manipulate men and kind of string them along to get what they want. And then the last thing I want to say is, just like you said, Marte, sex isn't rocket science. I know plenty of virgins who married and they don't have issues in their marriage. They're perfectly fine. And they get to learn and grow with each other with no issues. So it's not, if two people are wanting to achieve the same goal, which is climax and children and all of that, I promise you, they're not going to struggle with that if they're both willing to help each other. It's just not that difficult.
Yeah, I think that if we can practice more self-control, I think that's better, and we produce a better society. Because think about this. If we can practice better sexual control with our impulses, think about how we can branch us off to other metrics in life. This could be dieting. This could be anything else. I mean, if you cheat on a diet, what else would you cheat on? If you cheat on your wife, what else would you cheat on? We can literally replicate this throughout society. And what's happened is we've destroyed tradition in mass. I think illegal immigration, amongst everything else, and the infiltration of feminism has causes. Feminism has infiltrated churches in the West. And even what Bravo is talking about, this whole spiritualism has been co-opted by feminism. So I think that if we can actually create a reduction by putting more men in the helm and actually telling them, hey, you should actually have more safeguards on your computer, have more digital safe, because digital opioid exists. We can all agree on this. So I think that if we can abstain from this and actually embolden ourselves to become people that fast. Fasting's extremely important because you don't just do this with food. We can do this with corn. We can do this with food. We can do this with everything else that is really inherently bad. I think we should be able to earn certain things. Sex should be earned. I think that if you are to wait to marriage and you actually get this, you don't deserve anything as a man. Everything should be earned. You'll appreciate it more if you actually had to work for things, but also on the women's side, I'll hold them accountable. You'll appreciate sex and a husband if you actually earn this guy. You don't deserve the guy that's a 10. I think that you should be able to be a wife before you get married, just like you should be a husband before you get married. Everything should be earned, and I don't think we're a merit-based society as we should be. And that's where a big problem is as well, too.
That's
okay,
true.
Okay, Marte, I got a question. Because you said that for men, sex is supposed to be earned, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you on that. So if sex for a man is supposed to be earned, then how much sex is a man supposed to have if he's continuously earning it?
So
what's
you
the
don't
limit?
earn sex by getting sex. Here's the thing, though. You don't earn money by getting money. Sounds redundant, right? If I was to tell you that, right? So here's the thing. You earn sex and you don't earn everything else, because guess what happens? What comes part and parcel with marriage? Sex, right? So if you have sex outside of marriage, and if you have junk food outside of a diet, I think that there's a time and a place. Things come part and parcel. What happened in America is we started destabilizing these traditional values and things fell apart. What people try to do is have their cake and eat it too. Well, I want to have all the sex without the marriage, though. I want to have all the cheesecake without the diet, though. And you see what I'm saying? So it's like now we're having everything else without the discipline and restraint. So if you're going to say, I need to earn more sex, you need to be able to earn a wife first. You need to earn a marriage first. You need to earn a covenant and all these other things first, because you just want free handouts, because this is just sexual version of EBT that you're getting. You just want the handouts, and then you want to steal this when it comes time for this, and then complain when people want to refrain from having cold bed, which is the EBT holdouts. It's the same thing. It's the same rhetoric, but it's like, yeah, you can't have your cake and eat it too. These things have to be earned. If strippers get all this money, right, they're not going to appreciate the money because they can go back and get $500 the next night. But if they actually have to work for this shit and have to work, they're going to think long and hard before spending that cash. People behave differently with things that they have to earn, but it's not exactly getting a thing. You have to put in the work for before you actually get the thing.
Yeah, but I'm using your example. So if people in general respect things that they earn. It doesn't matter if it's a degree, if it's earning money, if it's earning status, things that take a lot of pain and grind and grit to be earned are typically respected, right? So if I'm taking your framework where you said men have to earn sex, well, yeah. if I put in the work and I earn this, then who can tell me how much I can have if I earned it?
That would be your wife when you get married. So it's like, if you think about this, if I put in all the work, your employer is going to be the person that's going to tell you how much I can delegate as far as finances and things like this. And the reason why I think it's a weird take, I know Grid was saying it's a weird take to take, but the reason why we have to earn these things is because if you wanted to become an incel and a loser all your life and not develop yourself, not get a job or anything like that, well, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to show fruits of your work, labor, or any of this stuff. I think that that's tenable when we think about these things. Like even cleaner, we talked about diesel mechanic stuff, and I think that's a really great industry. But think about it. If I decided to be a bum and not work and not go to school or anything like this, well, what am I exactly earning by inactivity? I think one of the biggest diseases in our country, this goes to fitness and everything else, because I know you're in a Fitness Anonymous base, is inactivity. Inactivity is the biggest disease of all. So I think that if you actually work, sow seeds, plant seeds, and I'm not talking about like sperm or anything like that. I'm talking about planting seeds of wisdom in other people, helping, being of service to other people, and you become one of these people in society that's actually contributing. That's a form of earning, and a woman will see this, because think about it. The reason why we have roses and we give a bouquet, and I gave Athena roses back in the day, they had daffodils and all these other things in there, is because this is where it stems from. It shows my ability to forage. That's where that came from. So I had to earn her affection, because she's like, damn, we could survive a harsh winter because Marte knows how to forage for a winter. So just giving you guys a little bit of education here. So I think that earning comes in various different ways without actually getting the thing. Like we have to develop ourselves to show our approval of a woman, right? But this goes both ways, right? A woman has to earn us as well too. Never forget this, gentlemen. They actually have to become a wife before they become a wife. And that's what I'm saying. Like we actually have to become the thing without saying, oh, I just feel like I'm the thing anyways. No, you have to show me that you're a good wife before you come into my life. And that's what that is. Earning is presentation as well too.
Okay, so again, if a man has to earn sex, how much is he supposed to have if he has to earn it? Who can tell him anything?
He's not saying that you earn the wife and then you get all the sex you want. He's not earning. He's not.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's how it should be.
No, it is
That's
true.
not true. That's not true.
It is true, because if you earn a good wife, she's going to give you sex. If you practice discipline and you practice your discernment, you will know the difference between a good woman. Because I do know there's a lot of women who weaponize sex and they try to withhold from their partners. They're abusive women. I promise you that there were red flags in the early stages. And this is why I actually tell men to tell a woman no, because that's what I keep hearing from men is, well, anytime you tell a woman no, then she withholds sex. Well, tell her no early in the relationship and see how she reacts to you. If a woman can't take your direction, you move on. You don't just concede to her and then hope that things will work out into a relationship. You have to look for those fruits with a woman, and the way that you earn that is by bettering yourself so that you can attract and get a woman like that.
Well, here's the thing.
So explain to me how just because I get a wife, I'm gonna have all the sex I want, because it doesn't work that way.
I'll explain in the should. I can explain in the
should. It should. You're saying it should, but in reality it doesn't.
Not anymore. Yeah, you're right.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No. Go ahead, Cleaner. Go ahead, Cleaner. You got it.
You're right, though. Ever since Ethel Gordon in like 1913, 1914 published this paper in the New England Journal of Medicine in Great Britain, right? It said that like pink was for girls, blue was for boys. Pink used to be a royal color. A lot of men still wore pink at the time, and so they started seeing those men as effeminate. So it broke down things for men and women in a baseline metric. This stemmed there and just exploded afterwards in all kinds of other ways that feminists started putting these ideas into men's heads and women's heads. So the thing was, biblically, and I mean even non-biblically, right? Women understood, if I don't want my man to cheat on me, I need to make sure he's sexually satisfied. If I don't want him to go and look at other women, he needs to be sexually satisfied. I need to appeal to his needs and make sure they're met. Feed him, make sure he's not horny when he leaves the house, you know? And this was something that went on all the way up until the 1920s. And in the 1920s, we started seeing this move where women started saying, no, I don't want to have sex right now, because you didn't do this earlier. And that was something that was brought up in radio broadcasts, where the women in the radio broadcasts would actually say, well, if he doesn't do his share of the chores when he gets home, he doesn't get laid, or something to that effect. I mean, Space Ghost had this in it. Space Ghost Coast to Coast had it in there a couple of times. All of these radio broadcasts. And then when TV came into propagation, TV mirrored this in a lot of the shows that they showed. And we see it nowadays. It is just every fucking where. The guy doesn't even get sex if the girl's in the wrong mood. The guy doesn't get, and it's like, hold up. So you're going to tell me, right? You understand I'm a sexual creature. I've been getting laid every day for the past month. And now all of a sudden you want to hold out for some weird fucking thing that we didn't agree to for the next 2 or 3 months, and you expect me to keep it in my pants. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I'm going to try to keep it in my pants because I'm a good man, I think. But I mean, fuck, lady, look at what you're putting me in. It's gonna if some chick comes along, gets naked in front of me and goes, hey baby, what's up? How's you and your wife doing? I'm not even going to hear that shit. All I'm going to see is there's a coochie in front of me that's fucking naked. Like, so this concept has gone out of women's minds because they don't care about the men in their relationship. They don't see them as people anymore. This has been brought on by feminism and the whole control scheme thing that you were talking about earlier. So like when you're talking about self-control difference between men and women, think about it like this. If men right now executed the same level of self-control that women are executing right now, do you know how many women would be getting raped on the daily? Do you know how many other men would be getting killed every day? Do you have any idea how fucking insane our life would be if men showed the same level of control our women are right now?
So Cleaner, real quick, I have to tie this up because there's a little bit of confusion in the chat right now. I don't want to use the word earn. This is what I mean. Let me clear this up a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
What I want to use is like, the idea of falling out of favor because we're not fulfilling our duties. That's really what I mean when I'm talking about earning. So when I talk about this, it's like, I want a woman that's going to fulfill duties and is a mother before she's with my children. I'm going to see how she is with kids, things like this. To me, I feel like, especially if I'm going to deal with the Black community, because I'm around like a lot of Black women that are like, oh, he's one of the brothers and stuff. They don't know that I'm mostly like not dating Black women because of a lot of issues right now in that community. They delete babies en masse. So I think that if you fall out of favor with me, meaning like I don't see fruits of you earning, like, and when I say earn, what I mean is like you being incapable of performing these duties of a wife, because if you're not interested in having kids, you've deleted babies in the past, you sleep around. What I mean by earn is like, I have a filter. We have to be able to filter people to say, okay, these are too many red flags for me to deal with. So when I talk about earn, that's really what I'm talking about. So when people say earn, I really want you to understand, though, that when we have arranged marriages, this is why they last a longer period of time, because your parents were wiser than you. They actually selected somebody, and they have to filter these people out before they started dating your daughters, your sons, things like this. And that's why it lasts longer, because right now we don't have such a guilt filter because dads are missing from home, single moms are raising us. But This is my whole point, is like, if you can't filter people during the courting process, and you could say, well, I found a wife. How do you know that if you don't sift through, okay, let me find out if she's a bad person or not, and you find these out? And that's what I'm talking about. We have to filter people out. But I think that when you jump the gun, you just lay down with people and you say, I just found a wife. You don't know her past, if she slept with too many people, deleted babies in the past, if she's poisoned her husband and tried to get the life insurance. Let's take our time with people and filter these people. That's what I mean when I say earn.
Yeah.
I get that. I get that. Go ahead, Athena.
So a lot of guys in the red pill, they say that men are the prize, and here's why I disagree. Even though I think that women today might be cheap prizes, they may be Temu prizes now for the majority, but they're still technically the prize, and this is why. Men are like the athletes. They're like the gladiators. They're competing in life to get a reward, which and depending on how much effort they put in that competition, what it is that they achieve will unlock different levels of the type of woman that they're going to get. Now, unfortunately, the value of women has decreased substantially than how it used to be. It used to be a man could just be a decent man and he could get a decent wife. Now that's not so much the case, which is really unfortunate for men. But technically, if you look at it, women are still the prize because it depends or who you can get as a woman, or sorry, as a man, who you can get as a man is dependent on how much work that you put in. The prize can't be the athlete. The athlete is winning the prize. Does that make sense? He's putting in the work.
No.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I don't know about all that.
Wait. So based on that example, the man, you're saying that the man is earning it, right?
Yeah.
By putting in the work. Okay, again. So back to my question I said earlier. If I have to put in work and earn it, then who can tell me how much I can have?
Right.
I earned it.
See,
well, hold on.
Well, are you
No. Wait.
We're talking past each other, though.
Wait. If she's the prize,
Uh-huh.
then who can, and I have to earn it, then who can tell me how many prizes I can have?
God.
Yeah, nobody can tell you that.
How many prizes
no
can
one
I have?
Can tell you.
No,
like,
there's not a number. There's not a number. You're trying to put a number on something that we shouldn't have a number on. If I want to, like,
No,
okay,
I get what he's saying, Marte. What he's saying is like, all right, if she has this I'm the prize mentality and I have to earn the prize, because the understanding is this, you have to earn a reward. You have to earn a prize. So the conflation here is that it's women's duty to make sure that their men are satisfied in the ways that women can satisfy a man before the man leaves the house, the same way that it is a man's duty to make sure that his woman is satisfied before the woman leaves the fucking house.
That's why you don't put a number on it.
That's
Well,
right.
you
You
don't put a
don't
number
put,
on it.
and here's the other thing though, okay? Feminists came up with this whole conversational topic about 30 years ago. Women are the prize. And this is something that, like, it's a Q trigger. I've got a lot of Q triggers I watch with people who have been brainwashed by feminists. And Athena, you don't think you have. My parents didn't think they had either until
I'm an anti-feminist, so no, I go by biblical truth.
I understand you are, but women are not the prize. According to the Bible, each of us has value in a relationship. Neither of us is the prize. We are there to serve each other with our certain duties we do. Men lead, women follow, but women bring support in ways that men can't. We each have value. And what Marte is saying is men should show themselves to be a high value man, which a lot of women conflate to dollars. Ka-ching, give me that bag. But that's not what it means. A high value man is actually a virtuous man, a man of quality. And this is the problem that feminism has done to women. They don't explain these things. They just use the buzzwords. So you get programmed in a certain way, which I call social cues, right? These buzzwords. And
well, they do explain it to women.
I can detect whether or not you've been brainwashed based off of the specific social cues that you say. Now, women being the prize, you have been brainwashed in that way, ma'am, and I hate to tell you that. Women are not the prize. Men are not the prize. We are both valuable in the relationship. We both need to earn each other's love and respect. And that's how it works.
You're saying that the prize is more valuable than I would say that the athlete that wins the prize is more valuable than the prize. The prize is his reward.
I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying
so. Go ahead if you want to go again.
Wrong.
Hold on, one mic.
Sure, sorry. Go ahead.
Now go ahead, Athena.
So what I'm saying is the man who puts in the work, he will get a woman. The level of woman he will get is dependent on the work that he puts in. Now, I said I am very well aware that the women's value has gone down substantially because women are not preserving themselves in the way that they used to. Just like a prize, you would preserve that. Just like in the Bible, it says a woman is worth more than rubies. When you find a wife, you find a good thing. I'm not saying that men are not valuable. In no way. I'm saying the red pill, when they say the man is the prize, it doesn't make sense because the prize is not the thing that's competing to get a certain, the women aren't competing to get a certain man. It's the men competing to get a better woman. That's always how it's been. Men have to compete for everything in life. They have, their intrinsic value, but the way that they make it in this world is by competing with other men and by building. And whether it's their career, anything, it's all dependent on how they compete in the world.
Women compete all the time, though. I'll tell you a good example. Here's why women compete. And I'll even talk to Cleaner about this. Cleaner, have you ever seen a situation either on TV or social media where somebody gets mad because they wear the same dress? Why would that be? If she's like, oh, that bitch knew I was going to wear this dress, because they're competing. They're literally going out to the club and just saying, hey, I have to outdo this girl because I have to compete. We see this in the church all the time in the Protestant churches. Mother Smith has to have a bigger hat. And she's competing against Mother Joseph for like, who can have the biggest hat? So it's like, this is constantly happening. When we think about this, like, that's what I'm saying.
The problem is the mentality of the prize. All right, listen, let me explain what I mean by this. It'll only take a second. Prizes don't have duties; they just are given. There, I'm done. Feminism can no duties.
Here's the other thing, though. Back in the day, we had women compete for like my quiche was better than her quiche, and it's like these based ass. I want that competition to come back because women used to compete back in the day because Florence brought her egg potato salad to the dish, and then the other women got pissed. Oh, how dare she make a better one than me? I'm going to outcook her next year. Like, I love that competing because women used to do this. There was based ass competing for like, oh, you know what? Our house is better. Little Timmy got better grades than me because I'm a matron in the house. And it's like, damn, they're doing better. I can't let them get better grades than us. And I think we need to bring that back. We need to bring back good, proper, traditional female competing back. I think it's based.
Right.
So Athena.
Mm-hmm.
So are you still under the understanding that the woman is the prize? Is that what you're sticking with? Okay.
Yes,
so let me ask, Okay, cool. Because I want to ask you something with that.
Okay.
So if the woman is the prize, right? Which side gets celebrated? The prize itself or the person receiving the prize?
The person receiving the prize.
Oh, right. So if I get celebrated for receiving the prize,
do
you think that I only want to feel that feeling one time in life?
No, but I mean, you could want a lot of different things, but are you going based off of your own desires or what God says for us to do?
No. This is what I'm going off of. I'm using your example and your framework. I'm using strictly logic. Take morals out of it because reality is amoral, right? Reality doesn't operate off of morals. Biology trumps morals.
Right.
Okay, so children would be a prize.
Biology.
So he's not getting only one prize.
Right. Also, okay. So then there's no limit to how many children I can have too, right? So who can? Yeah. So if children are a prize, who can tell me how many prizes I can have? Nobody.
Nobody.
So if women are a prize and I have to put in the work to earn them, then nobody on this earth, no matter what your religion or belief is, no one can tell me how many prizes I can get because I earned it.
But
right or wrong?
Well, it's not that that I'm telling you what you can or can't do. You can
but
do
I'm
whatever
sticking-
you want
but
and
I'm
morally
sticking with the
corrupt
logic, though.
yourself.
I'm sticking with the logic, though.
Mm,
I'm
you're
sticking with
not
the logic, though.
exactly.
No, I'm
you
using.
can't conflate. You can't compare the two things because you're saying you can get as many prizes as you want, but one will morally bankrupt you. You can't.
Athena, I'm sticking with. I didn't change up the scenario. I'm just going off of your scenario, and I'm just strictly applying logic to
Anonymous,
it. You said we have to earn it. You said we have to earn it, right?
If you have to earn a prize, prizes are transactional, which means women are objectified. This is a concept that feminism pushed on you women, and you're too stupid to understand it.
No, actually, in the Hebrew text, men weren't even really considered men until after they married. That's when they became a man. And so, yes, women are still the prize, and the man is celebrated. And if you would have let me finish,
let her finish. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Feminism says that women are the prize and they're the main character. No, the athlete competing for the prize is the main character. He's the one celebrated. It's all about him. And his prize that he gets is determined by how much work he puts into life.
Which means the prize is transactional.
Well, here's the problem with this. You kind of missed this. I would have went this way, Anonymous. I would have asked something like, if you're talking about the prize being celebrated, that's what you're talking about, Athena. Well, when men get married, do you see a lot of men celebrating a lot of other men saying, oh my God, you get married? They're usually like, oh man, okay, so when are you tying the knot, bro? Like, it's usually like lowbrow communication. But if you look on the women's side, oh my God, you're doing this, what's your dress and all this other stuff, and it's all this excited.
You finally found a good man.
What's that?
Yeah, you finally found a good man.
In fact, matter of fact, there's a bridal shower. Where's the groom shower? Doesn't exist. It's not a row. So it's like if you by your metric, we were to look at even the religious side, and I know it's not an orthodoxy, but even outside of that, the women celebrated like to kingdom come. Men, it's almost like a funeral. If I hear that cleaner got married, I'm like, oh, that's cool, bro. So when are you getting it done? It's like that conversation. That's the amount of excitement I'll have for his marriage. But I guarantee you with your sister friends are like, oh my God, so where's the catering event and this and that? It's like dudes aren't having this conversation because we're not celebrating when we meet a woman on average when it comes to like secular marriages or even like non-denominational marriages. So even religious.
Yeah. And Athena, I would argue that both genders are competing for two different things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, both genders are competing for two different things. So if you're telling men that what we have to earn is the box, right? That's essentially what you're saying. No, that's what you said. Hold on.
A wife.
Okay, cool.
If you say that a wife is just a box, that's that's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy though.
Hold on.
No, it's not. You just don't understand it.
Hold on. Rock with me here. You said earlier that how it was supposed to be is that if you get a wife, then you get as much sex as you want. That's what you said earlier. Okay.
100%.
I agree with her, yeah.
So the box comes with the wife, correct?
Yeah, but that's not the only thing you're getting. You're getting a help. Traditionally, you're getting a helpmate.
Right. But then that's a perk. That's supposed to come standard.
Yes, and the children and all of that. Yes,
right.
100%.
Cool. I understand that. So I would say that we're both competing for two different things, but I would argue that for a woman to get a husband, it's a lot harder for a man to get laid. It's way harder.
And that's why I gave the analogy. I could spend years making a paper boat and then take it to the ocean, spend years, and then it sinks. And that's why I said, if you look at men who are promiscuous, they are more likely to cheat on their partner. And then women who are more promiscuous are more likely to leave their partner. They will not stay in a long-term relationship.
Okay, cool. So watch this. I agree with you on the paper boat example. But here's the reality. Women are the paper boat and men are the ocean.
Can you elaborate on why?
The reason why I say that men are the ocean is because the ocean can't be controlled. So if a man is supposed to be a leader and the final decision maker, the waves dictate where things go. Now, a good sailor has experience on the sea and knows the ins and outs of what it takes to be able to conquer the water, which is why the man needs experience out there. A man with experience on the water is going to tell you, hey, we don't need to make that boat out of paper. It's not going to work. You see what I'm saying? So an experienced sailor becomes one with the ocean because they know how to navigate the waves. They know how to I don't really know boat terms, but they know how to adjust the sails a certain way to be able to navigate effectively. You see what I'm saying?
What experience are you talking about? What are you referring to when you say experience?
Life experience in general.
Yeah,
life experience in general. Life
What
experience
makes
in
a
general.
man a good leader?
True.
Exactly.
You have to have experience. I thought you were. I was hoping you weren't going to say sex. Like, okay,
Well,
life
that-
No.
That's part of it.
What makes you an attractive mate to a female?
Exactly.
Right? Which is
Exactly.
life
A man that knows
You
what
don't
he's
need
doing.
sex to become more attractive to
A man
female.
that
It
knows
can
what he's
happen
doing.
if you have degenerate women, but you don't
Well,
need
you
that.
don't.
That's not
You don't
necessary.
necessarily, but it depends on the woman, right?
All right, go ahead, Lewis. All right, go ahead, Lewis. What you want to say, man?
I wanted to tap into that subject as well.
Yeah, go ahead,
Because
bro.
I've been married to my wife since we got married 2018.
Yeah, you've been with Jasmine for a while, bro.
We dated 2 years
yeah.
before marriage. But me being a man, I can honestly say the process of growing together is an everyday learning. So I'm a student for life.
Yes.
You know,
I
and
agree. Hell
not
yeah.
only does that come with me and my wife learning each other on a consistent basis, because it's always a different situation that happens and both of us will react to it differently. You know, I might react to it a certain way. She might get pissed off or be like, what the hell? Da, 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 da. Or she might act to it a different way. And I'm sitting here just rubbing my head like, I don't think that's how that should go. But that's a process of communication and learning to grow together. But like I said earlier, I'm a student for life, which means even being here on the panel with you guys, I'm learning from each of y'all and how y'all operate. So that when it comes to you coming, let me see how I can put this. Your interaction with everyday people. Interaction with everyday people is going to teach you something about that person, even in a little bit of time that you get with them. You know, so based on the reward and the visuals of the aspect of having the reward and what is the reward, you know, a lot of the reward comes based off of how we were raised. A lot of times, I'm gonna say that a lot of times it could come in from how we're raised, because our parents would be like, if you want to do this, you need to do this. Oh, you want to go outside and play with your friends, you need to clean the room. Or you want to go to the movies on the weekend, you need to do the dishes. You know, so like you were saying earlier, mentally we were put in that position to, if we work hard to get something, in most aspects, we believe that we deserve what we're working for. And then a lot of times, even when us busting our ass, if it's okay to say that.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Busting our ass to get this reward, and a lot of times it's not what we expected. So can you truly celebrate that reward if it's not what you thought it would be? Now in the reference of sex, some of us will put in that bid to work hard to get it. Bust our ass, you know, worship the ground that individual works on. And after they get it, it's not what they envisioned. So can they truly celebrate that? Is that something to be celebrated? Because from a male's perspective, I'm going to say this. From a male's perspective, me growing up, high school, that was my thing. I was more with the in crowd. I wasn't into the books. So I was trying to hit it. I was trying to get something. And then if the reward I worked for wasn't what I wanted, I'm not getting ready to go back and brag to my partners and tell anybody. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
in the same essence of everything I'm saying with the rewards, not every reward is meant to be celebrated publicly.
That's true. That's true.
That don't mean don't be proud of the accomplishment, but there's some accomplishments that we get that you ain't getting ready to tell nobody.
Yeah,
That's something that
that's
I take
true
to the
too.
grave with
That's true too.
you know. But I just wanted to jump in on those two subjects. You know, Miss Athena, I agree with some of the perspective as you were saying, yes. But can we truly say the woman is it can't be truly said that the woman is the reward or the prize when you have a lot of women that have the same thought process of the man. Because there's women out here who will bust their ass hard because they want what he got. And a lot of times it's not in the physical sense. It's because of the visual sense of what they see. And I believe that's vice versa. You know, so I can't really agree with the same thing, the same sentiment of the woman being the prize. Now, traditionally, I could say that was the thing. Because if you saw somebody, but it started visually. If you saw that person and he was like, damn, they beautiful, they handsome, they look good, whatever it was, it started visually. Now, in today's society, a lot of women, they see the money. They see the glitz, the glamour, and then they want that role. Like Mr. Cleaner was saying earlier about women competing, with my food is better than hers. You know, during those times growing up, traditionally, if a woman wanted that female spot, she went and worked against getting it.
You better work. Yep.
Yeah,
You know
they
what I'm
put in
saying?
work.
And then that also drove the wedge because, like Cleaner was saying earlier, if I got to put off for 3 months because I'm used to getting this and you telling me I can't have it until I do this. Miss Patty coming, the next door neighbor coming over, bringing him baked pies and cakes and shit while you at work.
Well, here's the other problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Marte.
Here's the problem that can arise. I'm going to address two things. One that I heard you say that isn't, I don't have a problem with what you're saying, but I'm going to create a delineation, and one on magic, which you just reminded me of a problem that I wanted to address. She said we can't teach kids all the same because they all have different learning styles. While I do agree on this, we've become too lax when it comes to raising kids. No, I think you can teach kids the same when it comes to certain things, because what is upholding tradition? If we traditionally teach people the same thing and say, well, this is how 1 + 1 functions here, you're a visual learner, all this other stuff, but over across the board, it's all the same and we replicate this, I think that's good. When you have kids saying, I'm going to let you learn the way you learn because, you know, I'll just be out of your space, and we let them be their own grown adults when they're not adults, I think that's when you let generations get out of control, because I think that we do need direction. I think we need stern, firm, fair, and consistent direction. And this is where women get brought into the picture. When I call women children, when I say this, I don't mean this in a very demeaning way, because let's say Cleaner was the father of a daughter that I was going to date and we ended up being married. He has to give his daughter away. Does it sound like she's a material possession? No, this is just tradition that we're replicating and continuing, because now I have to fulfill the duties that Cleaner no longer has. I have to protect like he did when he was a father. I have to provide like he did when he was a father. I'm the new daddy now. So now that I'm the new daddy, it's not condescending for me to tell you that I have to be your father in a relationship, even though I'm your husband, but that's literally what it has to be. And I think that now that I'm replacing this, I'm replacing all the value. But back to what you were saying, as far as like, yeah, I understand what you're saying with your lingo, but I'm going to also approach this too with caution. The problem with this too is we have to be very careful about how we present this, because if we give the woman this certain thing, like let's say Athena's my wife, and I say, okay, in order for me to get this coochie, I have to do this and all this and earn this. This actually makes her the leader, not me, because if I have to do all this, she can then tell me what the metric is for me to do things, for me to earn certain things. That's what makes her a boss,
Yes.
not me. Now she's the head of the household. And then women do this other thing. They conflate this too. They'll say, well, I want a man that leads, but then Athena tells me, no, not like that. No, I don't want you to lead like that. You're leading improperly. No, that actually makes her the leader when she starts talking like this too. So this is the problem that when women do, they'll do the old bait and switch. They'll say, I want a leader, but then tell you how not to lead, which makes them the leader, not you.
Yep. That's fair.
I
Yeah.
agree with you.
When
Earlier when you
Mic
said
drop on
shit
that,
like
Marty.
that, shit like that, shit like that.
when you said someone said that the children should be taught differently, was it the other woman or were you referring
It
to
was
what I was
Magic.
saying? Oh,
It was
okay.
Magic.
Said
I
we
just wanted to
shouldn't teach her. We shouldn't teach our kids the same thing because that gets old. And I'm like, well, if you go further back in the past, families were more intact. What's older and outdated work better. Now, all of a sudden, what's happening? Marital rates are plummeting as we're falling out of tradition, destroying it, warping it. And I think that's happening with illegal immigration and all these other things that are happening right now. We're destroying the family unit by making the woman the patriarch of the family and making the man the boss lady of the family. This is a bad inversion that's wrecking the family and traditional values in mass.
Well, and
Yeah.
and tie it back to women specifically, and it's creating a huge depression matrix within women. See, and Athena,
Yes.
I get that I came off a little abrasive when I tried to push back on your whole concept of women are the prize, but this is the thing. A lot of people do not understand that feminism has expressed itself in a lot of different ideological ways within our society. And I do understand that whenever somebody approaches you abrasively saying, "No, women aren't the prize," like you have this like guttural or visceral
Yeah,
reaction
visceral
to
reaction.
want to
Yeah.
fight it, right? But that's because of the brainwashing. And I invite you, listen, no, seriously, all right? I invite you, as much as Jesus is God, I invite you to think about this concept of the prize later on, right? And I think you'll understand where I'm coming from when I tell you feminism created this concept of women are the prize so that women no longer have to have duties. Prizes are transactional and men have to earn it, but women don't have to do anything. And prizes retain the leadership principle because you have to earn a position with the leader.
That's
Think
true.
about it later and you'll discover I'm right.
No, I have thought about this on so
Okay.
many different levels.
Uh-oh.
And I'm going to tell you exactly why that's not true. Because if it was women are the prize and they no longer have duties, then why are women out and competing in society now? It's not that
Because
they no longer
feminism
have
told them
duties.
to.
It's because they're now self-serving. And where you're wrong about me specifically is I believe that a woman serves God through serving her community or first off it's her father. When she goes from her father's house to her husband, then it's her husband. That's how she honors and glorifies God, is through serving her husband and serving her community. You can look up the Proverbs 31 woman. And this is why I say the women are the prize. And I just disagree with you. It's not because I don't believe that women have duties. I absolutely believe that women have duties, but even the athlete is put on a pedestal after he won. The thing is women are like, I'm the prize. I want to be put on a pedestal. Why would we put you on the pedestal when you didn't compete? The man competed. It's about him. He's the main character. The woman is just the reward for being such a good athlete. Now, again, I will say there's a lot of Temu prizes out there. They may not be very valuable prizes anymore, but the idea of the man earning the woman still is the same. The man will earn the quality of woman based off of the work that he puts in himself.
Transactionally, right? I understand what you're saying. What you're saying, and
no.
listen, Athena, I'm not trying to say that you believe in all these things that feminists are saying. What I'm trying to let you understand is that feminists have pushed this ideology of women are the prize so that our young women don't think they have to work or have duties or be anything in order to achieve a good man. They just show up. It's the same thing as like, what do you bring to the table? And women go, I bring me. Well, that's because they're the prize. You understand why I'm saying this? I'm not saying this is you. I'm saying this is the mentality that feminism gave our youth. And until women are of mature age and can start understanding this, because they're a little closer to not being able to have kids anymore, like almost in their 30s or in their 30s, they don't start to understand this concept of they're not the prize anymore. Women in their 40s understand this, and so they make women in their 20s feel like they shouldn't date older guys or guys that are more attractive or like high value, high worth, high earning, high any of that, because they don't want the competition. They understand they aren't the prize. It's both sides of the prize. You both have duties. But I'm not trying to say that you're wrong, Athena. I'm just trying to say, look at what it is that feminism pushed on our youth, on our women that are growing up, on our 18, 19, 20-year-old women when they're getting ready to go out there. If they think they're the prize, they think they can, while you're dating and courting before you get married, go around and sleep with whoever you want, do whatever you want. And then when you get married, you got to shut that shit off. But that's not how it is it? You and I both know that, like, men and women should be showing each other what they're going to get when they put the ring on before you get the ring, right? I mean, that's all I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm not trying to attack you. I just want you to understand what it is I'm saying they've done to females in society. That's it.
No, I actually do agree with you on that point, but there's contradiction in the feminist idea of the women being the prize. Because and for all the reasons that you listed. So I was raised in a very conservative household. I'm Orthodox. We have very different views, right? So I didn't hear the idea of a man being a prize or a woman being a prize until the whole red pill thing, right? I found it weird that these things that I thought were common sense, I now hear people talking about like it's some outlandish thing, and hearing women say, oh, that's not true, like arguing with these men. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This is how it's always been. But I do hear what you're saying, but that's because there's contradictions in their idea of what a prize is. Because they're essentially saying, do whatever you want. You're still the prize just by being you. No, you have to preserve yourself, or else, again, you're a Temu prize. You were $2, like these OF girls. Like, why on earth would a guy want to be with a woman when there are guys that pay $2.99 to have access to her? You know what I mean? So I do understand what you're saying, but I still do believe that women are the prize. The men are the ones who put in the work. The women preserve themselves for their partner. And it doesn't mean that women don't have duties. I was just saying in that aspect, when it comes to who's the competitor and who's the prize, it only makes sense that it's the man who's the competitor. He's the athlete. He's the main character. He's the one put on the pedestal. He's the one who earns, based off of his hard work, the woman.
But if he's put in all this hard work and he's done all this miraculous stuff to make himself so attractive and so worthy, is he not the prize in that case? If you want to classify a prize to a gender,
the prize isn't more valuable than the athlete. That's my point.
Well,
right. So
this is where I push back, though. There's 1,000 prizes and only one super athlete,
one winner.
So, do you want to just be today's prize, or do you want to be the woman that he vowed? And this is why I invite you just to understand. The terminology has to change. Don't use the term prize. Say high value woman. Say
I don't like
good
that
woman.
term.
Say good woman then. We both know what you mean. I'm moving towards Orthodox Christianity if they'll ever accept me. But I say when I say
what does that mean?
It means I have some serious complications with the afterlife scenario, because I don't think God will waste a soul, and I gotta have this fixed by a priest, and he has to explain it to me so I can really understand it right. That's all.
Well, no, you don't have to get too personal. You don't have to get too personal.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't mind. Look, I don't mind.
Yeah, plenty that can talk to you.
Yeah, no, I have two really good ones. One in ROC and the other one EAC. Eastern Orthodox.
They're both based. That's
I
good
like
stuff.
I like the ROC the best, to be honest. I like the Russian
There you
Orthodox.
go.
I don't know why. It's just more. It's like more structured, more close to this is reality. Do
More
this or
rigorism.
you're not here. Right? Yeah, more rigorous.
Yeah.
It's harder to get into. It feels like more earning. You know,
The more rigorism you have in that, the more successful marital rates increase and climb. By the way, too.
well, I'm not looking to get married again. I'm happy.
I'm just saying that's one side effect. I can go see the other
Get
side
it.
effects that are good too. But yeah, that's
Okay,
just-
so yeah, so
But-
Athena. So I'll go ahead and address a little bit of what you said. With this whole women are the prize idea, right? And see, and so it's kind of funny when I hear women say that because I always ask them this question and I can never get an answer. So if a woman is the prize, right? Which man is she the prize for? The man that she loses her virginity to, the first man that she gets married to, or the first man that she has a baby for?
Ooh, I would say the man. Well, again, that's why I gave that example. How the prizes are devalued, right? And even to answer that, because
the reason I say that is because there can only be one winner. If the man is the winner, there's
so
only
you're
one
saying
winner.
that a woman, like, let's say she's widowed, right, and she got married and had a kid, that she could never be a prize again for another man?
No. Again,
there can be more winners.
No, because there can only be one man at a time that can win her. That's the point. So if there's only one winner, then which man is she the prize for?
The one she submits to?
No, the man that she lost her virginity to, the first man that she gets married to, or the first man that she has a baby for? Which one?
When you sleep with a man, technically you are submitting to him, even if you're not compliant. But I would say the man that she serves, that would be my answer.
So then which one? I gave 3. The man she loses her virginity to, the man that she gets, the first man that she gets married to, or the first man that she has a baby for?
I would say she could have been a cheap prize that was passed around.
This is the reason why this is a really tough question to answer, even for me, if I was the answer from Athena's point of view. And this is why, because it depends on the man
no, you didn't.
at that time determining what a prize is that obtains this. So the man that gets the baby, he might say that that's not a prize, run and get milk and then never come back. The man that marries her could say, well, this is the prize, and then cheat on her, and then all of a sudden not retain this prize. So I think that it's kind of convoluted as a question to some degree, because you're talking about anecdotal, you're talking about a case by case scenario. We can't look at this like a better question would be something that we can say overall prescriptively, would every man be the same way? Like, what's a prescription out of this would be a better question, instead of saying, well, in this situation, well, every man is going to look at this situation differently. We have men literally walking to Planned Parenthood and saying, if you don't take care of this baby, I'm going to off you. Like, things like this have happened in the past. So these men don't value this prize that's supposed to be a prize. So, but it's different from men to men. So I don't know. That's why I think that it can be a weird question. So
but the reason I asked that question that way is because I'm going off of the framework that the man has to earn it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So which one of those 3 things does a man earn? And if it's one prize winner, then who is it? It can only be one prize winner.
Can I answer?
That's not
go
true,
ahead.
because people compete in many different things over and over again. There's not just one prize winner.
Oh, wait. So
Hold on.
that means there's no limit to how many prizes I can have.
I already said that earlier. I said, no. I already said it earlier. You can get as many prizes as you want.
So I
but
can have as many women as I want?
Are you going to do whatever you want, or are you going to submit to God's will? That was my point.
Yeah.
But I said take morality out of it because biology
I'm not
trumps
going to take
morality.
morality out of it.
Yeah, you can't
Like,
say- we can't
the
take morality.
Bible is
That's crazy.
literally logic. How can I take the Bible out of my
Yeah, the
argument?
logos is God. Logos meaning logic, God. Yeah. So that's
the
crazy.
only correct answer to anonymous based question is None of the above. It is the man that is willing to wife up long term and stay with, if not lay down his life for the woman he's with, that should be getting the prize. The problem is that still creates a transaction of he could have multiple prizes because you're identifying yourself as a prize, which is an object, not a human being. You identify yourself as the woman that is serving the man or the good woman, and you're no longer the prize, which means you're back on a pedestal of moral superiority where you should be. If you're a good woman, you're on moral superiority grounds, which puts you on a pedestal, and you can shut down shit that you should be able to shut down, just like moral superiority women used to be able to. They used to be able to walk by a pub and go, that fucking pub is degenerate, and the next day the cops would show up, ransack the place, shut it the fuck down, and it wouldn't be in business for a long time. They can't do that now. People laugh at them. So if you want a woman to be back in the same grace she used to be, you have to change your vernacular. You have to change the wording. Women are not the prize. Good women get good men. That's the vernacular. That's it.
Cleaner.
No more prize shit.
So Cleaner, real quick, just to interject, I agree with you, but I'm going to reframe what you were saying to some degree.
Sure.
Even though I'm like saying I'm still manning it while with a reframe, which doesn't make any sense, but I'm going to make it make sense real quick. So what I think is we're using the wrong lingo and the wrong verbiage. I don't think we should use the word prize. I think it's redundant and stupid, and we get into these semantics. I think we should use wife and husband, because the moment we get into wife and husband, now we're actually creating a distinction between what we want. We're actually setting a goal and a purpose. When you say prize, you don't put a purpose in a prize, because when you say that, that's the same thing when we're quibbling about energy and vibe. Nobody knows what that means when we say prize, but we clearly know what a wife and a husband mean. And when we go back to this, I think that we should create these distinctions. So matter of fact, you guys just helped me out tonight. So when somebody says I'm the prize, no, you're not a prize. Are you a wife?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Right.
And what?
So I've never referred to myself as a prize, because I for those reasons that so the reason why I use it is because both men and women are like, oh, I'm the prize, and I was like, if you look at if you look at that argument, you have a competitor and then the prize. In that scenario, women are closer to the prize and the men are the competitors. That's the only reason why I brought it up, is because this conversation is had all the time, especially in red pill spaces.
I can tell you right now, you don't want to create that dichotomy within the good value men. Look, when I go to the bar with my brothers and we hang out, and this is like an old country bar, we go there and hang out because that's the closest bar to all of us in the Houston area. That's where we can all go, and it doesn't cost us more than 3 hours to meet, right? Because Houston is fucking insanely huge and the traffic is crazy. So we all meet up there. I will have just me, not my other brothers. Two of them are way more attractive than I am. I'm probably like a 4 or 5, right? I will have 4 to 10 women approach me in the night if I stay there for longer than 3 hours, guaranteed.
Damn, what kind of swagger you got, Cleaner? I need to start hanging out with you, bro.
Houston doesn't have a lot of good men. Marte, Houston doesn't have a lot of good men. Houston really doesn't have a lot of good men, bro.
I never get approached out here in Phoenix, but anyways.
The other thing is I've got the tattoo where my wedding ring was before my wife passed. So, I mean, you know, a lot of people in Houston understand the signification behind what I've done and what I've got. And they understand.
Oh wait, are you 6'5"?
Yeah, I'm 6'5". When I'm in good shape,
come on, that's important information. Of course, you're gonna get hit on by women. You got the magic height.
The height helps. No, the height does help. It probably makes me like a 4.5, not a 4, you know, but I mean, like, so if you want to say women are the prize, why am I getting approached by 4 to 10 women a night who just want anything they can do to be near me? But the fact that our waiter comes over and they don't even acknowledge he fucking exists. And when I ask them, did they notice the waiter dropped their beer off? They're like, what? There was a waiter? They don't even notice he exists, right? So for women to say that they're the prize is really contradictory to how they behave. How they behave shows that certain men are the prize. And I don't like that terminology because it's one that feminists came up with, right? I fucking hate it. But if women want to have this argument, I could tell you right now, men are definitely the fucking prize if you want to pick out one of them, because 80% of men are fucking invisible to 90% of women.
Yeah, that's true.
I would say men are the husband. You want to be a husband. That's what I would say.
I agree. That's what I would prefer to say. But if somebody wants to really dive in deep on this prize shit and hold fast to it, I mean, you know, you cannot deny that 80% of men are fucking invisible to women. They don't even see them. That's why this whole bear in the woods thing happens, because they don't even notice 90%, 80% of the men that they walk by on the daily basis. They only actually see 2, 3, 4 men out of the 100 that might pass them.
And you know what? I'll add something to Cleaner's point. Here's the thing. A man can be a husband whenever he wants to and offer up a commitment whenever he wants to. It doesn't work the same way the other way around. It doesn't matter unless a guy designates you and chooses to elevate you. It's the same thing when you play chess. You start off with one queen. She can die in the middle of combat, but at any point, you can also elevate those pawns to queens, and they can easily be replaced. So the queen is the most powerful piece on the board, but the king is the most important piece on the board.
Yep.
Can we all agree? I agree with you on this too, by the way, Anonymous Base.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we all agree that we're going to take the stupid prize lingo out of this and change the vernacular to husband and wife?
Cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Try to at least move society towards this function, because even Bravo demonstrate this, because he's a husband himself. And I think that I admire that. And shouts out to you, by the way. I'm going to give you your flowers right now. I think that when we have men on these panels that talk about this, I can't really speak to marriage to the same degree he does, because he actually has proof of purchase. Remember back in the day when you got something in the cereal box and you had a proof of purchase in order to get it? You didn't get nothing for free back in the day. You actually have to describe how I was a consumer by showing a proof of purchase. So that's what I mean. So if we're going to show these distinctions between what's a prize or not and equivocate on these things, I think we should just make a move towards husband and wife again, because now we just had a debate with Andrew Wilson and Coach L. I think it was a crazy debate, but it sparked this whole discussion back again to where it's like we need to start making a move towards the value of marriage again.
Okay. Yeah. I could agree with that. Okay. So does anybody else have anything on this, so we can go ahead and keep it pushing? I'll speak to it briefly. It says, why are men told to suppress their sexuality when a man's sex drive is tied to hormones? I'll keep it real simple. What we have in society is men are told that you're not worthy of any type of women or anything if you're broke. Broke guys don't deserve love. Broke guys don't deserve this and that, right? So by that logic, if a broke man doesn't deserve anything from women, then how much does a rich man deserve?
Or how much does a promiscuous woman deserve from men?
Exactly. So that's what I'm going to say on that. If anybody wants to answer that question, that's cool. But yeah, we've been on this topic for quite a while, so we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing. And
it was the prize thing, I think, bro. It was the prize thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I mean, but that's why these conversations are necessary. All right. So
that's why I invite Athena to kind of think about the terminology prize, because saying the word and continuing to say women are the prize just kind of reinforces feminism's control over our young women.
Well, not only that, but if you think about it, a woman can only have one man's last name at a time.
Yeah.
So even if she divorces me and goes to someone else, she could change her name, but she can only have one name.
No, then what's a hyphenated name if that's the case?
That's not the same name.
No, you still got the man's last name though.
I'm Wilson Rogers because I have my dad's name and his name. That's two men's names.
But you're not married to your dad, though. She's not married to her dad. She's married to me.
No, but you said a woman can only have one man's name at the same time, regardless if he's married or not. She has two men's names.
Well, you can only be married to one man. That's why I find it funny that's why I find it funny when women start to say, "Oh, well, if you can have multiple girls, I can have multiple husbands." No, you can't.
But you didn't say married. You said two names at the same time. That's what I heard.
Yeah, and that's true. Okay, so Marte, I'll show you this performatively. What's your last name?
It's Rayless.
Okay, there you go. Your last name's Rayless. Now, for a woman who has a hyphenated last name, where it's like Martin-Cusack, when you ask her, what's your last name? She says, Martin Cusack.
I don't respect it.
It is still a name. Just because it has two names in it doesn't mean it's not a different name now. It's
Yeah,
a different
because
name still.
yeah, because we understand that
You do
the name
understand.
the name before the hyphen is the maiden name, and the name after the hyphen is the husband's name.
Yeah, but here's the distinction I'm going to give you. If
Go
a
ahead.
woman hyphenates my name and she wants to keep her family name and then
Yeah,
my name,
yeah.
I'm going to feel like she's not respecting me. To
Yeah,
me,
won't
that's
marry her.
disrespectful as hell.
Yeah, I'm
That's
not doing it
why
either.
That's why men will throw this out and they'll say no. Matter of fact, we just had something in social media where the woman said, no, you know what? We're changing your name to my name. And that's
Mhm.
crazy as hell.
I've seen
But
that
not
too.
only that, but he had to hyphenate his name to where he had her name and then his name as well too, which is crazy. So I think feminism has actually bought and sold us a lie to the point to where now we're hyphenating names because women want that's just resistance moving into a marriage. I think that's bad, and it also tells you that you don't want to obey, completely. I think that's a bad move for women, and it's a red flag automatically into marriage.
Hey, that's facts. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and keep the show pushing. If you're just now tuning in, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to sound off and join the conversation, either sound off in the chat or you can click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join the panel. So we're gonna keep this thing pushing, and we got a video react to before we get into this. Oh, look, here I go again. I'm messing up again. Here we go.
Stupid.
All right, let's go ahead and react to this video.
You're my homeboy, but you're still a man, so there are things that I expect from you even though we're not in a romantic relationship. Number one, if you are in the car with me while I'm getting gas, you are pumping my gas. I also expect you to put me on the correct side of the sidewalk. Number three, you are the DDH, designated door holder. Why would I be opening the door? You are a man. I don't expect you to cover anything financially, and I don't expect you to carry my bags if we go shopping, although that one pains me and it took a lot of growth.
It's like the standards to date is increasing. Now she's saying the standards just to be your friend is increasing. Every day you wake up, it's like another responsibility put on your shoulders. They want to be treated like a girl. You not my girl, bro. I'm gonna treat you like what you are. So if I give you all these privileges, what do I have left to give my shorty now?
It's very interesting how men, when we're in relationships, we have to do husband duties. Now we got homeboy duties. Why we keep having duties and responsibilities and they're hidden behind gender roles?
Yeah.
Same thing that women don't want to be forced to do. They constantly are the main ones who's telling you how gender is a construct and all of this stuff is construct, but they're the ones that are mainly enforcing these constructs and these roles onto society.
Yeah, that
All
woman's
right.
a leader. She's a leader because she's delegating what the duties are and how things should function. So she's not even giving I don't think she would give a man a chance or the time of day to say, okay, I need you to set the precedence for how the structure or tradition is run. Because automatically she comes to you with a list already. She's the same type of person that I would assume to say, no, I need you to lead, but not like that, which makes her the leader that I was talking about the whole time.
Right. So the question is this: why are men today still expected to be dependable, while women today are being told to never depend on a man?
The marital rate. So if women are initiating marriage at a 79, 80% rate, and then growing up, they see I can do it all by myself, they become the leader and saying, well, I'm the dependable one. And now we're expecting men to be the least dependable one. I'll give you a case in point real quick, and I'll wrap this up because I know Cleaner wants to say something. If you look on TV, we don't have fathers. We have bumbling idiots. Homer Simpson, Al Bundy, things like this. When's the last time we saw a solid father figure at home? So now propagandization is happening. We have the massive divorce epidemic that's happening right now with no-fault divorce. Women being painted as girl bosses, independent, while men are being painted as bumbling idiots and buffoons. So now we have an inversion that's happening, and we're seeing that a woman bought into this, and that's what she's doing.
It's a lie.
It is a lie.
I mean, it's a lie. They're lying to women, telling them they can be girl bosses and all this other shit because they go to work and they serve a man still. Like they're still subservient to a man. There's so few women that are actually small business owners. It's like we're not talking about the outliers here. The whole thing is just about destroying the family metric. That's all it's about. And it's convinced women that if they go to work and they're earning their own bags, so to speak, right? Like they're earning their fucking paycheck, that they're a girl boss, right? They're not a girl boss. They're not a leader. They're still following a fucking man. It's just a man that doesn't give a shit about them, won't lay his life down for them, won't give them commitment, will definitely throw them out the door as soon as one of the bean counters tells him that she costs too much money and they need to hire a new girl to replace her who will be less dollars an hour. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous that women bought into this shit, but feminism convinced it of them, just like it did a whole lot of other horrible fucking shit.
All right, so Athena, I see that you just came back. Oh, we just reacted to a video. Do you need me to play it back?
Well, please do.
Yeah, I can play it back for you real quick because I know you had to step away for a second.
Sorry.
No. It's all good. It's all good. I got you.
You're my homeboy, but you're still a man, so there are things that I expect from you, even though we're not in a romantic relationship. Number one, if you are in the car with me while I'm getting gas, you are pumping my gas. I also expect you to put me on the correct side of the sidewalk. Number three, you are the DDH, designated door holder. Why would I be opening the door? You are a man. I don't expect you to cover anything financially, and I don't expect you to carry my bags if we go shopping, although that one pains me and it took a lot of growth.
It's like the standards to date is increasing. Now she's saying the standards just to be your friend is increasing. Every day you wake up, it's like another responsibility put on your shoulders. They want to be treated like a girl. You're not my girl, bro. I'm gonna treat you like what you are. So if I give you all these privileges, what do I have left to give my shorty now?
It's very interesting how men, when we're in relationships, we have to do husband duties. Now we got homeboy duties. Why we keep having duties and responsibilities and they're hidden behind gender roles? The same thing that women don't want to be forced to do. They constantly are the main ones who's telling you how gender is a construct and all of this stuff is construct, but they're the ones that are mainly enforcing these constructs and these roles onto society.
Okay. So the question is, why are men today still expected to be dependable while women today are being told to never depend on a man?
I mean, that's just kind of stupid. I actually, I heard someone say, I think it was, I can't remember her name. She was like, yeah, I don't like depending on anyone. And I was like, that's not healthy. We're all supposed to depend on each other. We all have roles in society. And I'll say the guy was saying something about how it's crazy that women have certain expectations of even their guy friends. Well, I would expect my guy friend to open the door, but in the same way, if I was hosting a get together, I would be the one cooking and serving them. And so they would just automatically open my door. I don't even think it would be like a question of it, because I don't associate with liberal minded people. So I wouldn't be surrounded by any men who wouldn't automatically, I guess, fall into that category, if that makes sense.
Really?
So as far as that goes, all friends and family, the men open the doors, the women, they cook and they serve and they do everything, like the more feminine, I guess, roles, womanly roles or whatever. So as far as that goes, I think he's just not in a good community, because communities, we all do this. Like in healthy communities, this is how. And I know you're shaking your head, Marte, but when I go to church, it's the women who are doing the cooking. It's the women who are doing all of the I guess more wifely or womanly duties, and then the men are doing what they're supposed to do. So I don't understand why that was seen as a negative, unless she's not doing her part as a woman.
What you got on that, Marte?
Yoga fire. She's the prize, though.
I heard a problem. And the biggest gripe that I have, Athena, you're really based until sometimes you just say something that's nails on the chalkboard. And this is what it is. There are no such thing as male friends when we talk about women and men. I don't believe that exists. And the reason why I say it doesn't exist is we can say that it's pseudo male friends, but I don't believe that this is true. Here's the thing, though. I believe simps exist, white knights, and also liabilities exist. I do believe that, because here's the problem, though. I don't think that there's any benefit to having a female friend if she's not my wife. And the reason why I say this is because if I'm going to take you out for lunch, I'm probably going to open the door for you as a friend, right? I'm probably going to pay for dinner or a coffee or whatever because I want to be chivalrous. Now, guess what's going to happen? I have to walk you to your car. It's something that I wouldn't have to do for Cleaner, Anonymous Base, or Bravo here at the end of the night. And now all of a sudden, if you're going to get robbed for your purse, somebody's going to try to take your money and all this. And you're going to say, I'm going to say, oh, you got it, bro. You're just my friend. Like, you're going to look at me like I'm crazy. And then you're going to say, well, no, can you help me out? Oh, you want me to protect you. You want me to die for you now. Oh, I'm your man now. And to me, this doesn't really make any sense because I would never have Bravo as a liability and say, bro, let me walk you to your car, bro. Because they'd be like, what are you, gay? I can walk myself to my car. So that's why that exists. And then I did this test. I told other people, I said, hey, at my workplace, I said, if you call your ex-friend that you say is a brother to you, I'll pay you like $500. If you could say on the weekend, hey, I'm coming through and I'm feeling kind of horny. I was wondering if you would. Every guy fails this test. I've had 7 people who've eliminated friends. And then once I find out when I do this test with women, it turns out that they're no longer friends with those guys who have admitted that they would screw them. Because that's the thing, though. If I'll say, you text them first, they'll say, yeah, can you pay me this and all that? What I do is I'll say, I send the next text, right? And what I text the guys is like, well, you know, it's not going to ruin our friendship. I promise it's not going to ruin our friendship. We've known each other way back. Listen, Tom, you know, it's like, trust me, we're still going to be friends and I still see you as a protector and stuff. I just need to go ahead and get this. It's like every guy fails that test because it's like, if you think about it, he's just auditioning for a role in the mailroom to see if he can intern for the right job, only to find out the guy got the job on the 5th year. And then you get screwed because you're like, I was a friend until she got a boyfriend. I was a husband. Now I'm written off. It kind of sucks. And I'm just being honest with you. Male friends don't exist. We can say they do, but it's like, no, you're just a guy that's an associate that you pass by through life and you're just reaping the benefits. It's just exploitation when it comes to men. That's it.
All right, Athena, what you got on that?
So my response is, I think that's because secularism has become so popular and people have become complete degenerates and just sleep around with essentially everyone. If you look at thriving communities, and men too, yeah, I see it. I see it in men as well, but
men go for what they can get, just like they always have.
You could argue that it's not friendship, that it's associates. You could say that, but it's really a community. I feel like I have men that are like brothers in Christ, and typically it's men who started off as like potentially romantic and things didn't work out, but we still pray for each other. Let me finish. Stop it with the interrupting. We don't hang out. That's the thing. As I still keep in contact with them, I'm not going to cut them off and be like, oh, screw you. Since we're not going to work out romantically, I'm never going to speak to you again. Well, that would be mean. They're still good people. And I still wish them the best. I still pray for them. Now, if you were to say, do you find Athena attractive? They would probably say yes. And I would say that they're attractive as well, but things aren't going to work out for multiple reasons. If you want to get into that, we can. But as far as saying that men and women can't be friends, I think that, I mean, would you say that Mary Magdalene wasn't a friend to the disciples? I mean, I see friends all throughout the church.
I would say no, because if you think about Mary Magdalene, she had her place and it wasn't a friend. She wasn't an equal with these guys. And the reason why I'll tell you this is that if they hit the showers, they wouldn't hit the showers together. And then you said something earlier. Here's the problem with this too, is I'll say this. You said that if I was going to be on board of getting into a relationship with the guy and it didn't work, let me go ahead and turn this around on you, Athena, and say, you and I are in a relationship. And you say, who's this girl on your phone that keeps calling you? I don't know, some girl that we were about to get into a relationship, but we called it off. Would you be okay with that?
So what? So the answer
No,
to that
just
is
a
when
friend,
I'm
we
in a
called it off.
relationship.
You're gonna be in a relationship, we called it
It's
off.
no, because if I was in a relationship, I don't talk to men privately when I'm in a relationship because it says
Wait, hold
avoid
on.
the appearance of evil. So unless it's business related or related to like an event at the church, I'm not going to be speaking to them privately.
You just
And
said
I can give an example. There was a guy who sent me a message
Yeah, it's
and
not a
he was,
friend.
huh?
Yeah,
Well,
that's not a
so
friend.
then maybe my
That's
idea of friend is different than yours because you said equal. I don't understand how a friend has to be like equal. I
Well,
would say that.
I'll ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Oh,
Athena?
man, goddamn.
You and me are married, Athena. What can another woman give me that you can't give me?
Oh.
What can another woman support while I'm not there?
That's what an associate can do. But what can she give me that you can? What can another woman give me that you as my wife can't give me? I'll wait.
I'm not going to say
She's a
it's something
friend,
that
right?
I can't give you, or that I wouldn't be able to give to you. But there's nothing wrong with women being helpmates to men in society. That's literally our role. Our man is who we submit to.
Men, though. The husbands,
Helpmates to society. We do it for our community, and
As
men are a
wives,
part
yeah.
of the community.
As
All right,
wives, yes.
all right, hold on real quick. I'm gonna let my brother speak real quick. Go ahead. Hey, you're muted. You're muted. I'm gonna let my brother speak real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So in regard to that subject matter, coming from a marriage standpoint, when me and my Chuck has known me, I've known me and him, we brothers. We've known each other for years.
Long time.
Long time.
Since like what? 2012, 13?
Longer than that, man. Longer than that.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Longer than that. But
Oh, you're gonna bring up filters. I know this. The only way that friends can happen is with husbands in work. That's it. But even then, that's not friends because the reason why you have filters, and I already knew we were gonna go with this. The reason why we have filters is because it's a safeguard, meaning if you violate the filter, you either lose your life or you lose your livelihood. But other than filters, you understand that, right? It can exist. It doesn't exist. That's why it's not a genuine friendship, because absent the filter, meaning like if the filter was gone, the husband or the job, this is what I'm saying. Like if she was a coworker and we're friends, I fool around at work, I lose my job. I fool around with your wife, I lose my life.
Yeah.
So if you think about this, that's why it doesn't exist, because absent the filter, meaning like a checks and balances, making sure that the woman doesn't get screwed, that's the only way it exists. But then that's not true friendship, because if true friendship has to exist outside of a filter, it's not really a genuine friendship. It's just a construct that we have with a filter in safeguards. That's all it is.
Yeah. Not only that, not only that. So to give a little bit of backstory, I was actually there when he met his wife. I was there because we were all working together. And so
filter. Yeah.
Right. So so I'm paying attention to how they're interacting, and I knew right away, okay, he already showing interest in her, he already moving in. Let me back off. I knew right away. And so out of respect, I don't have her phone number. I don't have her on social media. I don't have any sort of intimate private contact with his wife whatsoever. And the reason why is because there's nothing that I can tell her that I can't tell him.
So I'll even bring up a good example. So I started talking to Andrew Wilson as far as like his training program, his diet and stuff. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he's, a really good person that does debates. Anyways, I was talking to him and I said, okay, let's connect. And then Rachel Wilson started sending me messages and stuff. We were talking and I was like, you know what? I just consolidated the message as the Crucible Torture Chamber. And that's what I call the fitness training program. And I put it together because I told him, I said, listen, bro, I'm not ever going to message. I feel like I have to go through you to talk to her. I don't want that situation because I know the whole personal trainer. He's just a personal trainer trope. It's just really bad. So now what I do, and then you know what Andrew said? He said, nah, man, it's fine. I don't care about all that stuff or whatever. I do though, because I'm very traditional. And I was like, bro, no, I'm going to contact you only through the Crucible Torture Chamber. And then that's it. And ever since then, it's like, but I do this with everybody. If I was going to talk to Bravo here and I was going to talk to like his wife, I hey, can you tell your wife this? Even if she's like across the other room or something like that, I'd say, hey, can you tell her this? But if she was there, I'd say it in front of him. But there would be no this situation. This is how you know it's not a friendship. You would never see Anonymous Space and his wife in a room together with no purpose, no reason or anything like that, because the filter is present. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's not.
Yeah, I can't do that. Absolutely not.
Genuine. If you say there's female friends, it doesn't exist.
So I don't know what you're. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, Miss Athena.
No. Go ahead.
No, you were going
I
first.
wanted to tap in on what she was saying as well as going into a relationship. When me and my wife first started dating, we laid out what we felt was our guidelines as far as this is what is going to be if we're going to be together. And the subject was, for me, a lot of my relationships were rocky up and down because of somebody from the past being brought into the future. So it came to a common agreement. Now, not everybody's relationship is like this. Me and my wife came to a common agreement. Anybody of the opposite sex that you cool with or friends with, if we're not going to interact and meet them, they don't need to be moved into the future. What we're building.
Yeah, exactly.
And even though my wife still had associates or friends or whatever, I was teaching my wife, we were learning together, but I expressed to her, not everybody is going to be happy with you getting married, or not everybody that's supposed to be your friend is going to be cool with you getting a new person or locking ties with somebody else. So, like I told her, I said, if I can't meet this male associate or male friend, they're not friends to you. That's a strict cutoff line. And my wife said the same thing, and I totally agreed and expressed it. And I said, going forward, we have to abide by these guidelines together. That's the only way we're going to work. But it also comes to communication too, like she was saying, and like Mr. Marty was saying, privately. You're not going to interact privately. If I'm not there, you're not going to interact privately with her. Vice versa. If my wife ain't there, ain't no private interacting with none of that. No, because my wife makes that decision because if something happens, if there's a problem, me being a man, I'm not getting ready to put my hands on a woman.
Right.
My wife gonna handle that for me. Vice versa. So if there's not a complete understanding of what's supposed to be, of what we both expect out of each other to grow and nurture, then you have nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. I can't speak for everybody's relationships because I've seen a lot of people in relationships where they're cool with their better half having these still friend relationships with the opposite sex, not knowing that other half possibly slept with somebody that they now cool with because it didn't work out in a relationship.
Wait, you just contradicted yourself. You said I can't speak on these other relationships, but then you went on to describing the other relationships and saying,
he was giving an example.
No. I'm giving.
Which is speaking on other relationships. I get
that I've seen.
Yeah.
This is not from personal. This is from what I've seen.
But you're speaking on other relationships when you say that, which I think is appropriate. I think it's okay to speak on other people's relationships, and here's why. If those people don't allow you to speak on their relationships, they can walk the hell off because I have freedom of speech. If I was to say something as a prescription, I would say it doesn't work. Show me an example where it works. And they said, oh, it works because we have a polyamorous relationship. Well, it has a 98% divorce rate, first of all. So it's like, if you're the fluke 1% that says this will work, I'm like, well, more power to you. Do you understand that it's destined to probably fail in most cases? It's just not designed to work unless you have a survival situation where the human race is dying off and you need to reproduce rapidly, maybe, but then that's desperate measures, I would say. But I would say, yeah, I can speak. I think you're justified to speak on other people's relationships because you don't actually have to put yourself in a position where you can't speak about Israel because you're not the Jays or anything like that, because that doesn't even make sense either. We can speak about issues that apply to everybody else, because if you're going to give a prescriptive lens out to other people, you are in fact speaking about other relationships because you have to in the part of the equation.
Thank you Thank you for teaching me and guiding me, man. I don't do podcasts and stuff. So I
Oh,
appreciate
you're
it.
No, you good, bro. You good, bro. You
I
good.
appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. So in kind of sense of what he was saying, yes.
But see, I'll even take it a step further and say, let's say that I was kind of cool with a female, right? If I find out that she's in a relationship, whether it be somebody I know or just in a relationship in general, I still cut it off.
Yep.
I still back. I back off.
Yeah.
I back off because I understand that her role is to follow her man's lead. And so if I'm still lingering in the background, it creates a conflict of interest. So even if you want to use the business example, even if you want to use it from a business perspective, it creates a conflict of interest because you have one CEO that's trying to carry out a mission within his company, but then she's over here politicking with another CEO that's doing something else. You see what I'm saying? So there's no way for me to tell that she's taking information that I'm giving her and then telling her man something else. You see what I'm saying? So it creates so many problems that it's best to just, if you find out that she's dating somebody, oh, okay, cool. I'll see you when I see you, and then just leave it. You know, you don't have to cut her off completely. Like, I ain't gonna ever talk to you no more, but you have to keep it. You have to keep it respectful. Well, you got to keep it respectful and say, you know what? I'm gonna let you just go ahead and do what you got to do. I'll talk to you whenever, but I'm not going to call. I'm not going to text. I'm not going to do none of that. I just completely back off. We're still cool. Like, we still know each other, but you're in a relationship. You need to focus on that.
I have a different
y'all
take
are
on
like
friendships.
You said what, Cleaner?
I have a very unique take on friendships, and it's based off of the Bible. It's actually a biblical prescription for friendships. There are 3 virtues that make men friends. Women can't be friends because they don't understand the actual friend dynamic, right? They add a level of emotionality there that isn't there within men with friends. And look, this is going to sound hateful towards women. Women, I mean, biblically, women should not even be friends with other women because there is an emotionality level there that will engage in some form of love towards their friend who is a female, and love equals trust. And if the other female is going through hard times and venting those hard times on the married woman will, over time, because of information flood brainwashing, become more susceptible to negative influences that will affect their marriage. It's been proven time and time again. My widowed, I'm sorry, but my wife that died a couple of years ago was proof positive 100% for how this shit fucking works. This is why I hate feminism so bad.
But also,
women do not understand. There are three virtues that are paramount to a man's friendship with another man: loyalty, respect, and camaraderie. If you're not willing to wake up at 1:30 in the morning and help your friend bury a body and necessarily possibly go to jail for him, that's not a friend. So when women say friends, they don't mean the same thing men do. They have a different dynamic. They say, well, this is somebody that I care about. Well, if you care about them, you're emotionally connected to them. There's a certain level of love that's there. You trust them on a certain level, and no, that should never happen. The only man you should ever invest that love in is your husband, biblically. This is actually from the Bible. It tells you this.
Well, also,
I think it's crazy to say anything about the Bible and then you're expecting a friend to go help you bury a body. Essentially, I mean, what you're describing is like murder, right?
Wait, no, that doesn't have to be murder.
No, that's not murder.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be murder.
Look, do you believe in forgiveness as a Christian? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if as a man, if your best friend has done something fucking horrible, he's calling you at 1:30 in the morning because he knows he's done something horrible, he regrets it, and he wants you to help him fix it. That Going to his house and helping him fix the situation is trying to help him so that he can, in the future, redeem himself in a good way, rather than going and sitting in fucking prison where he may never be able to redeem himself, because the qualities that are pervasive in prison negatively influence men and turn them towards drugs, turn them towards murdering other men, turn them
Or
towards
you are not biblically
rape
sound.
statistics. No, I am.
have a
I
good
am
argument for
actually.
this.
I have statistics to support every fucking thing I'm saying.
I don't fucking care.
I have a,
If
I have
you
a
want to
logical
start
argument for
cussing
this,
and
though.
being disrespectful, like you called me stupid earlier.
I said you
Yeah.
were being stupid.
No, you said I
didn't
was
call you
stupid.
stupid. I said you're being
Oh,
stupid.
that's such bullshit. You're being stupid. No, you are stupid. Whatever. Go ahead, Marte.
Well, here's
There's a
my
difference that men
example.
understand with other men, and that's why men can be friends and women can't be friends.
I agree with I agree with what both of you guys are saying to some degree, except for the other antics. But here's the thing, though. Let's say that somebody, Athena, and I'm going to give you an example. Anonymous, let me not put him in the situation. Let's say that he had a
Put
friend,
me in
right?
it. I don't mind.
And let's say Cleaner had I'm not even gonna do that with it because there's kids involved. There was somebody else that I had as a friend, right? And then some man was R-wording 3 of these kids and tied them up in a basement, was in the middle of doing this. And then somebody came home and then snapped all of a sudden, and then off this person in the process of being inside of his little boy. And he was like, I can't believe what happened. I had a moment of lapse judgment. I had to stop him. And it just so happened that he lost his life. I don't know what to think about. And let's go back probably like 100 years back in the past where there's one sheriff in town. I would have definitely helped the body being buried. Here's the thing, though, and I'll ask you from a Christian sense, since he did stop him in the protection of, process of being R-worded with these boys, and all 3 of them were tied up, and he ran through all these boys and was in the process of doing that. How am I less Christian for helping him bury this body?
Well, that scenario you're giving is self-defense. It's not just
self-defense, but he didn't
or
say for
defense
the
of
cause
others.
of the
Sorry.
bury. He didn't say the reason for why the body's buried. He just said helping burying a body.
Right.
But I gave you a self-defense cause. Somebody, even if somebody walked in Cleaner's
Or
house,
defense of others, yeah.
and he defended himself, how am I bad for helping him bury a body 150 years ago in a small town? How am I bad, Christian?
So the Bible says that in defense of someone, that's not the problem, but it does say to obey the laws of the land. There's a lot of reasons why just going out and burying the body is not okay. I mean, the police should be called. Like the person was defending those kids in that scenario. Like in no way is he gonna go to prison for saving 3 children.
I don't know that.
Actively,
there's one sheriff in town. There's nobody else, but I have to go on the word of this one guy 150 years back in the past. I'm going to help him bury the body because there's only one person that, and think about this, Athena. Have you ever heard of the female pallbearer? They don't exist. Only men bury bodies, by the way. So I'd like to throw in that tidbit. But back to this, if Cleaner had to bury a body, and I'm his friend, I'm going to help him out. And I don't think that I'm less Christian for helping him bury a body in self-defense. If there's one sheriff and we don't trust him and we're saying the law's kind of corrupt here because he takes money under the table, I'm not that doesn't make me less Christian because I don't believe, like, let's say even the law, I could trust the law. I'm still going to help him bury the body and just say, screw this sheriff. I'm just going to say whatever. I'll deal with God later or ask for repentance later, but I'm helping him out, man. I'm just telling you.
I just think that's a wild, like, why would you even use that example? Like, that's crazy. Like
all the time.
Because it's an actual example.
Yeah, things like that can happen.
See, this is why I said,
and if that's something that happens too frequently, I would say there's a reason why the Bible says we're not supposed to take justice into our own hands. Now, I understand in the defense of others and the defense of yourself, that's different. But if you're just running around hiding bodies, like, you're probably the problem. I'm just saying. No. I don't think that's something that people encounter very often. I think that's a terrible example of burying bodies.
It happens so long with Castle doctrine right now. And then we also have stand your ground law. That's how often it happened in DeSantis's Florida that we had to actually change law because of this happening.
Yeah, it is actually a lot more common than you think, Athena. The thing is that
Yeah.
men who are friends will never fucking say anything about that. But the thing that Marte isn't saying is like, all right, so like in the scenario he created where like your guy friend calls you 1 o'clock in the morning, is like, bro, I need your help. And you're like, all right, send me a pin, I'll be there. You throw your pistol in the truck, you throw your shovel in the truck, your go bag, you fucking hightail it, you get there, you bury the fucking body. When you get back to his place, because you're going back to his place for a beer, he owes you at least that and an explanation, right? You get back to his place, he goes, man, I screwed up, man. I was doing this thing with this guy's kid and I wasn't fucking thinking straight. He gets a fucking ass whooping right there on the spot. He gets a fucking ass whooping for messing with some dude's kid, right? And then the next day, you might come back and give him another ass whooping, or you might wait a week or two. He's going to get justice from his brothers, but he'll live through it so he can repent for that sin. But his brothers are going to whip his ass. I can tell you this for sure.
Cleaner.
I know this will happen.
I got to stop you there. You said he was messing with a kid. You're nicer than me.
I'm just saying, like, you know, like in the scenario you made, right? You know, like.
Yeah, no, but hold on. In my scenario, my friend caught the person messing with the kids. My friend wasn't messing with the kids.
Right.
So if my friend was messing with the kids, we wouldn't be friends anymore. And matter of fact, I would not help him bury the body at that point, because if you're messing with kids, not only am I not helping you to bury the body, but I'm snitching. I'm snitching.
I'm assuming in the scenario you don't know he did anything with like kids or anything like that. You're just being a bro, and then you find out when you get back to his place. Like normally when you go and do this, you don't find anything out until you get back to your brother's house, and he's like, dude, I can't believe this is what happened, man. I'm sorry I had to call you, but this is what happened. And he lays it out, right? Well, and to be fair, I mean, I probably would too at that point, but hey, look, I'm just saying, like, the thing is, like, a guy would go and help bury the body, and then when he finds out what fucking happened, yeah, sure, he might snitch on the dude and be like, this he fucking did this shit, go get him. He needs to go to jail for it. And you know what? Your brother who did that shit would fucking understand, you know? He would
have broke his jaw so bad.
That's bro code, though. That's bro code. And that's the thing that women can't be friends because of. They do not understand how to have bro code with other women. They don't understand. Men don't talk shit about other men's wives. Women will talk shit about other women's husbands.
Unless you're Dusty or Coach L, you know, you don't talk.
But there's a lot of things that go into it that women do not understand, and they don't behave that way. That's why I say women can't be friends in general once they're married. They have to put those friends away because those friends will subvert them from their marriage in some way. And Athena, maybe you have perfect scenario friends, and that's, if you do, that's great. And look, I'm not knocking you at all. I'm not trying to say you couldn't be the exception to this rule, okay? I'm not. I don't doubt the way that you approach things and the way that you handle yourself. I think you are a good Christian woman. You probably have a lot of good Christian men around you, and maybe you have something that you call a friendship. I would call it a friendly acquaintance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's an acquaintance.
That's how I'd put it. But that's because I'm a man and I have a different metric for what actual friendship is. Actual friendship is a guy that I will go into battle with, take bullets, dish bullets out, shed blood, bury bodies. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's a different metric for men for what friendship is.
Yeah.
So I'm okay. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I'll just
you were done.
No, I'll just touch on it briefly. I'll give you a really solid explanation as to why men who are really good friends with another man is not gonna blink or think twice about answering the phone if a phone call comes through 1:30, 2 in the morning. And the reason why is because we know in general, it takes a lot for a man to ask for help from anybody, So I know that if I'm asleep, that phone call, I'll have my phone on do not disturb and whatever in sleep mode. But if it's serious enough, that phone, that call is going to go through, and I will answer that phone because I know it took a lot for this person to reach out to me. Hey, bro, I know you sleep, but this and this and this is going on. I need you. Okay, I'll be there.
There's a lot of pride in that. I'll agree. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and Okay.
So we know that if a phone call comes through at a peculiar time, because like with us, we understand and we recognize patterns amongst each other, right? So if I already know how he is, I know what boundaries I can cross. I know that his house is shut down at 8:30 or whatever. I know not to call the house. You know what I mean? So it's like he respects my boundaries and I respect his. So I understand that if something happens that's out of the ordinary, me being logical, I'm gonna investigate and see, okay, well, why is he calling me at such and such time? But I won't know until I answer the phone. You see what I'm saying? So I need to answer the phone and figure out what's going on and why my bro would be calling me at 1:30 or 2 in the morning. It has to be something serious. That's why we'll answer. Because it takes a lot for a man to ask for help. So if he's asking for help, that lets me know that it's something serious and it's not to be taken lightly. All right, go ahead, Athena.
Okay. Well, I still feel like that was a lot of words to say something very short and sweet. But anyways, like I was originally trying to say is men and women are different. We bring different value, right? You're not going to call a woman and expect her to go help you bury a body. But if someone in your family passes away, the women are cooking the meals. The women are doing the preparation and taking care of the family emotionally and doing all of that. And so there are different expectations of men and women. And if you look up the definition of friendship, what y'all are describing is not a friend. Y'all have extra criteria for a friend that's outside of the actual definition. And Marte, you use this all the time. You say we can't change the definition of a friend. A friendship is someone who has you have some sort of affection towards that is not sexual and not family. I just looked up the definition literally 2 minutes ago.
Can you answer this question? Are definitions absolute?
We literally discussed this the other day and you argued the exact opposite. You said we can't sit here and change definitions. The definition is someone that you have affection for.
Hold on, one mic.
Are definitions an absolute?
I mean, society likes to try and change them.
So definitions, can you at least answer the question? I don't care about society. I'm talking about you, though. Are definitions an absolute?
I try to use them properly.
That doesn't, you can use Google if you want. What about, do you think are they an absolute, regardless if you use them properly or not?
I mean, if you want to share your screen, you can send it over and I'll put it up.
She's right. They've changed the definition of what a friend is. They have actually changed the definition.
So we can't use definitions because they shift goalposts from goalposts. Gay used to mean happy. Now it means like the same sex orientation. So if you think about this, when you're using the definition of friend, it's like it's not an absolute. This doesn't apply. So I'm consistent with the last rhetoric that I offered in the last panel that I had. I'm always consistent when it comes to this. But when we talk about definitions, this is why we fall into this faulty logic of going to like Webster's or something else like this. And people do this often in debates. They'll do that. But you ever notice there's like 3 or 4 definitions of the same word? That's because definitions aren't absolute. So when we affirmed your definition, and then we have different definitions, it's like now all of a sudden you have different lifestyles and things like that. That's why definitions are a horrible thing to go to. That's why we have to try to figure out what you mean by friend, right? And that's why we have to figure out what cleaner means by friend. And once we suss this out, you can't tell us like, well, your definition's more optimal and I don't want to get into that. What I want to tell you is why it's faulty, why I believe this. And I have a logical argument for why I don't think friends exist, which I haven't heard on your end yet.
Well, I haven't really been allowed to finish each time. So
no, go ahead, Athena. Go ahead.
So I was saying that there's different expectations out of men and women. And I even looked up the old English definition of a friend. I know the Greek definition of a friend, right? Philo. And it's someone that you care about. But as we know it now, it's non-sexual and not family. Although you can be friends with someone in your family, but mostly it's used in terms where it's not family. So it's someone that you have affection towards, not necessarily sexual. And so this could be said with a lot of members in my church. I have a lot of friends in the church, a lot of people who I love, a lot of people I serve as a woman, and we are friends. There's males, there's females, and a lot of the men's are even more so than just friends. They're mentors to everyone, especially the older men, and same with the older women as well. So I don't agree with Cleaner saying that women can't be friends. I would say there's a lot of toxicity in modern society, and I won't get into details, but I'll just say that I've had friends come to me with issues, and immediately I go to the root cause. I'm not trying to get my friend to break up with them, and I'm single right now. I could very easily be like, oh, well, let's go be single and do something stupid. That's not what I do. I try to encourage them to be a good woman and support their man and edify their man, because that's what they should be doing. So not all women are the same. And I understand it's very scarce, but to say it like it's just all women, or just say that like it's impossible for women to have any friends, is crazy. And to say that it's impossible for us to have any male friends is crazy. Because I promise you, when someone in your family passes away, your guy friends aren't coming over to cook your meals. It's the women in the community who love and care about you who are cooking the meals for you.
So who's going to cook my meal? This is why men are driven towards marriage, because we want a wife, and the wife is going to be an all-encompassing thing. When we talk about this, you literally created a filter when you talked about this. You said, well, I have friends in the church. Well, guess what? The church is a filter. If you happen to just, fuck one of these men, guess what happens? Now you are risking being ostracized from the church, all this. There's a filter in each one of these scenarios. You went ahead and actually allowed for a filter in this. Take away the filter and see if this friend exists. Take away the church and see if this friendship exists. You yourself could even agree that, hey, I would never be friends with them without the church. Absent the church or any of these filters that I would ruin, I actually disrupt the community in this harmony that I would have if I sleep with this person. But if you take away the risk, in most situations, this is why Christians, even ourselves, why we have to choose things like monastic lifestyles and all this, which means away from the opposite sex, away from everybody else, because we go to extremes, because we're moving towards, the opposite end of this and reaffirming the fact that we can't have female friends. So, and guess what happens? We revere them even most when we say, I don't even have associates even as a mock away from all this on Mount Athos. So if you really think about this, even in Christianity, we have examples of you moving further away from women, regardless of this is like your neighbor or anything else like this, that you're more successful. You have a harder life, right? But it's more revered than anything else. The further you move away from women, we're voluntarily doing this. But back to this, I don't think it happens, and I don't think it's insane for you to think about this, because think about this. If you bring women into the military, guess what happens? Women get pregnant more. There's also more issues, more liabilities. Bring women into the police force. They their guns get taken away from them 65% of the time, all this. So whenever you take any situation where you have confined spaces and you mix them up, it doesn't exist. There's fault and there's all these errors that happen. People get pregnant, but now bring it to the regular friends, right? Because I used an extreme. I'm reeling it back now. Neighbors, right? My neighbor's a friend. She comes over to me and she cries and all this other stuff, and I'm doing all this. What I'm doing is putting myself in a situation that I'm now more vulnerable and susceptible to fall into lust more than anything else. I don't want to do this. I'm not saying that it's an absolute that there aren't unicorns, because what you're talking about is unicorn scenario, which I think exists. Why would you want to put yourself in a situation? That's my question. It's like, I understand that it could happen, but why would I want to do this? That's why I'm on the quest of looking for a wife. And I think men should lean towards looking for a wife, not a partial placement or bookmark or bookend until we find a wife. I think that's nonsensical, but that's just my opinion.
Why do you have to be in private to spend time with a friend?
Oh, so you're saying we should be out in public so that way we can be monitored more, have more observance, or more filters can be involved in this, right? You're literally moving
you could
towards
say that with everything, though, obviously. Like, you're saying that men and women can't be like best friends. We can't come to each other's houses and like spend the night with each other and that kind of stuff. Like, I would agree with that. But just saying that we can't be friends, that we can't. Why?
You know why? So here's why. Athena, you and me are best friends, right? I get married. Guess what's going to happen?
Specifically said,
slow down.
Specifically said you can't have best friends.
Right.
I
well,
just said that.
I get married to a wife, and next thing you know, what's going to happen? And this is almost for every example. You would be like, well, you're neglecting your friend because you haven't talked to me in like 6 months. Well, I'm married now. I found another woman who does everything that you can't do, and I'm talking to her. This happens often. And would you follow me for that if we're supposed to be friends? Well, here's what happens. When I talk to Cleaner and he's my friend, guess what would not slow down? My relationship with him. I would talk to him because this woman can't replace anything that he does because he can protect just as good as I do. I'm not outsourcing anything to him. I would be outsourcing to you, because the reason why I keep you around is because she does everything that you can do and more. Why would I have you around here?
So here's
I don't understand that.
Here's why I disagree.
Go ahead, Athena, respond to that, and then I'll let Cleaner chime in because he has his hand raised. Go ahead, Athena.
Okay. I literally just had a friend recently that I have not been able to see very frequently because now she's in a committed relationship. She expressed that she felt like she was neglecting me. And I said, no, he is your priority. You have your priorities straight, and I support you in that. So I understand that when people are in relationships, their partner is their priority. When they have kids, their kids are their priority. This has even happened with girlfriends of mine. They have kids, they get busy. Sometimes we don't even talk to each other, but once or twice a year. Like, that's just the reality. Your family is number one priority. Now, if you're within close proximity, and if your friend needs you, like, again, if there's some sort of death and you said, oh, well, earlier you said my wife would be the one doing that. What if it was your wife who passed away? Who's cooking for you when that happens? It's going to be the women in the community.
The last thing we're worried about is somebody cooking if my wife dies. Trust me, I'm not going to be like, my wife died. I need somebody to console me and cook for me.
Taking care of the children.
So here's the thing. I'll tell you this, Cleaner, I'm going to get to you real quick. Cleaner and Anonymous Base are my best friends. They're going to be around me at the time I need my brothers. I don't need another woman filling in the place of my wife that passed away because they can't take her place. I'm going to say, I don't need a meal right now because I guarantee I'm not going to have an appetite. I'm going to need my brothers around me. And this is why we have a brotherhood around us. So that way we don't need to rely on women to be around. Because here's the thing, I'll tell you this before we get to Cleaner. If you're around 4 people, you're going to become the 5th. If I have 4 females around me, guess what? I'm going to adopt the traits of these women and everything else. I don't think it's good. That's why when you say, well, who's going to be your friends? Men. I'm going to have a group of men around us. And I think we've lost this in society where men don't have good brotherhoods. Lodges are being shut down. Men's spaces are being invaded by women. I think that if we have other men around us who have the same goal, mindset, maybe you're Christians together or anything else like this, that's why Cleaner said, somebody calls me at 2 a.m. Oh, guess what? No woman's going to call me at 2 a.m. to bury a body. I'm going to be really leery of that. But if Cleaner calls me, most likely he probably thought in logic and not emotion when he had to bury a body. And I'm probably going to be more likely to do this because he's more avoidant to call me. So I'm going to think it's a dire situation. But anyways, going to Cleaner.
Well, so just to push back and try and give it a good example of how definitions of things have been changed. Athena, you brought up the Greek definition of friendship. The Greek definition of friendship says the principal Greek terms customarily translate as friendship has a semantic range wider than this translation suggests. Philia and oikiotes could both be used of kinship ties, while heteria could also designate confraternities and political associations. That would be friendship friends versus friendly acquaintances. Those two are designating there. So the relative scarcity in the Greek world of institutions for the provision of vital services may partly explain this semantic difference. Friends provided, as Hans put it, services analogous to those provided by bankers, lawyers, hotel owners, insurers, and others today. That would be friendly acquaintances. Hence the great importance that the Greeks attached to their most intimate circles of friends. Friends, like kin, could be called upon in any emergency. They could be expected to display solidarity, lend general support, and procure cooperation. That leads right back into what I said earlier: loyalty, respect, and camaraderie. Those were definitions from Webster's first dictionary before it got feminized. The obligations of friendship were less rigidly defined than those of kinship or ritualized friendship, which means friendly acquaintances. One's circle of friends, however, probably exerted an even more pervasive influence on one's behavior and outlook than one's kin or ritualized friends, friendly acquaintances again. Friends were therefore supposed to be alike. A friend was ideally conceived as one's other self. So this is telling you right here, the Greek definition basically applies friends as higher than even what you would consider a brother in some cases. So
All right,
the
Athena.
definition has definitely changed over time, and the current feminist definition of it is so that women can say they're friends with men. But the thing is, the current feminist definition implies a level of emotion attached to someone. Friends don't necessarily have emotion to each other all the time.
Yep. True.
So I feel like you literally just proved my point. There are different expectations out of men and women, and I've repeated this over and over and over again. The expectation you have of a male friend is going to be very different than a female friend. You're not
I
going
don't
to
have
expect
female friends.
Wait, one
Okay,
mic,
well,
one mic,
good for
one mic,
you.
one mic. Go
You
ahead,
know,
Athena.
good for you. I really don't care if you have female friends or not. I'm not telling you that you have to. I'm just saying there's different expectations. And I know there's a lot of men in the church. If there was someone who passed away, they needed someone to watch their children so they could handle what they needed to do. They needed someone to cook. They needed someone to pray for them. All of those things that are expected of us as women does make us a friend. We do have, I guess you would say, a friendship. It may not be, you have different levels of friends. And I even said earlier, I don't think men and women can be best friends. It doesn't make sense, because as soon as you're in a relationship, anyone of the opposite sex, you distance yourself from them. So I agree, best friends, no, you can't, but that doesn't mean that men and women can't be friends. Maybe in the secular world, how friends hang out with each other at each other's houses and maybe drink. No, you can't have female and male friends hanging out, drinking together alone privately and expect nothing is going to happen. Something is going to happen. So again, I don't think that men and women can be best friends. I think they could be good friends towards each other. And there's differences in what's expected of a woman friend versus a male friend.
Okay. Just real quick. I want to address this comment because I was getting ready to ask about this too. So this comment says, where's the best line? The question I was going to ask is, what's the difference between a friend and a best friend?
Well,
And,
I was about to dive into that.
Yeah, because Athena said that she believes that men and women can't be best friends, but they can still be friends. So, what's the threshold of that?
In the 50s was when feminists started pushing this concept of men and women being friends, and friends being less than what the definition used to mean. All right. In the olden days, women understood what friends were. There was a huge separation between women. They understood that each other were manipulative and snakes, and they wouldn't listen to each other about advice with their husbands and things like that. Their mothers, they would listen to, not their friends. Their friends, they understood, might be vying for their man, trying to get them killed to do something, like doing something wrong, so they could catch their man because their man was of higher value than the man the woman was currently with, or maybe the woman was single. This was something that was understood in Greek philosophy and in Greek ideology. All right. So the whole concept of friends back then was the same for men and women. However, in the 50s, feminists decided to tell women they could be friends with men. And friends just meant that you had a small emotional connection to someone. You were empathetic towards their needs. You understood them. You were all of these other things that women felt for other women, typically. But that's not a friendship. In the olden Greek days, women were held to the same standards. Women held each other to the same standards of friendship, loyalty, respect, and camaraderie. If a woman wasn't willing to come over and help a woman take care of whatever it was that was going on in her life that was an emergency, that was not a friend for a woman, and she understood that. Nowadays, women understand friends. And Athena, I get your differential, and I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong necessarily. I'm saying the terminology has been changed by feminism in order to start propagating something that is screwing up our culture. That's all I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying you're doing something wrong, because I agree with what you're saying now that I understand. For you, there is a metric, and that metric differential is best friends versus friends. For your best friends, you may be willing to go the extra mile. You may be willing to do way more than you would for like what a guy would call a friendly acquaintance. But that's not the way that it truly is. Like, that's not the true definitional understanding of a friendship between two people. It had always been the same until the 50s. In the 50s, they changed that definition and fucked it all up so that men and women could be friends during the sexual revolution.
And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but that's not my definition. When I say best friend, you gave 3 versions of friendship in Greek, right? And even the highest level, the closest level, or 2. I looked up 3. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Because I wanted to pull it up. I already exited out, but there's 3. Even the highest level, the description that you gave was essentially someone that is there for you. What was the specific word that you used? Because let's see, loyalty, companionship. There's one that's specifically brotherly love, which obviously you can't have brotherly love if you're not a man. So
camaraderie, I think, is what you're looking at.
Yeah, brotherly love, camaraderie. But there was a specific word that you said. Can you give the list in your description of that so I can address it?
Loyalty, respect, and friendship. In the Greek definition, they said display solidarity, lend general support, and procure cooperation, which is the same 3 things I was saying, just in different terms.
Well, you can be standing in solidarity, but again, doing your part as a woman. And I think that's why the expectations of you could be all for that person and love that person and do everything as a woman. It's not because we don't want to do those things. It's just we are women. We're going to do the womanly things, just like the man. Right. I have actually a friend in the community. We don't hang out, but if I need him, I'm like, hey, there's a part of my fence that fell down. Can you come and help me with that? And same goes in return. I like to bake people pies, and I do like specialty pies. Guys probably don't care about the fancy decorations on the pies, but I'll cook meals for people. I'll do things. I'll watch their pets if they have pets, whatever it is that they need. Right. So there's a mutual transaction there. We're both fond and caring of each other, but there's no sexual
right.
It's not sexual in nature. So
I get what you're saying. And okay, so the way the Greeks were trying to define it with the 3 sectionals is, I guess, what you would call best friends, friends, and then community. And what you're defining, like what you're talking about, where you'll bake a pie for somebody, and because you know they might want it, or you're better at baking a pie, a certain type of pie than their wife or whatever, and so you want to do something special for them, right? And so you do that, and that's a good nature, and that's a good thing. Guys would call that community, right? Because we do that in a community. That's not friends for us. So there's friendly acquaintances, which is the next level up, which is not necessarily the next level up, but it's another level of friends somewhere in there. Which is people that might be like bankers, where you got a hookup that's a friend, right? So that's a friendly acquaintance for a guy, right? True friends, though, are the people that you're there for. If they ever have an emergency, you jump to it, you help them with the emergency, you figure out all the bullshit later. That's a true friend. And this is you see what I'm saying when I say feminism really watered this shit down with the sexual revolution time and fucked it all up. And nowadays, women and men have this misconception and they don't understand it. And that's why I'm saying with today's definitions, what they're saying, where they have to have empathetic levels and all that shit, and they have to love each other. And, it's no, that's not what friendship is. That's girlfriend, boyfriend, or husband, wife. That's not like love and empathy and all this other like, no, that's a whole different level, man. That's a relationship. That's not friendship. And that's why I'm saying the terms are conflated now. And this is part of what's fucked up our society, is that they got in there and they fucked up all our definitions. They really did. They screwed up everything so they could get this movement to go through and destroy the family unit.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go ahead and speak to this just for a little bit. You got to remember, Athena, that when Carmen was, wait, were you on here when Carmen was on here at the same? Yeah, you were. So when Carmen was on the panel earlier, she gave a little bit of an anecdote to kind of illustrate the points that me, Cleaner, and Marte are saying. Remember earlier when Carmen said that when she was out and about before she got married, guys would be approaching her all the time. But then the moment she got married and she had that ring on, as soon as the guys would approach and she told them, hey, I'm married, you know, I appreciate it, but I'm married, I can't. The guys instantly respected it and moved on. You see what I'm saying? The guys instantly respected it and moved on. But then she said, but when you flip it the other way around, when the guy was exercising discipline and respect to his marriage, the women didn't care. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
so in a lot of these concepts, you got to understand something. There's a reason why when men get in relationships, at some point they're going to have that tough conversation with their girlfriend and say, hey, I'm not comfortable with you having guy friends. That conversation is going to come up. In our mind, it doesn't care how long you've known this guy. We don't care. You see what I'm saying? We just don't care. So not only that, but one thing you have to understand is that if us men want to respect our relationship, we expect the same respect. And so part of the whole discipline thing is, I know that this particular woman is off limits out of all the women that are out here that are single. So logically speaking, if I know that this woman is taken, she's off the market. I really have nothing to talk to her about that I can't talk to her husband about. You see what I'm saying? That's why when I was talking about, that's when I was talking about my brother earlier. The moment that I saw that he was expressing interest in the girl that he's married to now, I instantly knew what it was. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna be able to talk to her unless I'm with them together, because I know he ain't gonna allow it, and I know it's disrespectful. I can't do it. Men, it goes so deep to where men lose their lives behind stuff like this.
Anonymous,
I'll even give you a biblical example. So even in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve was given the instruction from Adam. But then the serpent came in, weaseled his way in and did whatever he did, and that created a rift because she found herself striving away from the program and the instruction that she was given. So then in turn, it led the man to disobey God. So you see how if you have another man in the picture that's, you know, talking to the wife or whatever, it creates a lot of problems. And this is why men have a serious issue with other guys talking to our women, especially if we're not around. All right, go ahead, Athena, and then Marte.
And I think what you're describing is like this whole modern friendship thing, which I always thought was really weird, just like hanging out with each other. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? We're not doing anything. Well, why are you hanging out? You're not planning for an event. You're not, out. And I will even say, like, outside of my girlfriends, the only time I have guys, like, is if it's a group gathering. Like, there's some of my friends that are in a relationship, so they bring their boyfriend. I do have some guy friends that when I like having bonfires. I have property. I live on 3.2 acres. So I'll have a bonfire. If I have some male acquaintances, I invite them over because there's other men and they sit and talk around and have some beers. We have a bonfire, but it's a community. It's not, hey, come hang out with me alone. Does that make sense? Like, there's a very, very big difference. I don't invite men to hang out with me alone. I feel like that's moving into the realm of like romance. right? And I do hang out with female friends, but yeah, as far as anything private, when you're in a relationship, you have no reason to talk to them. You can still know them, still pray for them, still see them in the community and whatnot, and help out whenever they need it. And yes, even if it's an emergency, you drop everything to help those. You pull together in community to help one another. At least I would hope you would.
Yeah, that's true. But you got to think about this too. I'll give you another biblical example, one that I know you'll understand. So you remember in Genesis, right? When Joseph was in the palace with the Pharaoh doing whatever he needed him to do, right? Well, what ended up happening that caused a bunch of confusion and problems is that he was with the Pharaoh's wife in the room alone. And the Pharaoh's wife tried to seduce him and lead him into temptation. And Joseph said, no. Joseph said, no, this is inappropriate. And what happened? She turned around and falsely accused him of trying to come on to her. And then he got thrown in prison because of it.
Right.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's another example, one I know you'll understand. All right, go ahead, Mark.
Anonymous base. So since we're best friends, right? And your wife is my friend. I was wondering if on Tuesday she can come over and cook dinner at my house. And then wait, hold on. Because friends is, she's just a friend. That's it. She's just going to cook this meatloaf, but I need it cooked just a certain way because, that's my homie. I need her to cook in my house on Tuesdays because we're just friends, right?
Absolutely not.
Why not? We're just friends, right?
Nope. Why does she need to come over there without me there? Or why can't you come to the house and pick it up?
Right.
Okay, I'll come over to the house and pick it up, but I have something that I need to talk to about my friend with on the way back to my house.
No,
as I'm getting the meatloaf.
No, absolutely not. Because you
see how weird this gets when I try to make your wife my friend.
Yeah, because you're not going to be okay if I try to do the same thing with your wife. It's not going to be the same.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So it's a weird dichotomy. And here's the problem. The reason why it's weird too is, let's say me and Athena are married, right? And I have a friend, but my friend Sarah, we'll just call her. No, I don't want to use Sarah because tomato, whatever.
Right.
And we're kind of at war right now. So there's somebody else, right? Her name's Lisa, right? Some random girl named Lisa is saying, hey, I need to go to the store and get milk and I don't feel safe. And I'm going to say, okay, Lisa, I'm going to go help you out at the store and hey, Athena, I'll be back. Give her a kiss on the cheek and I'll say, I'll be back. But then all of a sudden we're gone for an hour. I don't respond and take sex out of the equation, mind you. Now, Athena's like, well, I trust him. There's no sex. But guess what's going to happen? She's worried. Why would she be worried? Because maybe I have to protect Lisa. Maybe a situation happened where she's the weaker person and I have to be brave and stand up against her, the threat or something like that. That's the problem with this is now I've outsourced Athena's protection onto another woman, because if I don't come back home to Athena, what have I done? I've taken away, if we're video games, I get one life. I don't get a respawn or a start button or anything like that. I've used that protection on another woman instead of her. So now I'm outsourcing everything else to somebody else, something that Athena deserves or something she's earned, and all this, we can use all this language. And I'm like, I don't ever want to have to be in a position where I have to outsource protection, providing anything else to another woman. I think it's bad. And this woman presents a liability to our relationship.
Not only that, but I'll just piggyback off that and make one solid point. The reason that Marte doesn't want to do all that is because that's the perks that you get from being married to him. So if he's giving your perks away and what you signed up for, he's effectively cheating on you by doing that. If I put my life on the line for another woman and leave you behind, I'm cheating on you. That's cheating because I'm not loyal to you anymore. You see what I'm saying? I'm supposed to lay down my life for you, not your friend. I'm supposed to lay it down for you. You said what?
I wouldn't say cheating though.
It is cheating.
What I would say is I'm creating more liabilities in a relationship by being foolish. I'd say
I will give you pushback on this one thing, and only in one way. All right. And I understand Athena's point of view on this, because as I'm coming into an Orthodox belief and an Orthodox community, I understand that within within the Orthodox Christian view, all right, in the community, each member is willing to lay their life down or do whatever is necessary for each other. Within that community, I understand there being a difference. But Athena, please understand, when we're talking about this, we're talking about this for the rest of humanity. You know what I mean? We're trying
Like
to bring the rest
prescriptive.
of humanity back to something that's more close to Christianity and Christianity's belief. And so these prescriptions we're giving are trying to elevate the secular mind, the agnostic mind, the heretics, things like that, back towards Christianity in some way, back towards believing Jesus is God and in the Trinity and God himself. You know, even if they never accept God as being God and they just live by the moral prescriptions, we've at least given them a better chance at redemption when they pass. So if we can even just impart on them these little strokes of wisdom that we've got, that's all we're trying to do. I do understand your side of it though, because I'm coming into it and I love it and it's beautiful and I wish the whole world could be there, but I know it's going to take work. And being in the middle, I have to learn to analogize and metaphor things and get people to slowly understand and slowly unbrainwash the masses. So I have to work in baby steps. And if a baby step means I have to give some on some of my moral prescriptions to get someone to adhere to one of them, I'll accept that. If they at least started adhering to one of them, they're doing something better in life. And in my mind, that's bringing them closer to God. So
That was
awesome clip.
Yeah, that was worded very beautifully, sir. You get one of these.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
I had to wait until you finish.
Thank you, sir.
I have my hand on the button. I'm like, yeah, this guy's tying it all back together. And see, now that you've heard all of what we had to say, Athena, I think what this is designed to do is to help piece a lot of different perspectives to paint the same picture, right? So it's like all of us are contributing different brush strokes and different colors to the canvas to help paint the picture, to help you understand more of the male perspective when it comes to stuff like this. Because to be honest with you, us guys, we don't even really use the word friend. If we're talking about somebody that would be considered a friend, us guys would say, oh yeah, I'm cool with him. It's either you're cool with him or you're not. Or
you're my bro.
Yeah, you're my bro.
Brother. Yeah.
That's my bro. We don't even really use the word friend. We used to use the word friend when we were little kids. You see what I'm saying? We used to use that word when we were little kids. But instead of if there's somebody that we're cool with, okay, that's somebody we're cool with. But if it's our best friend, oh, that's my brother. Like Bravo. My boy Louis Rich, that's my brother. That's not my friend. That's my brother. We've gone through a lot of ups and downs together. When I was struggling to find work and stuff, he came and picked me up one day when I didn't have a car or anything. He was like, hey, bro, I found this job. I'm going to go over there. We can all sign up and we can all get put on and we can all get some money together. Like he really looked out for me. That's my brother. So being that he's done a lot and made sacrifices for me, why would I compromise my brotherhood with him by violating the trust there, by putting myself in a position of where I'm around his woman without him there? That's crazy to me.
So Anonymous.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you're my brother and you're my friend, can you help me solve this puzzle with me?
Oh God, put that Sith shit down.
It's not Sith.
What is that?
It's Sith.
Which movie is this from?
Hellraiser.
Oh Lord.
Yes.
Was it Hellraiser?
It's Hellraiser. Yeah. So
it's definitely Sith.
It's not Sith. So you're talking about Star Wars. This is like from Hellraiser.
Yeah, it's from the dark side.
No, it's not. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
witchcraft.
I don't even know what that is, bro. I really don't even know what that is.
You got to watch the movie to understand what that man holds in his hand right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, Bravo, you know what this puzzle is once I solve this. What happens, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Not a Sith or Jedi or anything like that's going to pop out. It's bad, though.
You got them symbionts and then chains and all that other stuff. Yeah. I'm a movie fanatic, man.
Man, the pins in the head. The fucking pins in the head got me, dude. It was like, oh my God, that shit looked like it hurt.
His name. He hates it when you call him that. He's going to punish you even more. He's called the Hell Priest. He doesn't have a name. He's just the Hell Priest.
I get it. It just, man, that shit looked fucking painful, bro. Painful. Oof.
You got to watch number 2.
Anonymous,
You got to watch Hellraiser number 2. It literally shows you how he became that.
You got to dip out of,
What were you saying?
I'm so tired. I've yawned like probably 30 times in the past.
Oh no, it's all good. Hey, if you got to drop out, hey, it's cool.
I'm so tired. But thank you for having me up. I still don't completely agree with you guys.
That's cool.
But
that's cool. I'm still not gonna female friends, but go ahead.
Y'all have a blessed night.
You
all
too.
right. All right, you take it easy, all right?
Also,
Bye.
Athena.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
Shit.
All right.
Real quick, Athena, if you do hear this, if I did say you're stupid, I didn't mean it that way. Typically, when guys say you're stupid, we mean like you're being stupid right now or you're saying something stupid. So I apologize if I did say that, okay?
Stupid.
Yeah, like that.
Fair enough. If I said it, I was being stupid.
Stupid.
No, but we're gonna go ahead and keep the show pushing. We got another question, and then we're gonna get to the main event, and then we're gonna go ahead and close out because we've been here for quite a while. So if you still tuning in and watching with us, shout out to the panel. An even bigger shout out to the chat. Chat going crazy.
Shit like that.
But if you're still rocking with us, make sure you get a stream a like. Share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to join the conversation, click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. So moving on. Next question. The world in general doesn't place limitations on how many children a woman can have. So why does the world try to place limitations on how many women a man can have?
It leads to ruin. It leads to ruin. Like we've had polyamorous relationships in the past, like King Solomon. We've had wise men, but they ended up being learning lessons as far as what not to do. It ends up being bad. So also we have like a theory. I forgot what Andrew Wilson, I think we were talking about this. It's like when you start taking up more women, you just create more violent men in society. And that's really what this leads to. And then not to mention this, but you have a leftover issue that happens too. There's so many issues that happen with this. I don't think it's bad. With one, I think that we have like a birth replacement issue that we have because there's a birth decline happening. I think that there shouldn't be a number put on the babies we have. I think we should have more babies, but also this also supports my other thing too, is saying, no, we should divide this. The reason why we divide women amongst the population is because women outnumber men. There isn't enough to go around, but these women are too selective and actually stupid to just chase the 20%. I think that they need to be more realistic, and they bought into feminism. Saying, oh, you need a high value men, which is just materialistic, stupid rhetoric that they have, when it's like, no, the average man is your equal. You should just get the guy that just has a good job because you're no better. You're not some billionaire trophy wife yourself. So it's like, I don't know. It's just really stupid. Cleaner's nodding his head, but I'll let you.
All right. Cleaner, Lewis, what y'all got? The world in general doesn't place limitations on how many children a woman can have. So why does the world try to place limitations on how many women a man can have?
Let Lewis go first if he swallowed that bite.
Uh-oh.
That looked good, bro. That looked good.
Oh, that man got the dragon fruit, huh?
That looked good, bro.
Hey, it's fresh out here, man. Everything that I've been introduced to out here in Thailand is fresh.
That's cool.
Oh yes, sir.
I totally agree with where Mr. Raylis is coming from, his standpoint as well. I totally agree on that, because even if you bring a child into the world, not everybody's going to be fit to raise that child that they bring into the world.
It's true.
So in the same sense, we as people, or men, I'm gonna say this from a men's standpoint, we have to be selective about the woman that we are around. Like Mr. Raylis was saying earlier, does she bring that mother or that mom type, characteristic to where I want to have a child with her? Now, as far as the limitations, I think it's based on the fact of another point that I want to tap into when Mr. Cleaner be talking about feminism, the feministic beliefs. So it's like back then there was no limitation on how many women you could have. There was no limitation on how many kids you could have. But yet the man is looked at the villain because he done found all these women to have a child with.
Yep.
You make your own decisions of who you lay down with.
True.
But a lot of people, sheeple, if I could use that term, sheeple.
Oh yeah.
They follow what's being presented to them, and they stand on that. So it's like the moral compass of the man historically has shifted because of the feministic ideologies that are being presented. Like, I can honestly say, from just being in this podcast with you guys are some stern men. You stand on your beliefs, and you know what you stand for.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm pretty sure we can all agree that there's a lot of men out there who don't have a strong foundation to stand on at all. So we know what we want out of life. We know what we believe in as well, and we're strong-minded that we're not going to let the rhetoric, the ideology that's being they're trying to force feed us. We're not gonna bend our will to that.
Okay.
So in the same sense, we make our own decisions logically. I can honestly say all of us here, we make our decisions based on multiple decision making. What is the reason behind making our decisions? I can honestly say all of us are freedom thinkers. We think and we make our own judgment. There's a lot of men out there and a lot of women who push the narrative that we should not be able to think freely. Therefore, they're going to put limitations on what we do and how we do. Now, we all have our own justification of what we feel is right, what we feel is wrong. We all have that moral compass here. Everybody that's sitting in the room with us right now, we all have our own moral compass. A lot of people don't have that. So of course they're going to try to place limitations on things. But when a woman there's a lot of women out there who don't have a moral compass, which means they're providing everything freely. If it's easy to get to, a man without a moral compass is going to jump on it.
All right.
So to shorten up what I'm saying, I agree with the standpoint that Mr. Raylis is coming from as well.
Okay, Cleaner. What you got?
I agree with the prescription that that Lewis and Marte are both talking about. The thing that I point to, and I'm not trying to push back at all, the thing I point to just for society, and maybe it'll help women. Women, if you're watching this, please listen and understand this. So historically, 60% of men did not reproduce because women found them invisible. 40% of women did not get a chance to reproduce either, though, because they couldn't find a man, because 40% of men already had a woman. So 40% of women were waiting for that man and never got one. 60% of men are still out there waiting and would probably be the most awesome men you have ever encountered, probably lay their fucking life down for you if it came to it, provide for you, be there for you thick and fucking thin if you would just see them.
Yeah. That's all you got on that?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll give my take on it. So my take is going to be a little bit different. Okay. So when it comes to the question, the world in general doesn't place limitations on how many children a woman can have. So why does the world try to place limitations on how many women a man can have? I look at it like this. If you look in the West, especially here, women are having a ridiculous amount of kids and don't have a father in the home. And a lot of times it's by multiple men. But then when the topic of a Nick Cannon or an NBA YoungBoy pops up, these guys have multiple kids and they have the resources to be able to provide financially for those children. Same thing with Elon Musk. We were saying earlier that there's a message going around that says broke men don't deserve anything from women. But yet people are still complaining and trying to place limitations on what the rich guys can do. So if the rich guys did all this work and earned their quote unquote prizes, I know I hate to bring it back to that, but if these men are doing the work and building themselves up and getting their resources together, then they've gotten the resources that are required in order to get the women, spread their seed, and cement their legacy, right? Because it used to be back in the day where if a man and woman were married, it was to where you could afford having multiple kids, right? But see, now with the presence of feminism and everything else and everything going haywire, it's almost like it's a free-for-all. And I know you guys have heard before that we live in a deregulated sexual marketplace. So now it's deregulated to where the women are picking what they want, right? So like what Cleaner was saying, a lot of these regular guys are getting overlooked. So they would rather have a baby and be a baby mama to a guy that's at the top. I mean, look at Cardi B. Look at Cardi B. She got married to a dude that already had multiple baby mamas and had all her kids with that one dude, left him, and then went and got pregnant by another dude while she's still legally married. Now, us guys, we're looking at that and saying she's wrong, but then the women that think like her are actually supporting her, saying that she upgraded. See, no one's placing limitations on how many kids she can have, and she's a rich woman. Just like these broke women that are on EBT that were complaining, saying, "Oh, I'm not gonna get my food stamps." But the guys are looking at it like, okay, well, if your food stamps are getting cut off, you might want to go back to the negotiation table with your baby daddy and try to work something out and get your family back together. But their pride, along with them having free reign and a bunch of privileges that they didn't earn, is what's creating a dysfunctional society. I don't think it has anything to do with men having kids. It's the women popping out babies out of wedlock from multiple guys, and then depending on the government and completely eliminating the man from the picture. That's what's creating the dysfunction. So, like I said, the world doesn't tell women how many kids they should be able to have, but we always tell men, wrap it up, do this and this and that. We always place all the moral weight on the guy's side. We're quick to say that it takes two to tango, but when things go wrong, the man always gets the blame, and I don't think that's right. So I look at it like this. I don't have anything against Nick Cannon, Elon Musk, the guys that are out here getting it. I don't have anything against Trump. Trump got multiple kids too. He's been married multiple times. I don't have a problem with it because he's done what's required to meet the standards of the women that carried his seed and allow his legacy to continue. So if they don't have a problem with it, why should the rest of the world have a problem with it? I think if a man puts in the work, there should be no limitations on what he can do. He should be able to do whatever he wants to do within the confines of the law. If it's two consenting adults and she wants to pop out a bunch of babies for him, as long as it's something that they agreed upon, let them do what they do. That's my take.
That's how it historically was. And this is the other thing that the Rockefellers and feminism pushed on society, was this concept of men are necessarily doing something wrong. And like, look, I've always been Christian. I'm now moving into what true Christian is, in my view, right? So
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm understanding different things now. I'm understanding monogamy is something that's good. There is a healthy reason for it, right? It builds a stronger bond with the woman that you're with. Like my wife, before she passed, I had to go into a drug area to get a piece of equipment back for the job I was working for. I went and picked her up, gave her my 9, and said, watch my back and make sure nobody tries to shoot me, because I can't go in there with a gun. There's no trespassing sign. I had the cops coming, but we were in Cracktown. So, you know, she sat there in the truck with my 9 and watched my back. I couldn't say that I would do that for any other woman on the planet other than like my mom and my wife, right? That's it. That's the level of friendship your brothers have with you as well. That's the level of friendship you should have with your wife, right? I mean, you should. But the monogamy thing, so for the higher tier men, like I'm a normal guy. I'm not a guy that makes billions. For the guys that made billions historically, the kings, the emperors, the superhuman men, the guys that were on the top of the food chain, right? Society always understood they might have multiple women. They had concubines. I mean, fuck, dude, look at fucking Genghis Khan. That dude had like 1,000 babies and 1,000 baby mamas. And society was okay with it. Granted, maybe some of it wasn't okay with it. Yeah. So granted, some of society wasn't okay with it,
bro.
but there was. But to be fair, though, Marte, there was a select, like within his construct, within the people that were in his empire that were there willingly. That was an accepted thing. It wasn't like. This is fucking absolutely.
Yeah, because
they all still had women. They all
guess what happened?
You know? I get that. I get that. And you can say that with the kings too. What I'm pointing out though is that we in society, whether we've been forced to accept it or whether we just accept it, it has been accepted in society that the top echelon of men will necessarily have more access to women, and so they will necessarily end up having an extra couple of women, or 1,000 in fucking Genghis Khan's case, right? The rest of us men are normal everyday guys. One woman for us is fucking great. Oh, I agree. I think it's bad too, but you know, I accept it as a reality because it's an outlier to what normal men should do, and we're trying to fix normal men. One woman for one normal man for one normal woman. Fucking great, perfect, awesome. You'll have an awesome life. Just dive into each other and love each other. The polygamy thing never fucking works out. I have never, not once, seen a polygamous relationship that hasn't exploded or turned into someone going to jail or some kind of DV from like the woman beating up the dude for screwing her best friend. Or I mean, every fucking one of them almost. I haven't seen one personally. Granted, I've only had like 6 friends that were, I'd say they're friendly acquaintances, that were polygamous. But I mean, like all of them, horrible fucking turnouts. The whole 9 or 10 years that I've known them, horrible turnouts. Every relationship, it's almost every year, there's a new fucking dramatic situation, or some other woman came into their life and fucked up whatever they were doing with their current wife, or you know, it's fucking horrible. So there is no good to it.
I got a question for Anonymous Base, and you brought up Nick Cannon. Which one do you think is better? Because I want to test your logic a little bit. Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of testing your logic, but I also want to see which way your thinking goes. Would you rather think that a Nick Cannon, I'm talking about it as a prescription, right? Since you brought him up. One Nick Cannon in one universe has, I would say, 10 babies with one woman. In the other universe, he's this Nick Cannon where he has 10 babies with 10 different women. Which one do you think is a better prescription for society?
So I just want to understand. So you're saying that if he has 10 babies with one woman, that equals 10 babies. But if he has 10 babies with 10 women?
Yeah, which one do you think is a better prescription for society for us to praise?
Well, what is the framework that you're operating under?
So,
because I want to make sure I answer it right.
Okay, let's say that I have something that we should celebrate and we should propagandize, because what we're talking about is like propagandization culture, because in the Black community, people either revere him or they look at him as a period of revulsion or a point of revulsion. They'll say, well, damn, he's just banging all these women he can't probably take care of or whatever. But they can just as much say the same thing if he had 10 babies with one woman, right? But if you think about this, which would be the better prescription for having 10 kids?
Which would be
having 10 kids with 10 different women, one a piece, or 10 kids with the same woman? Which one do you think is a better prescription for society to propagandize and us to praise?
Okay. The logical answer, do all that with one woman. That's the logical answer. That is the logical answer. That makes the most logical sense because it's less stress and it's less problems. Not only that, if the woman was okay with carrying one or two of your kids, I don't think she'd have a problem carrying more for you. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do as a man and you're making sure that you're looking out for her best interest and being there for her and supporting her, I don't see a problem with it. Now, the realistic answer is if he's going to do that and the other women are okay with it, it's all about what they agree to. You get what you negotiate. But the logical answer, it makes more logical sense to just do all that with one woman, and you're creating one solid household with two parents in the house. Yeah, that would be more sustainable. I'll say it like that. That's more sustainable.
Yeah, and the other problem with this is you also have divided households, because it's like now you have the time issue. You're only one person. You can only spend time with so many households. If you have 10 kids with 10 different women, one person's probably mostly growing up in a single parent household because they're getting the last end of the stick when we talk about this. If we're going to divide up time, and we had to measure this, it's never going to be perfect. One kid is growing up with a single mom, basically, for the most part.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right with that. And watch this. I'll give you a biblical example to back that up. That's what happened with Abraham and Sarah.
Yeah.
God promised them a child, and Sarah didn't believe it. So she talked Abraham into getting the maidservant pregnant, and they had their first child with the maidservant. Right? But then when Sarah ended up getting pregnant, he favored the baby that he got promised from Sarah over the baby that he had first. So then the first child, Ishmael, he felt some kind of way about it when God told him to send the girl and the boy away. I'm going to make them a leader of many nations. Said that in the Bible. He told them, hey, you're going to have to send her away because that's outside of what I had designated for you. So I do get what you're saying in that regard. So I'm giving you a biblical example to back up your argument and kind of tie into what I said about it's logically better to do all that with one woman because now you have one tree that your seeds are growing from. So I do understand that. I understand it. But the realistic answer, even in the biblical times too, they were wilding out and doing whatever. Now, is it right or wrong? No. But is it realistic? Is it really? Is it based on reality of what's going on? Yeah. Oh, of course.
They learned lessons. That's what happened.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Of course they did. So, I mean, I know how to look at it from a logical perspective and a realistic perspective. But logically, if I'm in the position to where I have an abundance of resources, I'm trying to do all that with one woman.
Yeah.
Because
I would agree.
I'd rather go to the hospital 10 times for one woman that I've had a lot of time to get to know. I trust her with my seed. I'm there with her. She's learning from me. I'm learning from her, and we're actually building something solid. That's the more logical solution.
And just think about it. So here's the thing, though. Here's the reason why it's also logical as well, too. Mm-hmm. If you think about this, I'll even ask you one question to get to the next question. Is it true in most cases in modernity right now that kids are weaponized against fathers?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we got that answered, would you rather give one woman one weapon because all those kids equal one weapon, or 10 women, 10 different weapons individually? That's the same answer, right? So if you really think about it like that, we could definitely argue for just one woman, right? So it's like, why would you weaponize 10 different women against you with 10 different mindsets and 10 different motives when you could just have one woman if you're going to put yourself in any crisis scenario with one weapon, right? Less, I would say, even if you're going to take a nihilistic approach, less harm, right?
No. You're absolutely right with that, because it's almost like you got one gun, but it has 10 bullets in it versus 10 guns with one bullet.
Yeah,
I get it. I get it. Because if you got the one gun with the 10 bullets, you have a higher chance of hitting the target than you do if it's 10 guns with one bullet each.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Well, and I mean, it's like feminism did push women out of the household, screwing up that dynamic and causing men to like start wanting to do things. You know, I mean, they got into their fucking heads and started convincing them to do other shit that didn't help their marriage. And look, even to tie this back to like the culture thing that we were talking about earlier, and the reason why I say women are more in charge of culture, and the evidence that we have for that is when feminism started pushing women out of the house, our culture started fucking dying off.
Yeah.
So women propagate our culture. They socialize our world. If we can't convince them to come back to, I mean, the traditional way of doing things, we will have lost the war.
Not only that, but if you think about it too, we live in a culture now in the West that celebrates the baby mama, but constantly puts down the baby dad. It doesn't matter if he has one kid with one woman. It's the dad's the deadbeat. He needs to pay. We need to put all the moral obligation on the man. It's the man's fault. He should have wrapped it up. He knew who he laid down with. It takes two to tango. But watch this. It takes one person to make the final decision of whether the baby lives or dies or not. So if the women are bringing multiple kids from multiple men, guess what? They're using themselves to continue the legacy of multiple men. You see what I'm saying? But we always put the blame and the moral weight on the guy. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if we don't control whether we have access to be able to continue our legacy, why are we then blamed when we get the opportunity to do so? That kind of doesn't make sense to me.
Not just blamed, but also we are forced to have the responsibility. So like when a woman decides she wants to have the kid and the guy is like, well, I wasn't planning on having kids yet, doesn't fucking matter. You still are going to pay for. So like I've been through 2 marriages. My first marriage lasted 8 years, and I warned her before we divorced, about 3 years before we divorced, that if she didn't change her ways, it was going to happen. I warned her at 2 years. I warned her at 1 year. The day it broke, I was sitting on the porch talking to my brother. She came outside and said, "What bitch are you talking to? I don't talk to other women. I don't, I don't engage in that way." Right. I told my brother on the phone, I was like, "Hey, Rich, I'm gonna have to call you back, bro. I'm about to divorce this bitch. That's the final straw. You ain't calling my brother a bitch. That ain't, no, fuck that." And it was the next day I got on the phone with the lawyer. A year and a half later, right? Well, so about 6 months later, I got my custody reduced to 0, and police were involved because I was there to pick my kid up on my court-appointed day with the documents in hand. And the police said, "Well, too bad. She's saying you're trespassing and wants you to leave, so now you're criminally trespassing." And they took me to jail, right? That's fucked up. I had the court documents there that said I was supposed to be there. Still went to jail. Okay. I couldn't see my daughter for a year and a half. I had custody of my son, but I couldn't see my daughter. I had to wait a year and a half. At the end of that year and a half, the judge says, "Well, a year and some odd ago, CPS reported that she had some mental deficiencies and shouldn't be in custody of the children. So we're going to give you the responsibility of taking care of both children now. You're going to go and pick your daughter up in 2 weeks at the end of the school year, and they're going to be yours from now on." I had to take on the responsibility at that point because she proved she wasn't a good parent, right? Didn't have the children's best interest at heart. I was given the responsibility. Nowhere in the world will they ever, if there's a man involved, give women, the women or woman in the singular sense, the responsibility that a man or men have biblically and traditionally upheld. Nowhere in the world in law will they do that. It has never happened, and it never will.
Okay. Yeah. So when it comes to like Marte's example, when he said, what makes more sense, having one kid by 10 women, 10 different women, or having 10 kids with one woman? The biggest reason why I say, and I'm just going to stick with the logic here. The biggest reason why it logically makes sense to have all those kids from one woman is because, at least in the West, in America, you can only have one wife legally. Right. And so for me, I don't have kids. I don't have any kids right now. I'm 37 single and childless. And I've told myself ever since I was a teenager that I was going to prolong it, and I was not going to have kids until I got married.
Good.
However long it takes, I don't care. But I know that I want my first child to be with my wife, my future wife, and I want my child to also be her first child, because it's something that you necessarily can't replicate, right? So even if I have a child and I go and deal with another woman and she has her first child, it's not something new for me. You see what I'm saying? That's not something that you can just take back. So once it's done, it's done. Because people can lie about their body count, but you can't lie about how many kids you have.
Yeah, you can't lie about your kid count.
You can't lie about that.
Right.
You can't lie about that. So to tie this all up, I actually agree with you guys about having all your kids with one woman, because it just makes more logical sense, and it creates less stress when it comes time for you to do things for the kids, because the kids don't have to be jealous about, well, if I had that mom, I'd get this perk and I'd get this privilege. And it creates less stress, right? Because at some point with all these women, they're going to start to allow their emotions to get in the way of things. And they're going to think that they deserve certain perks and privileges over the other women. Oh, well, you're taking care of her kids and you're doing this for her kids. Well, what about us? You see what I'm saying? It is highly unsustainable, which, again, you guys have said that those types of dynamics don't really stand the test of time. Now, just because they exist don't necessarily mean it's the most logical course of action when it comes to spreading your seed. Now, I understand the logic behind it, but at the same time, I understand that most men aren't going to think the same way we do when it comes to it. You know what I mean? True. Because you got to remember something. A lot of men are driven by different things, right?
Very true.
A lot of men are driven by different things, which is why a lot of these young guys, when they come into money, what do?
Yeah.
They start splurging and they start spending it on these women, and then they start falling, and they start crashing. They start crashing and burning early. So that's why, at least for me, I'm glad that I didn't really come into an understanding of how finances and things work until I got older, because I can be honest, I probably would have been one of those guys too. I'm young with money. I'm out here hitting the club, going crazy. And I'm 5'7". So just imagine if I was over 6 feet, I'm young with some money. I would have been out here wilding out and cutting up. So God was smart not to give me height. God was smart not to give me height.
Bro, God has a plan. I mean, you can't deny, like, there are too many coincidences in life to say that there is not the effect of God. And you know what? The responsibility matrix is paramount for men. And it's something that I think that as like dads and older guys, when we realize it, like the guys that are over 35 who have matured and understand the responsibility matrix, man, we got to teach the younger dudes, bro, look, you got to understand, if you have a kid with a girl, you will be responsible for that kid for the rest of your life. If you have a kid with 5 girls, you have 5 kids with 5 different girls, and you got to take care of all of them. The world will hold you responsible, whether or not you want to be. Like, guys need to understand this, but on the other side of it, women need to understand too. If you have a baby with one guy, you only have one guy that you got to deal with, the family, with him, with all of that. If you have a baby with 4 different dudes, you got 4 different dudes you got to deal with. Every other man in the family is going to know that. They're going to be insecure about that. They're going to fucking hate it. you're gonna have to wait until your kids are 18 and out of the house before another guy will be okay with it. I mean, there's just so much to it that's a negative, you know. Why put that on yourself? Just hold out until you find the right dude, and then be like, all right, this dude's giving me the ring. We're gonna get married. Hell yeah, this is the one. I'm gonna make some babies with this motherfucker because he's a badass. You know?
Yeah.
Like that's the way it should be.
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's absolutely the way it's supposed to be. However, you know, that free will. That free will is a different monster, bro. That's why I'm saying I understand that's why I'm saying I can give the logical answer and understand the realistic answer too. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get you, but that's the thing, man. A lot of what I do is social deprogramming, the brainwash social deprogramming. The few little cues that I've talked about tonight, people will pick up on. Also, anybody that watches this in the future, I've given out 2 very intricate details about my life that are Cleaner 409 firsts that you will only see on Anonymous Base podcast. They will never show anywhere else. So for those who are looking for all of my cue counters, you got to watch his videos to find them, motherfuckers.
Bang, bang.
All right.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Anybody else have anything else on the topic? Because we're going to go ahead and hit this one last question and get on out of here. And it's very, very simple. The title of the show. So the main event is this simple. Do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood? Do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood? Anybody can go whenever they're ready.
I think that's a challenging question because, and the reason I said the challenging question is because certain circumstances can cause you to lose control. Now, there was a statement made earlier, and I'm not sure if it was Mr. Raylish or if it was the cleaner that made the statement in regards of going out. He said if men had the self-control that a lot of today's women have, that there would be a lot of fatal situations happening in today's society. So me, in my response to that question, I feel it depends on the circumstance. Because there's a lot of things that each person's, even though we all live different lives. So something that might happen to me on my in my daily life, if something happened to me and it happened to Cleaner, he would probably respond to it differently.
Yeah.
If something happened to you and then it happened to me, you might respond differently, vice versa.
Okay.
So in the same sense, I'm not going to say men lack self-control, but I will say a lot of us men are misunderstood. I will say that.
Okay.
I will say that because, and just a scenario situation.
All right, go ahead.
You're dealing with somebody. You're expressing your opinion about a subject matter. And somebody totally disagrees with everything you're saying. They get in your face, start yelling and throwing semantics at you, calling you whatever. It's going to take self-control not to slap their motherfucking ass. Let's just be real.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you have people in this world, I honestly feel that there's people that are put here to test your girth or test yourself, test you, period. And a lot of times you could be speaking something with truth and facts to support what you're saying, but there's always going to be that one person who's like, no, you're full of shit, blah, 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 blah. So if they approach you after you stated your fact and support of your fact, basically denouncing everything you're saying, they didn't push you, They didn't put their hands on you, but they're addressing you very disrespectively.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take a lot of self-control not to knock them on their motherfucking ass.
Falcon punch.
You know what I'm saying? So I will say this. A lot of men don't have self-control.
Okay.
But there's a lot of men who do have self-control, but we are also misunderstood.
Okay.
That's why I said it's a challenging question. But that's my take.
See, that's the point. You know, I gotta try to get people to think, man.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yes, sir.
But that's my take on it.
Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Cleaner or Mr. Marte, what y'all got, man? Do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood?
Martin might be up taking a leak at the moment.
Oh, you think so? He might be. He might be lacking some self-control in that area, huh?
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm only 45, but getting older, man, I gotta tell you, I gotta run to the restroom more often, especially drinking these damn watered down beers.
Oh man. All right. So Mr. Marte and Mr. Cleaner, do men lack self-control or are men just misunderstood? What y'all got?
You wanna go next, Marte?
Yeah, I'll go after you.
Go ahead. You go ahead if you want.
No, I was asking you to go because he just asked the question.
Sure.
And just come back. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say some men lack self-control in some areas, but overall men have much, much higher self-control than women currently. If we didn't, we would have an extremely higher jail rate for men. Just think about it like this.
Yeah,
right?
True.
Every woman that slaps a man and doesn't go to jail, I guarantee you 90% of the men, if they did the same thing, would go to jail.
Yeah, that's true.
Based.
Yeah, because if we really had a society where men really didn't have self-control, we'd have a lot of this.
Hey, yo. That remind me of that one video where that chick walked up, that blonde chick walked up and smacked that dude, and he goes, "Pop!" And she just like flew like 4 feet back and hit the bar stool and all that shit, and was like, "Oh."
I know exactly what clip you're talking about. It was a Russian dude.
Yeah.
It was at the bar.
Oh yeah, but damn fucking legendary. Holy shit. I don't want that to happen to women, but she had it coming, bro. She walked up and just pop, man. Damn.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what else you got?
Marte, you up, bro?
Yeah, I just want to say I mean, it's hard to add on to somebody who's just said everything that I already agree with. It's just tough. So I mean, I agree with everything he's saying. I believe that the majority of men these days do have most self-control, but the problem with this is it's being ruined by the few. The few rotten apples ruin everything. You can look at the police, you would say police department, which I used to work for, and then the federal agency that I work for too. It only takes one to ruin it. Looks bad. It only takes one person to look bad, make the whole male race look bad as species. As far as that, when we're talking about taxonomical classifications, I think that all you need to do is have one anonymous base ruin it for everybody, and they're changing one law. Like this happens all the time. But if you're thinking about the majority of society right now is actually intact because we are practicing self-restraint. Like in what he was saying is like, if you did have the majority of men, you flip-flop this, we would have no society. You were talking about Mad Max. No, this would be realistic. Escape from New York with Russell Crowe and Mad Max at the same time if we had no self-control. But I think on the women's side, here's the problem with this. Is I have a book coming out called The Female Warrior fallacy. And not only this, but we have women that are in courts that are not getting held accountable by the same regard. If you have punishment for women that are diddling kids, they get half the time or almost no time. Women for murder, anything else, no time or half the time. There was a woman that stabbed her boyfriend in California for a weed-induced rage. She got no time. She had community service. And I'm just like, this makes no sense. So
118 times, Marte, 118 times. All right.
Yeah.
After like 10 times, your arm starts getting kind of weak. Even if you have an adrenaline rush,
No,
20
she took her
steps.
time.
20,
She had time.
118 means she took
118
breaks
times.
and thought
Yeah.
about what she was doing.
And then here's the thing, though. If you have women getting off from things like this, guess what's going to happen? They're going to have less self-control because there's too much allowance. There's an overcorrection of like, oh, I got away with this. It's not that bad. So now we can do whatever we want. Meanwhile, men, the barometer for what we're held to is held to the extreme. You do a little bit of something like that, you get the max as being a guy. So it's like now we're being told as a society to practice most self-restraint and most self-conviction as far as like, what we don't want to do. It's like, and then not to mention that, but society is doing an overcorrection because of course we're the stronger sex. But at the same time, it's like when we look at the outcomes, you're treating women with kid gloves. Like she can do whatever she wants, slap on the wrist for the umpteenth time. None of this makes any sense because women actually, because of modernity, can cause the same, if not more damage than men because of a lack of self-control.
I like that.
Bang, bang, bang. Shit like that.
All
Shit like
right,
that.
so
Shit like that.
I guess I'll go ahead and give my take on it. I think men that don't have the right type of guidance are the ones that lack self-control. And I think that because men that don't have proper guidance lack self-control, I think that often leads to them being misunderstood. And the reason they are being misunderstood is it stems back to the household, the parenting, the neighborhood, the environment. Now, am I going to say that their environment justifies how they carry themselves? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's a reason why we have something called a black fatigue that's happening right now. Why is there a black fatigue? It's because so many people in the black population, I can't call it a community, I call it the black population. But there's a lot of people within the black population that lack self-control. And why do they lack self-control? Because it's due to a lack of proper guidance. We're the
Feminism,
right. Well, we're the most fatherless population. You see what I'm saying? And so this is a solid example because black people will get on the internet and they express their frustrations, and to a degree, the frustrations are valid. But here's the problem. The problem is that within the black population, they cry and complain and express their grievances about their problems, but they expect the world to give them the solution and give them a quick fix. But then when outsiders look at them and say, well, we understand that you've had issues in the past, but now that we're not in the past anymore, you guys need to get it together and figure your own problems out and figure out how to police yourselves and get some proper guidance going. Right? But they're still stuck on the we're this, we're that, we're misunderstood. Everybody looks down on us. The white man's out to get me. Right? When that's not the case. See, because I used to be a liberal and I used to think and operate under that victim mentality. And I'm not going to say I lack self-control, but I had this ideology of I'm misunderstood because of my skin color, this and this and that. I was raised thinking that the world was against me too, until I got out here in the world and I realized that because I speak a certain way, I articulate my words, I don't sag my pants, I'm not out here looking crazy. I actually seen firsthand that based on how I carry myself, people actually respect me and they call me sir. They don't say, hey, boy. Right? They actually refer to me as sir. Now, when I go in my closet and get one of my suits out, and I just go out, running errands or whatever, and I'm dressed nice, got my nice watch on, got me some cologne on, I'm smelling good, I'm feeling good, I just hit the gym, whatever. If I'm stepping out and I got my confidence on point, I have pretty high self-esteem, I'm not arrogant, maybe a little bit cocky here and there, but I have a healthy level of self-esteem in conjunction with me having a lot of control, over the way I think, over the way I speak, over the way I carry myself. I think that puts me in a position to where I'm often understood without even having to really speak to people. They can just look. They can see that I carry myself with a high level of self-control. So I don't have to tell people that I have self-control, and I don't have to try to convince people to understand me either. You see what I'm saying? So the biggest example that I can use to explain this and answer this question, I think with a lot of modern day black men, again, raised without proper guidance, they're pushing the message that you don't need a man, we can do it all by ourselves, and they're following the guidance and instruction of emotionally aggressive women, and they think that that's the way you solve problems because they see how mama was wilding out. So they take that same mindset and they get out here in the world and they start crashing out and they get stomped out and they get taken out. So because of the lack of self-control, yes, it does lead to them being misunderstood, but I think it's to their own detriment because they're not really buckling down and figuring it out that we need to get some structure up under us. So that's what I think. I mean, if I'm wrong, if I miss something, I mean, because that's the biggest example I can speak to, because I can't speak on how the Asian people do. I can't speak on how Latin people do. I can't speak on how white people do because I'm not a part of that community. Because as an outsider looking in, there's a lot more guidance and structure within every single one of those communities except the one that I'm a part of. So I can speak to that, right? But then if I start telling the truth and saying, hey, man, we need to fix ourselves, I get called every coon and Uncle Tom in the book. It's crazy. Yep. And so even us being attacked for speaking the truth shows that it's a huge lack of self-control because you can't even take criticism without feeling some kind of way. You see what I'm saying? So in my honest opinion, based on my observations, that's the biggest example I got for the lack of self-control. But because of the lack of self-control, you're not handling yourself the right way. And that's why you're misunderstood. So I think it's one and it leads to the other. Right. But then if you fix one, then it automatically fixes the other. If you work on having discipline and self-control, make sure you get in the gym, focus on getting your money right, focus on getting your confidence up, focus on getting out here and making connections and networking and, building up your own personal value. That way that translates and manifests into the world with your relationships, your friendships, girlfriends. It makes your family bonds better. It just benefits you and makes you better overall as a man if you prioritize making sure that you have self-control and just locking in and focusing on having some clear goals, right? Even if it's just getting a job, you trying to save up and get that car, you thinking, you know what? Let me focus on trying to make sure I hit up Stacy so I can, try to plan something for us to hang out. It'll be little things that lead to the bigger things. And it all starts with that self-control. And then it forces people to understand you. And then even for the people that don't understand you, they become a lot more curious about you and they can look and say, man, it's just something different about that dude. Let me go talk to him and see what he's about. Like, how does he walk like that? Why does he have that glow to him? Why is it that when this guy stepped in the room, I instantly turned around? See what I'm saying? It happens when you prioritize that self-control. Then you don't have to worry about whether people misunderstand you or not. And then it puts you in a position where you don't care if people misunderstand you or not. Because we as human beings, we're not meant to be understood by everybody. Just like we're not meant to understand everything. So that's what I got.
I think you're right. And look, man, I got two black friends. One of them's damn near Nigerian black. The other's Caramello. One of them grew up in 4th Ward in Houston. The other grew up in 5th Ward. I used to hang out with them all the time. I'd be there at night sometimes. And you know what? As a white dude, I got my ass whooped quite a few times being there at night. I knew better. I shouldn't have been in that neighborhood at night, but I loved hanging out with my friends, man. We'd sit there, we'd smoke. I mean, you know, we'd get a bottle and, I mean, you know, malt liquor hurricane's fucking awesome, bro. So like we'd hang out, man. Nowadays, I wouldn't dare step in that neighborhood because of the guns. If black guys could put the fucking guns down, go back to just whooping each other's ass. That's fine, man. That's a step in the right direction. Community wide, that's a step in the right direction. Death don't have to be where everything goes to. Like, stop that part and you'll start elevating, because you get tired of beating each other's ass at some point, right? So like just put the fucking guns down and get back to beating each other's ass, and you'll all start learning some shit and you'll get better. You'll have to, because you'll grow out of it. But you can't grow out of it if you keep killing each other. Stop that shit.
No, you're right. But you know what though? See, I like conversations like this because we're addressing the issue, but at the same time, this is just one of those things where the painful truth and the harsh reality is this. You understand and you come to an understanding at some point that it's just some people that you can't save, bro.
I know.
It doesn't matter how much we talk about it, how much we want better for certain people. It's just one of those things where it's like you just got to stand back. You got to love them from a distance, and you have to give them time and space to want it for themselves. Because when you give them time and space to want it for themselves, and then they have that moment of clarity, that's when they're ready to receive the sound doctrine. You see what I'm saying? They have to be sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm under the firm belief that a person doesn't really decide to make changes in their lives until they get fed up. You have to be fed up.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't matter how much grandma tells you, baby, you don't need to be out in the streets like that. You know, baby, you don't need to be out there like that. Yeah, I know, grandma. I know. I'm gonna do right. I'm gonna do better. You see what I'm saying? You have people around you that want to see you win, and they're giving you the sound doctrine, but you're just not fed up to where you're ready to receive it. And I think that's a huge problem. So I
agree.
So for us men on the panel, we just got to focus on making sure that we follow sound doctrine and make sure that we make the necessary changes and improvements in our own lives first. Right? So that way we're leading by example and we're creating a catalyst for future change. You know how they always say, be the change you want to see in the world. It has to start somewhere, bro. We got to be the ones to do it.
Yeah. The reason that I'll go ahead and say it when I'm given the chance. I used to have 3 black friends. Two of them put their guns down because they were taught by guys like you, Marte, by guys like Louise, by guys like me, that said, hey man, just stop with the gun shit. It ain't worth your fucking life. Like, if you got a beef with somebody, go punch it out, get it out of your system. They'll be alive later. 2 of them put their guns down. One of them lost his life because he still had some beef and some asshole decided to bring a gun to a fist fight. The other one survived through it and he grew up. And you know what, man, I wish I still had 3 black friends. I wish I did. One of them's off of Richmond in a graveyard, and we still visit him from time to time. And we still say, you know what? Thank God you tried to do the right thing, because it changed some other dudes that we didn't even fucking know. We don't call friends. They put their guns down, moved out of that community, did better. And if I can affect just one person, if I can help just one person, it's fucking worth it.
But you know what? It's funny how you say you still wish you had 3 black friends, right? Well, you being on this panel and having this conversation with us, no matter how uncomfortable it gets, it's necessary. And because of that, you just gained 3 new black friends.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
I fucking appreciate it. And if any of y'all ever come to Houston, let me know. I will take you to the best Mexican restaurant in fucking town.
Well, I'm about 3 hours away from you. I'm in San Antonio, bro.
I'm trying to move there next year.
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio.
And
matter of fact, Marte's over in Arizona. He's like a couple.
Let me get some fried chicken. I just need the fried chicken spot. Give me some great drink. You know, that's all I need. I don't care about the stereotypes. That's delicious, man. So,
yeah.
Man, we had a great chicken joint, and it fucking closed down here.
I'm about to blow y'all mind right quick.
Let's go.
Cause Marty said something about fried chicken.
Delicious.
McDonald's in Thailand sells fried chicken.
I know about that. Yep.
Is it good?
On YouTube channel.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
I haven't tried it yet. I have not tried it yet because I don't eat McDonald's. But since we're in a new country, I figure I might take that risk. I will be putting it out there.
Hold on. Stop the show. All right, now run that back. Run that back.
McDonald's in Thailand sell chicken. Like in the U.S., McDonald's markets the burgers. Thailand, they market the fried chicken more than the burgers.
Wow.
That sounds delicious, man.
Oh, wait. There's more. KFC. The KFC out here, you can get a chicken bowl with rice, not potatoes.
That's
not
awesome.
Potatoes.
You making me hungry, man. Stop talking. Stop that. I'm gonna need some great drink with that too.
You still get biscuits and gravy?
Look, you got the chat hungry too. It's probably real chicken out there. Yeah,
man.
See?
You can still get it on the side, so you can get a whole meal. So of course their currency is different here. You can get a whole meal for like $6.
Wow. Yeah, their currency is
two pieces of fried chicken, a chicken bowl with rice and spices, and then do they have biscuits? They don't have biscuits. They have rolls, soft rolls.
Okay.
So you get a soft roll, a chicken bowl with the rice and the spices, and then 2 pieces of fried chicken.
If they still got that pepper gravy, at least you can put it on the rice.
Yes. Oh, that sounds so good.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Shit.
Man. You can still get the mashed potatoes and gravy, and they also give you 2 chicken nuggets. $6.
Damn, man.
So how many baht is that?
That's like what, 400 something baht.
Really?
486 baht. Yes.
You know, even if it's another animal and not chicken, I still eat it if they cook it right. I got barbecue sauce and hot sauce. That's all I need, man.
Oh, there you go.
I don't care. I'll put some Louisiana. I'll bring Louisiana hot sauce over to Thailand to eat some cat or bird or fish, whatever it is.
They have Texas Pete hot sauce out here.
Look, Cam the King says if Asians own a restaurant, it's not chicken, it's cat.
Yeah. I'll eat a cat in a heartbeat. I don't care. Ain't gonna be the last time I eat some pussy. So it's like,
I'm putting up. I'm putting a video vlog together that's going to be on the YouTube channel. So I'm just putting it together. I'm gonna share my experiences as far as the food, the travel from the U.S. to here, how much it ran, how much it cost. Looking at different properties. We're doing a property hunt right now to find us a good condo. The cost of living out here is very affordable. So I'm going to be putting all that up on the Bravo Tango YouTube channel shortly. I'm still putting it together. But yeah, man, McDonald's fried. I only want to bring up the fried chicken part because Marty was talking about some fried chicken.
Yeah.
Hold on. You keep calling me Marty. I'm thinking Back to the Future. I'm like, it's Marte. There you go.
My apologies. I'm gonna just stick with Mr. Pro. That's what I said in the beginning.
No, so wait, hold on. If you can say Marty and then make me white. And then we talk about fried chicken, but I'm black only when it comes to food, and I'm white when it comes to the name. That's crazy, man.
Oh man! And then you gotta look. Yeah, you don't want
to. You lying. You being two black friends and a white friend. Cleaner.
Hey, look.
That's really what it was.
Hey, look. You about to make Marte mad. You got to remember he used to work in law enforcement too.
FBI, open up!
Oh man, that's
Watch out,
crazy, man.
You better protect your fucking vases, because them fucking agent guys like to destroy vases as soon as they raid a house. They'd be
I'm
like,
gonna go to Bravo
vase,
Tango.
fuck you, vase, pop.
Do an extradition to the U.S. I already see what I'm gonna have to do. It's crazy. I see what I'm gonna have to do.
So Mr. Marte, he had mentioned the fried chicken. I just want to throw that out there, man.
Okay.
McDonald's out here markets fried chicken more than they market.
You see how it sounds
That's
appropriate?
wild.
Because now it's a Marte eating fried chicken instead of a Marty eating a fried chicken.
Yeah.
You just made it sound more culturally appropriate. I appreciate that. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's all love, man. It's all
Miss
love.
Gen, you instead of misgendering me, you misraced me, man. Racial. What would that even be called when you misracial? Like, what would that be called if you miss my race?
Racial profiling?
No, it's not racial profiling. It's like if you come from the wrong race.
Yeah.
We need to come up with a word for that. If you racial, whatever that is, I'm gonna figure out a word and invent it.
No. I got you. It's like Uncle Ruckus off of Boondocks. You got revitiligo.
Oh, fucking Uncle Tommen.
He got revitiligo.
As if Transformers can do this, I should be able to do this for race too. So, yeah,
that motherfucker thought he was a white dude and got revitiligo turned black. That's insane, man. That boy mama was crazy, man.
He's my hero.
His mama just fucked his head all
my
up.
hero. That's my favorite guy in the world, man.
Or he's like the male version. He's like the male version of Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, I love Uncle Ruckus, man.
Shit, dude, I love the ones where Grandpa and Stinkmeaner will be going at it, man. Holy
man,
shit.
Stinkmeaner was crazy.
Don't stop on a man's fucking shoes, bro. No, holy shit. I'll tell you what, that whole series was a good show, man. It showed off the weaknesses and tried to make fun of them so that people would move away from them, And I loved that. I thought it was good, and it helped some people. It did, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, cultural classic. But anyway, does anybody else got anything else on this last question? So we can go ahead and get ready to wrap this show up, man. We've been here. This is almost like a shift at the job.
Too long. I know, man.
I would like to know Bravo Tango's channel, though. He said he was going to be doing a vlog on things he eats and shit. I would like to get his channel so that I can sub up to that, because I'd like to see some of that. I want to know what that chicken tastes like in Thailand.
Hey, if you want to,
you can.
Hey, you could post a link to your channel in the back chat. You'll look over to the side, you'll see something that says private chat, and then you could post a link there, and then I'll put the link in the description of the video, and then I'll put everybody's contact info in the pinned comment on the comment section on the video, because it's like I want people to be able to find you guys. So if they really rock with what you guys are saying and what you guys are about, then they can dig deeper into what you guys got going on. Does that sound good?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to wrap this show up. We're gonna do final thoughts, and then we're gonna do last shout outs, and then we're gonna go ahead and close it out. So Mr. Cleaner, final thoughts. How was the show for you? Hate it? Love it? How was it for you, brother?
I loved it. I really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed listening to your past streams ever since I subbed up to your channel. I think you do a good job of trying to identify some points. Trying to get people to I think you do a good job of trying to get people out of the social paradigm that we're fucking stuck in, that's got us all screwing things up, man. And if I can be over here to support it on occasion, I'd absolutely love it, and I'd really appreciate it.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely more than welcome to come back. That's what I'm saying. I'll open up my channel and my conversations to where other people can chime in, because I think that everybody has something to contribute and something to bring to the table. Even if we disagree, you're still bringing something to the table, and you're bringing something to the conversation, and you're not just camming up and just being silent the whole time. As long as you say something, I'm cool with that. Give your boy something to work with.
Absolutely. I get you. Then I'll tell you what, I'm heavy on debates. And if you ever find yourself in a 2v2 needing a debate partner, look me up, man. I'll back you up 100%.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. So if we team up, this is how it's going to be.
So you want to pop that shit, get your motherfucking cranium crack, nigga. Step on up.
That's right, man. We going back to the old school.
Bang,
Yeah.
bang,
Yes,
bang.
sir.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
That's how it's gonna be.
Back to fucking 1980s biblical Dre and fucking DMX, yeah. And I don't know, not all the D12. A couple of the guys in D12. Some of them were like, you know.
All right. So with that being said, man, where can the people find you, brother?
At Cleaner 409. But as normal, if I'm ever doing a panel, I typically leave the content up to the person that I'm doing the panel with. So if you want to watch anything that's got me in it, you're probably going to have to go to the place that I show you in my link description on my page.
Okay.
And I will link
good.
it.
All right. Sounds good. All right, Mr. Marte, final thoughts. Hate it, love it. How was the show for you, brother?
I think it was a pretty good show. I mean, I would say if you need a debate partner, but you already got one. So I like soloing these people by myself, like First Amendment got destroyed in my last debate. And then I like soloing other people. I will also solo, I think there's another debate I have on the 19th. I'll be representing the red pill and stating why it doesn't harm men. That's going to be easy W for me. But that's the thing though, is like moving on to this, you can find me at On the Edge with Marte on my channel, and you can look me up at Mighty Marte on X, and also _ the Real Mighty Mouse on Instagram. As far as my channel, you guys can tune in. I don't know if my content's for you, but I do a variety of content. I do debate reviews, and I also do debates like I just.
All right.
Ultimate combo.
All right. My brother, Mr. Lewis, Bravo Tango LLC. Final thoughts. How was the show, man? You hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, brother?
This was a great experience for me. First time doing a whole show, and let alone staying on this long. I appreciate the knowledge that I've learned and gained from just being here with you gentlemen. And even the ladies that was here too, you know. I don't really do podcasts and stuff like that, but I'm breaking out of that shell because of how I used to stay closed in. I wasn't really trying to get out there as far as a people person. But I've learned a lot being here in Marte, Mr. Marte.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the knowledge as far as the perspectives. So I do appreciate that. And you also just gave me a little more fuel to propel my rocket to where I'm trying to head to. I mostly do clothing. So the Bravo Tango LLC is an actual clothing brand that I'm a part of. I'm the COO of it. So, you know, this is a good introduction for me to try to build the brand even stronger. But on the YouTube page, I will be doing the video vlogging as well. So I'm happy to be here, man. The Lord has blessed me to be able to wake up today and had to share this moment, which I feel was needed with everybody. So I do appreciate it.
All right. So where can the people find you, bro?
Sadly, you're not gonna be able to find me, but you can go to Bravo Tango and I'll be around. I don't have a social media setup anymore because I want to focus on the brand. So if I can help push the business, that's where you'll find me.
Well, wait a minute. Earlier you said you're gonna be doing some vlogs and uploading it to the channel.
It's on the YouTube channel, but the main purpose of that YouTube channel is to market the brand.
Okay,
but
that's cool. That's cool.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm adding my personal video vlog, I guess what you call it, on there. But somewhere in that vlog, you're gonna see the brand. So.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I say it's marketing the fashion as well.
Well, what you do, you said you do some things with fashion. What you do a quick video snippet of what you do. And if I know anybody that's doing that, I'm going to send them to your YouTube page and they'll put comments on that video and you can hit them back up, you know?
Fair enough. I do appreciate it.
There you go.
Ultra combo!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I put the YouTube channel in the private though, so and I've also subscribed. I've subscribed to everybody, so whenever y'all go live,
all right.
Because the timeline is different, but whenever I get that notification, I'll jump on and try to tune in.
Okay, cool. All right. So,
I definitely want to. I want to say one more thing. I definitely I definitely want to tune in to Mr. Marte because I can feel he got some heat he gonna be shooting, and I want to catch it.
Marte's
Really
good.
controversial,
Now, hey, this
content
hey,
too. So
yeah, this guy's a powerhouse.
Oh yeah, he's a good debater, man. He really is. I mean, I watch a number of his fucking debates.
you sure about that? Because a Grokgate happened, so I don't know if I'm
man, I know what you were doing with Grokgate. I know what you were doing with that shit. You were testing some shit out. I know that. I'm not stupid. I've watched your other videos.
I did try that
I'm not
out.
a dumbass, man.
I'll say this. It was the first time I tried that. And I'm just like, this shit. The reason why it sucks is because if you're reading that, you can't like use that if somebody counters really quick. Then it's like, damn, man, I can't really respond with this exact thing. I have to switch it up. Like, that's why it's not really that dependable, because the human nature and nuance, it's not what's written down. It's like debates change all the time. And then the second that anonymous base says, well, no, what about this hypothetical? That just loses me time, because now I have to type it in, and I'm like, now I'm losing time when I could just respond if I need to just work on my, just me working on my instinct and all this other stuff. It's like, you lose skills when you do that.
The quick-wittedness whenever you're having a back and forth in the debate. And I
You
said,
lose that,
I've
man,
watched,
yeah.
bro, I've watched your past debates. I know that you don't always use that shit. I can tell. Like, I've got a good reputation for identifying AI whenever someone's using it, when it's in text messages, all of that shit. Like, I can identify that shit damn near to a fucking pinpoint. What version, whether it's the Chinese version, whether it's Grok, whether it's Chat Graper, whether it's whichever fucking one. I mean, I'm pretty good at it, and I can tell you, I know you don't use it in the past videos and in your past debates. I can tell that. I know you're doing something that night, some kind of experiment. There was a couple of nights you did an experiment. All right, cool, whatever. You move past it, and I mean, you don't need that shit because you are an awesome fucking debater, Marte.
Yeah, I don't need that. But that's the thing, though, is like, I think to a degree it'll handicap me, because once you become dependent on this, now all of a sudden you have to keep doing that. And I think, and the problem with this is like my Jubilee debate is going to be released on the 16th, and then I have to go back to Jubilee and I'm going to do another debate. What are the chances they're going to allow me to bring Grok in person in Ireland? But never. It's never going to fucking happen. So I actually have to develop real skills and do this, and I have to really destroy people in real time, because what's going to happen is people like you are going to call me out in bullshit, and I can't have that happen, because also that's a chink in my reputation. So doing IRL debates is going to be better for me in the future too. So it's good.
Yeah.
All right.
You got it, man. You got it.
All right. You know what? You said your Jubilee thing is coming out on the 16th, right?
Yeah, the Sunday of 16th on the Sunday. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was wondering, because I went on Jubilee's channel and I was looking for it, because I was gonna do a reaction to it. I was gonna just watch the whole thing and I was gonna react to it.
Oh, I destroyed the shit out of this guy. So what happened though is so Jubilee, real quick, not to because this isn't going to ruin it for you. When we act like we're running to go to the chair, that's all scripted, by the way. They say, okay, we have to raise our hand if we have a question, and they'll say, okay, you can go, but everybody else has to act like they're running towards the chair, but you go. And then every time they say cut, we're going to react like we're, mind you, I was so close to the chair, I could reach out and just touch it. And then they had to stop it because I fucked it up all the time. They were like, no, you have to take a longer time acting like you're getting up. And I'm like, this looks so unrealistic. How do I not only do I have to be a good actor, I have to be a good debater. And I'm like, this is fucking retarded. It's stupid.
It's doing too much. It's too many theatrics. I get it.
Some of them, as you're going through it, man, you're going to learn. And Andrew had to deal with this shit too. I know, man. It sucks, but some of it you have to learn being theatrical in order to get into those debate areas and whatnot. And look, man, I run around a lot of libtard spaces. A lot of people say that I'm on the lefty side because I approach a neutral approach, trying to undo the brainwashing, I'm not, but I have to go there because that's where the enemy's at.
Well, another thing too, Cleaner, real quick, with the Jubilee debate that you'll see, I'll just give you a heads up on this. I only went up one time. And when I asked them, hey, how come I only went up one time? The lady told me this. I don't know if this is good or bad. She said, we have to make it fair for everybody. I destroyed this guy so fucking bad that she was like, yeah, we need to make it look like it's fair. And we need to make it look like it's just a good, long, hard fight for the other guy. And I was like, So what you're saying is I destroyed this guy and she just walked up and I was like, okay.
You did. Yeah, I don't even have to watch it. If they only let you up once, then yeah, because they've let other people up 2 or 3 times before on some. So yeah. Yeah.
And here's the other thing too. It was me and another Orthodox guy. We're both from Arizona, and I didn't know that. It was really weird. Everybody else didn't have an argument. They had questions. So it was only me and somebody else that had an argument, by the way. And everybody else was like, is it true that you're a millionaire and you don't really want to share your money? I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with the topic? None of these arguments you have. So me and some other kid had an argument. You'll see. Nobody else had one. It was weird. It was like nobody ever debated before and showed up.
Well, I look forward to seeing that one. I can't wait till it hits.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the lookout for it too because I want to react to it. I gotta react. I have to react to it. I just got to.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I destroyed the shit out of this guy. He had no response for me that could really answer the question. It was like, good luck, bros.
All right. So with that being said, we still got 40 people on the live stream. Shout out to y'all, man. Now, with that being said, go ahead and talk about next week's show. I touched on it briefly earlier. So, next week's show is going to be the first potluck show. What does that mean? That means that there is no definitive topic, and panelists that want to come up, you can present a question or a topic that you want to discuss on the show because it gives other people a chance to contribute something that maybe they wanted to talk about but don't necessarily have a platform to speak on it on. And I want to extend the olive branch to the future panelists that want to come up. You can offer up a question, you can offer up a topic, and it will be addressed on the potluck show. So free for all. Anybody can pull up, anybody can ask any question they want. So that's going to be the show for next week.
Saturday, you said, right?
Yeah. And so I'm switching it up because with stuff like this, if the show goes long, it's going into a Sunday, so it's really not that big a deal. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So
yeah, good.
Right. So this show is going to be this coming Saturday at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Again, Saturday, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Cool.
So with that being said, I want to give one last shout out to the panel.
Bang, bang,
And
bang.
shit like that. Next week. All right. You guys take it easy. Peace.
You too, man.
All right.